The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The heat is on with scorching play at the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. Alexander Lenderman came out hot with sizzling preparation against Ray Robson, but Ray drew to maintain their status quo as co-leaders. Katerina Nemtsova has yet to relinquish the lead, but has begrudgingly shared it, with Carissa Yip and Ashrita Eswaran rejoining her at the top. Can favorites rally, or will contenders continue to surprise? Round 7 of pulse-pounding play, coming up next.
And welcome back to St. Louis and the U.S. Championship and the U.S. Women's Championship. We're in front of the Missouri State Museum, which highlights many of the epic events and artifacts that have contributed to the history of this great state. While our players will be looking to create their own history with scintillating highlights, and to call all the action, we're going to jump to the studio with Cristian and Yasser.
The imposing Gateway Arch overlooking the vibrant city of St. Louis, capital of chess here in the United States and host of the 2021 U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. From the studio in St. Louis to call all the action, I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, and I'm joined by my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Cristian, it's a pleasure as always to call the action with you. We've been having a wonderful time with the 2021 U.S. Championships. Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage. Yesterday, the action kept us enthralled, especially the fights between the tournament leaders. I thought Alex Lenderman's preparation was nothing short of absolutely brilliant as he put Ray Robson on the back foot. Having said all of that, let's jump to our current standings, starting with the Open.
With the Open, absolutely. We still have two co-leaders.
Yes,
and
we
that
do.
Is the same ones, Ray Robson and Alex Lenderman, who drew their game. Big battle yesterday. Following closely behind, half a point, is Wesley So, Lanier Dominguez, and one Sam Sevian.
Absolutely, Sam Sevian. He's in the chasing pack as he defeated Fabiano yesterday to bring himself up the leaderboard. And in the women's,
in the ladies section,
yes,
we have a co-leadership situation. We have Carissa Yip, Katerina Nemtsova, and Ashrita Eswaran with 4 points. Following closely behind is Irina Krush, the 8-time national champion, Nazi Paikidzo,
the two-time
national champion.
All in the chase there. And our format.
Well, we've been playing a lot of rapid and blitz chess over the summer, but now we're back to classical action. 12-player round robin in both sections. The players are getting 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. After that, they get an additional 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And also, they get an increment of 30 seconds starting from move 1.
And no draw offers have meant for some really, really heavy fights throughout the rounds. And let's take a look at our remaining schedule.
Well, we've been playing a lot of chess, Yasser. Today is round number 7. Tomorrow is going to be round number 8. And after that, we're going to have our second and final rest day. So plan your schedules accordingly. After that, we're going to have one game a day, round 9, 10, and 11. And if needed, on Tuesday, October the 19th, we're going to have the playoffs.
And of course, the closing ceremony as we'll induct more people into the World Chess Hall of Fame. Don't make sure if you're in town, you don't want to miss that. But we also have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley in studio to drill down on the leaders and tell us all how they match up. Maurice, wonderful to see you, my friend.
Same here, Yasser. Well, of course, 6 rounds have passed. We're past the halfway point. It's a good time to take a look at just how the leaders are doing and how they have fared as well, because history will be made here at these championships. Well, past history, we could take a look at 2 of these players, Carissa Yip and Irina Krush, the 2 top-rated players in the women's event. Last year, it was quite interesting where they were at this exact point after round 6. Irina led Carissa by the score of 4.5 to 4. But in round 7, that all changed when Carissa won her game and Irina was only able to draw, so they were tied at the top. But then in round 8, Carissa kept with her winning ways and took the lead by herself, leading 6 to 5.5. But like a champ that she is, Irina Krush proceeded to win and win out at the end. And there she is, the 8-time champion. She won her 8th title last year. She is the reigning women's champ. And indeed, that was huge for her to win her 8th. Well, now let's get to the open section. And this is a key matchup as Ray Robson is leading the tournament along with Alexander Lenderman. But he is facing off against the number 2 player, official number 2 player on the planet, Fabiano Caruana, whose rating has dropped precipitously after losing 2 games here. But Ray knows this player is dangerous as he has never beaten Fabi. Could this be his chance with Fabi off form? We'll see how that goes. Now, we mentioned Lenderman, Alexander Lenderman playing some wonderful chess, amazing preparation yesterday that didn't quite net him the point. He'll face off against the youngster Jeffrey Zhang. He has not defeated Jeffrey either. So can he have a chance given that Jeffrey has lost 3 games, 3 in a row, in fact, in this competition? Can Lenderman take advantage of the bad form? This is an exciting pairing, as is all the pairings, guys. This is an incredible round. This, I think, is super critical. Some amazing, amazing numbers. And look at Fabi coming in. He's going to have to go something like 4 out of 5 to have a chance. But the way he's playing, I don't know if that can possibly happen.
Against him, maybe even 4.5 out of 5, depending on the outcome of other games. Beside those key matchups, let's take a look at all the pairings, Christian, and let us start
The battles
with the ladies.
are intensifying, Yasser,
Yes,
and
they
the
are.
stakes are high. We have Cervantes versus Sharevic, Abrahamian versus one of the leaders, Nemtsova. That's a big one.
Yeah, absolutely. Key matchup.
Megan Lee versus Naji Paikidze, Irina Krush versus Eswaran. Another marquee matchup.
Absolutely.
Tohir Zhonova versus Foishor, and Carissa Yip versus Itansky.
3 huge matchups in the ladies. What
big
about
run.
in the open pairings?
Well, we do have Darius Vierch versus Sam Shanklin, who won his first game yesterday. So his
Welcome
trajectory
back.
is definitely positive right now.
Welcome back, Sam.
Alex Landerman, one of our leaders, against Jeffrey Shong. Caruana versus Robson.
Doesn't get any bigger than that.
Not really. Bruzon versus Sevian. Dominguez versus Naroditsky, and Burke versus Wesley. So
For Lanier and Wesley, they're looking at their competitors and they're saying, I need to get this point. And beside the prestige of all of these national championship titles, what else are the players playing for, Christian?
yeah, sir, they're playing for a lot of money. In the ladies section, we have a $100,000 total prize fund. $25,000 goes to the victor, $18,000 second place, $13,000 third place, going all the way down to the last place, $2,000. And nobody in both sections are going to win the Fisher bonus prize of $64,000 because nobody is perfect anymore.
Exactly. And in the open?
In the open section, we have a $194,000 total prize fund, $50,000 first place, $35,000, $25,000 going all the way to $4,000.
Not bad as we now approach or pass the halfway point, I should say. There you have a look at the players getting ready for the start of this round 7. One of our co-leaders, Alex Lenderman. Oh, that's a wonderful shot through the glass door.
Is that the Fleur du Lis, I think it's called?
It is indeed, yeah.
Very
That
nice.
is it. Fleur de Lis. You're the French guy here,
Exactly,
Maurice.
exactly.
You should tell us how
Which
that's
is why I said it
pronunciation.
Fleur du Lis.
And there is Ray
I'm not quite
Robson.
French, but this is a big matchup. You know, as we were looking at it, he's got 2.5 points, does Fabi.
Yes.
And the leaders right now, are sitting
4 points.
on 4 points.
1.5.
1.5, that's huge. That's massive.
That's why I said 4.5.
But if he scores 4 out of 5, he gets to
and
6
he's
and a
got
half,
to beat
including knocking Ray
today.
All right, 4 out of 5 puts him at 6.5. That means the leaders would only have to go 2.5. They'd have to be 50%. I don't know. You're right. 4 shouldn't even do it.
Exactly.
He's got to
I
go
would say
4.5 out of 5. That's
to give himself a real
chance of time.
And he's got to beat
But
Lenderman
he's
along
playing
the way too.
Lenderman. So one of the leaders, if he wins right now, he's going to be only half a point behind him.
And then Lenderman.
Lenderman is playing Jeffrey. If he doesn't win, let's say he makes a draw, that's only 1 point ahead of Fabiano.
Yeah, and Lenderman still has to keep up his pace with other players that he has to play.
And I don't think he played Fabiano yet.
No,
That's what I'm saying.
He has not. So he has another chance to knock off both leaders. That said, as we look here at two players near the top, this is a huge pairing. The youngster, Ashritha, she's made it clear she wants to win the tournament. That's what she's here for. Boy, you got to beat this lady if you want to win, or at least not lose the game against her. You know, Irina is thinking, I'm not that far behind. A win here puts me right back in the mix as they shake hands. And I'm expecting D4 on move one.
Yeah.
And not a difficult guess.
And I was going to say, Ashritha is very deserving of her current standing. She's played good chess and quietly, but hey, she's been keeping her business.
There was one game against Tatev where she dodged a bullet.
That was the H5.
Yeah,
and you need that.
She did. She got one lucky game.
You're
in
right.
there.
But even in that one, she fought hard all the way until the end.
Found a remarkable
That
fortress.
defensive setup was brilliant.
It really was. It was well done.
You want to win, you have to find the only route to that
Only
winning
chance
position.
that she gave herself.
Absolutely.
So
One
she's a
move.
fighter.
She is indeed.
And we're just looking as we go back and forth between the East Bay and the West Bay, where the tournaments are respectively played. And by the way, big shout out to the arbiters as well. I want to say that it's really nice when they're not seen, but there's no conflicts either. Everybody is getting along just wonderfully well, and they're running a very, very good tournament. This is the Lenderman inviting the Nimzo Indian, and there
He
we
loves
say
to play against the Nimzo.
Frank
Lenderman is a
Guadalupe.
big fan of that Queen C2 Nimzo.
Exactly.
Has
We
great
have
analysis.
Chris Bird, another one of our chief arbiters, and Maya is assistant arbiter who is looking to get her international arbiter credentials. Remember, the players have norms. They play in these tournaments and they have to have a grandmaster or international master results, but the arbiters have to also get their norms.
Yeah.
And so an event like the U.S. Championship is very prestigious as it helps them in their careers getting their international arbiter titles.
I think
Opening.
most people would say, though, that the best arbiter is an unrecognized, unknown, quiet arbiter.
Exactly.
That nobody wants them to get involved in too much going on the board shenanigans.
Exactly.
But they're always there. They're always making sure everything is going as needed.
Big moment right now in that key matchup between Caruana and Robson, because right now Robson has a big choice to make. Is he going to go C6 and try to play with D5 like that, or is he going immediately with D5?
Exactly. It's so intriguing to see these players with their broad opening repertoires and what they know. For me, Fabi has always been a 1 E2 E4 player, like Tatev, full stop. Watching Fabi play the English, and it's really funny
and D4
because
as well.
and D4 as well. It's really funny on C4 E5. Michael Marin made a really, really wonderful book and explained why G2 G3 is actually the most precise.
Yeah.
And knight C3, knight F6, G3, and like you say, a big key moment in this game. Maurice, oh my gosh, Janos Gambit, I see it behind you.
Yes, indeed. And here we see F5 on the board. This is not a move you see every day. Supposed to be a little bit dubious, although I believe, who is the top player who plays this? I'm thinking
Timur
Rajabov. That's exactly right. Has played it quite a few times.
Successfully.
With pretty good success, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking, you dare play this against a classical player like Dominguez. I mean, to put it on the board against Lanier, that takes bravado. Now, earlier in the tournament, Danya did play an Alekhine's defense, and so he's got bravado coursing through his veins, at least for this event. And he said that maybe I should be a little bit more solid, stable. No, not at all. Not with F5. That's wild and woolly And Dominguez, I'm sure, is thinking, boy, I'm going to have to hunt you down. You play chess like this. By the way, we should point out, Dominguez and Wesley are only half a point behind the leaders.
Exactly.
With 5 full rounds to go, a half is not that much to make up, given also that they outrate the 2 players that are ahead of them by 180 points.
And speaking of that, Maurice, what would you do in that situation if you were Wesley? You're playing John Burke with the black pieces. Are you going to try to hit?
Oh, gosh, yes.
If I'm Wesley,
with the black pieces,
gosh,
Wesley, He's a very conservative player.
I think with the
rating for
gray
different-
pieces, the purple pieces, I don't care what color pieces, Wesley's going to try to beat John. Everybody in the tournament has to think, I've got to take a bite out of crime. This guy is not experienced. He's 25-50. Wesley's like 27-70.
Correct.
You can't just lay down and give the kid a draw. This game has to take 6 hours as needed. No simple, solid play. I don't care what Wesley's formula is about drawing with black and winning and trying to win with white. That formula has to go out the window in this game.
Interesting.
I
would you do?
wholeheartedly agree. No. I mean, whenever
So you see
I played
that
in the
as a
US
huge opportunity?
Yes, absolutely. Every U.S. championship I played against the lower-rated players. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is competition. I've got to take a point, and if I get white against you, so much the better. But if I get black, we're going to be playing for 6 hours. And Wesley So, by the way, is really having a rather quiet event. Now, he said, Wesley did in an interview with Maurice, that he's been playing a great deal of chess. And he's been really, really tired. He's played something like 6 or 7 tournaments in a row. And even Sam Shanklin came on
He made
and
that
said,
point as well.
I've been home for 13 days since May.
Wow.
I mean, and I was thinking to myself, wow, how many over-the-board tournaments did Sam go to?
Sam had a different type of schedule to these players.
Okay.
Incorporated into that was also traveling.
Right.
For Wesley, not so much. He played a lot from his home.
Okay.
Because they played a lot of internet chess. Online chess. So he also traveled for the Grand Chess Tour. He came to Bucharest, then he went to Paris.
Right.
I think he was he actually won Paris.
Yes.
Never mind. Paris, and then after that, Croatia,
Zagreb, yeah.
and then St. Louis, but
Right.
also a lot of online chess. Nevertheless, Sam did travel to Europe a lot. Same with Fabiano. He traveled to Russia for the World Cup. That is
Right,
one
so
tournament that Wesley skipped
Right.
for whatever reason.
Right. All right. By the way, I just wanted to say about Danya and the Janusz Gambit is Danya has actually been one of those players who's all over the map. Yesterday, he tried the Ponziani
He's a streamer. Yes.
variation, which I think is going to go back more than 300 years. I mean, and he's played the Alekhine defense.
Exactly.
And he's been all over the place in terms of his opening prep. Now, it's one thing to keep your opponents guessing. I get that. But it's another thing to go a little bit overboard, you know, in your desire to get your opponent out of the book or whatever it is that Danya's hoping to achieve with this massive switching of the openings. I'm not a big fan myself of that type
Me neither, but I think Janusz is right at the edge of, well, it's too risky.
What's permitted?
Alekhine, absolutely not. Don't
Yeah.
play the Alekhine if you want to survive against these guys.
Right.
Janusz, on the other hand, I played it myself against
did
Ray
you?
Robson,
No
actually.
kidding.
In a crucial game at the Pan Americans, I think it was maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay.
And I had actually a very good position. I lost in the end. Nevertheless, I equalized quite easily.
Out of
it's
the
not
opening.
a bad opening.
Okay.
Especially because players as white, you don't spend too much time preparing against the Janusz.
No,
Let's be
because
honest.
nobody plays it.
Nobody plays.
So you give it a kind of backward glance. You double check.
2 years ago.
what the latest and greatest is in theory.
Exactly.
You double check with the engine to make sure that the books are indeed right. That no major massive blunders. The book says plus equal, and you say fine. Nobody's playing against me. I know what to do. When you don't.
And this is also round number 7. So these players have had time to go through opening preparation in so many lines, but probably not the Janusz.
But you opened up the Pandora's box there, unfortunately for yourself, Christian. You said, I played.
I played it, yeah.
So now you got to tell us.
I don't remember anything. Yasser, I told you it was 2013, 8 years ago. I haven't analyzed the Janusz since then.
You're an incredibly young man.
I'm going to try to
You're full of
remember
vim and
something.
vigor. Now, the very fact that Lanier is pausing right here and right now indicates to me that castles is not the automatic move, and there might be other moves like d4, queen e2 on his agenda.
I think instead of knight c3 at move number 4, from what I remember, and I don't know if the status has changed, d3 is supposed to be the main line.
I always thought that this was the backing down variation.
Really?
Really. I thought d3 was the lazy man's, I don't know the English gambit very well, and I'll back down. I always thought that d4 was the most challenging myself.
That's interesting.
I thought, and then again, to play d4, you have to know all of the variations that occur. There was this wonderful article by Edmar Menes, Grandmaster Edmar Menes, back in the days of the Players' Chess News. And I just thought this was a hilarious move, this move c7, c6. You look at that and you go, God, that's a really stupid move, until you see the next idea.
Gift me that pawn.
Gift me the pawn. It is sort of like, wait a minute, I've seen these variations before where, you know, you pick off the pawn in the center of the board and queen takes e5, and Edmar Menes went on to give a very nice explanation about that sequence. Then, of course, against d4 takes, there's this variation where you take, and that's a completely, I mean, it's a totally different animal.
It is.
The two are so strikingly divergent that you go, wow, is it the same opening? In any case, knight c3 was Lanier's choice.
And I think after knight to c3, take on e4, take on e4.
Yeah.
For a while, d5 was considered playable, but nowadays, after knight takes e5, I think with the emergence of the new engines, it's already busted.
Exactly. And again,
I think queen g5 was the move. Precisely.
There was also queen d5 was a move.
Exactly.
I mean, again, this
and
is
the best
where
move, I think you actually have to take on a7.
Really?
Yes. Just take on a7, and somehow the knight actually gets away after, I think, bishop to d7. But because knight to c8, I think might be an
sorry,
option.
excuse me. I understand what you
Again,
mean.
yes, sir. I don't remember.
I mean,
the lines. I remember looking at it with Stockfish 8, probably.
And I remember
back in those days.
I looked for hilarity. I had this incredible thing. These things were the ECOs.
ECOs,
the
exactly.
Encyclopedia of Chess Openings. And they had 5 volumes. And these things
Different
were
colors.
full.
Beautiful.
They were full of references and bizarre games. And I never had a library deep enough to understand all the source material. And I would look, and some of these notes that would go off in White's winning, and they'd cite a game from a Soviet championship, and it would be like the most bizarre, crazy game, and I would just laugh and laugh and laugh. And I would think to myself, okay, I'm going to be an opening specialist. Never did.
Not from those books.
Jump in, Maurice. What's the latest and greatest that you have for us?
Well, we have this game between Carissa Yip and Anna Zatonsky. We know Anna's won this tournament 4 times. She finally won a game yesterday for the first time after 6 rounds. So she's trending up. She was a beautiful game, by the way, when Begim played a really bad move, e6, and allowed herself to get weaknesses in her position. But she's facing off against a young Carissa Yip, who is a dynamician, means she likes to play aggressive chess. She doesn't care about single pawns here and there, and she's playing in this opening right now. Another pawn sacrifice, indeed. Very calm and confident. You see her standing, probably expecting other games. Take a look at this advanced French that she played earlier in the event as well. That brought her some very nice points, some good memories against Tatev Abrahamian. Bishop d3, cd4, and right here, you could capture the pawn back. Just get your pawn back. Maybe allow bishop b5, trading off pieces. No can do. You want my pawn? You can have it. It says young Carissa, and already her opponent is pausing right at this moment because taking it's a pawn indeed, but it does give White some dynamic play as the knight comes out. For example, knight to c6 can be met by the very sharp bishop to e3, a sacrifice of 2 types. In fact, one, it's a pawn, the other is a piece. Well, the piece you can justify. You try to take my piece. By the way, there's no takes, and bishop b5 check because there's a bishop sitting here. I can play the move queen to g4, and this knight is pinned, and you're going to win it back because bishop c5 is now met by queen takes on G7. That tactic works out in white's favor. Now, if we go back to the moment of bishop to E3, you could also take this pawn, but that's a second pawn, by the way, that you might regret taking. Knight to B5, rook C8. There's no obvious trap of this queen. You could try it. It doesn't seem to work out. But white can play for advantage with A4 and start chasing black's queen back, play queen E2, bring a rook here. You can never play knight to E7. These pieces are tangled, and white is just really fluid and fast with pressure on the queen side and aggressive play. No question about it. The youngster has looked at these lines and said, go ahead, take my pawn. And by the way, in the main lines, the engine's assessing that if you do take the pawn right here, d takes c3, knight takes, it says, is just about equal. So a pawn sack for dynamic play, that's what Tal looked for. That's what all the dynamic players look for. And Carissa is in that style as well. She's not the most subtle positional player in the world, but you put your head in the way, she'll get out the stick and start bashing away.
Nice, thank you for that. By the way, as we say in the chess world, if you can't beat them, join them. And in the game of Ray Robson and Fabiano, after the move G2, G3, this was the key moment for Ray. Would he like to play like the dynamic Michael Tal did? C takes D5, knight takes D5, bishop G2.
Reverse color Sicilian.
Exactly, knight B6. And by the way, we've been seeing one Sasha Grishuk rehabilitate this bishop C5 move. Very intriguing.
Well, it was Fabiano first. Fabiano during the World Championship, he rehabilitated that, and then Sasha Grishuk took it over.
And then another key idea, C7, C6, followed by D5. And Ray chose the third of them, bishop B4. Now, in the old days, everybody and his brother or sister would play bishop G2 and get on with business. Kasparov-Karpov, number of World Championship match games, featured that position. But one, Magnus Carlsen, has played E2, E4. At first, when I saw this by Magnus, I thought he was taking his love of the Sveshnikov one step too far and playing the Sveshnikov with an extra tempo as white, or Rosalimo, if you will, with colors reversed. And then he kept winning.
Well, and this was the first game of the rapid playoff.
In the tie breaks.
At the World Championship.
That's exactly right.
Not good memories for
Not
me,
good memories. So E2, E4, really, I want to call it the Magnus Carlsen variation because he's very, very deserving of having brought new ideas and new approaches. And Fabiano said, you know what?
I might try it as well.
I might as well try it. I mean, if it works for Magnus, maybe it will work for me. We'll keep an eye on that matchup. We've got to go to the Lenderman game as well, because I was thinking that, well, you know, it's very nice to give Alex exactly. I mean, unfortunately for Alex and Ray Robson, they are in the shadow of these really, really great players that we have, the Fabi Wesley, Lanier, and they don't get all of the invitations and the rah that they truly deserve. And Ray, for example, he's a veteran of these U.S. championships, came in as a junior. Let's see what happened in the game of Lenderman and Jeffrey Jean.
He made an interesting remark when he was speaking with Maurice a couple of rounds ago, Robson that is. He said that 2700s and less cannot win this tournament.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
Yeah, he was being extraordinarily pragmatic.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Why not?
Exactly. I bet he wants to change that statement right now because he's in a great position.
Okay, after the move knight c3, an invitation, as you were saying, to the classical Nimzo Indian. Jeffrey could play the move bishop b4, followed by queen c2, and let's get on with business. Jeffrey said, I understand that's your comfort zone. I'll switch it up. I'll play into a queen's gambit. Declined, one of my favorites, and bishop d6 right away. When I'm black in this position, I've always favored this treatment, and I think it's a very important treatment. After bishop f5, everybody likes to play this line of the Petrosian system with queen f3 and bishop f6 and queen f6. You'll remember that Magnus Carlsen beat Juan Vladimir Kramnik very well. And with King D2, yes.
Remember this?
Wasn't
Yes.
that sweet? That was very, very nice.
This was, I think, John Ludwig Hammer's analysis.
And treatment, yes.
Yes.
But I've always said, look, if I'm black in such positions, I like to develop my light square bishop, and if I can get it here, and that's why they try to punish it with the move Queen F3, Petrosian's move. That was not Jeffrey's approach after Bishop G5. He played Bishop D6 and immediately Bishop G3. I'm not letting your bishop develop itself nicely, rather easily. And Queen C2, Bishop, Rook, Knight, Pawn A5, Pawn H3, Knight A6, A3, just stopping.
Pawn H3 intimating potentially an expansion on the king side with the move G4, but also taking away that square from the bishop.
Right.
Specifically with the pawn on H7. Right now, I don't think that's that easily doable. Bishop to G4, that plan, Bishop G4, Bishop H5, Bishop G6 to exchange the light square bishop. This is one of the biggest problems in black's position, the light square bishop. If you manage to exchange it, well, you'll be a happy camper. Unfortunately, that pawn is already on H6.
Doesn't support G6. And I know it's funny where you go, where I go. When I saw the move H2, H3, I said, and White wants to castle short.
Short, really?
Absolutely. H2, H3 is the prelude move to castling short. You saw H3 and you said, aha, I know where Alex wants to go. He wants to go G4, G5, and you got that hook on the H6 pawn. The reason why I say H3 prepares the move castle short is because if I castle short immediately, bishop takes H2 check, king takes H2, knight G4 check, and I mean, this is all kinds of trouble. I don't think...
King G3, G5 probably. Actually,
Queen
D6
also.
takes C3. There's something in the waters.
Right. This is not where you want to go swimming. And that's why I thought H3 means that now I'm ready to castle.
Absolutely.
Now I'm ready to castle. And after knight A6, A3, we'll keep an eye on
knight
this
C7
one.
actually was played.
Already, okay.
The knight is heading towards E6, potentially also sporting an expansion with B5. Castle and bishop to D7.
On the board.
On the board.
Short castle.
Short castle for surprisingly, right?
My gosh, I got one right.
You got this one right for sure. Bishop
Castle,
to
bishop,
D7.
D7. Okay, I like White's position. I think he has the freer game. The problem is this knight on E2 it's kind of in the way. If the knight on E2 were on a nice square, for example, C5 and or F5, Rook A, E1, F2, F3, E4, play in the style of Michael Bodvinnik, make that central expansion, and that's easy. The problem is with the knight on E2, well, the desired central expansion is hard to achieve when E3 is hanging.
And this is why I think that bishop is not going anywhere on the E file, or that knight even right now going on the E file, because it would allow the move F3. You want to keep that rook as much as possible on E8 opened up, keep the attack on that pawn E3, and then force White to potentially relocate with the queen. Go queen to D2. Defend that pawn, then go rook A1 and then E4.
So to your point, you don't want to play the move bishop E6, which would mask your attack and allow this. But bishop D7, intriguing game. We're going to keep our eye on it. Maurice, back over to you.
Yes, I'd like to drill a little bit into this game. And you guys said something that shocked me for a moment, because I knew it as different the nomenclature, and that is the game between Dominguez and Naroditsky. You said you call this, Yasser, the Jaenisch defense.
Yeah, Jaenisch Gambit.
Jaenisch Gambit.
Yeah.
To me, I always knew it as the Schliemann.
Yep.
And when you said the Jaenisch Gambit, I said, I thought this was the Schliemann, so I had to go look it up.
Right.
And doing my research, it turns out that as a gambit, you're correct. The very first time this was played, it was, in fact, by Karl Jaenisch, the Russian player star from the 1840s. We're going. He first played this move, F5. But more frequently, it was actually Adolf Karl Wilhelm Schliemann who played this 20 years later, and then it often gets named after him. But then they sometimes call it the Jaenisch Schliemann gambit / defense, by the way. All kinds of nomenclature, who agrees on what about this name of the move. As far as we're concerned, we don't really care so much about the name. We want to know how good it is.
Right.
That's the most important thing. Take a look at how Danya is playing this after fe4, knight e4, knight f6, knight takes f6, queen takes f6. One of the lines you could play as white. As you mentioned, Christian, it's not something that white players look at all the time because there's so much else to look at. You get a pet line against this, you say, that's what I'm going to play. But if the opponent is black, he come up with something new and different, then you're in trouble because you haven't looked at it and he has. So take a look at this, queen e2, and now bishop to e7, the most popular move in the position, gambiting this pawn on e5. Now, dc6 is more popular than the current bc6, but this is also a very popular move indeed. So now you have to take this pawn. Do you take it with the queen or do you take it with the knight? If you play queen takes, then d6. Just saying, I don't mind being down a pawn, but I get the two bishops. I get open files for my rooks. I've got great play. Let's go. By the way, if you play d4, c5 break could be timely at some point to show the additional pressure on this diagonal. Black's very fast here and has amazing play. So most of the time here, players with white do play knight takes e5. And invariably, I think it's like 130 times. Let me look it up so I can get it back here. 141 times in the database, queen to e6 is played. Queen e6. 141 times this move, all right? And the lines go wild. Let's get back to this one. I want to go back one move. Bishop to b7, played by Danya, has been played only twice. 2 times in the database. I can bet you that Dominguez has not studied deeply the move bishop to b7. It's just some move as far as he's concerned. And if he hasn't looked up this line in some years, then bishop b7 is coming as a shock. And no surprise here, he's not moving. He knows this was prepared for him. His opponent is no longer at the board, sitting back going, ooh, I caught him in one. And the engines say a little bit better for white, but not much. Not much. You can see the compensation for black. Black will castle queenside. Black will have rooks, training down the open files. Christian, you might want to pick up the Janis Schliemann gambit / defense once more.
Well, one of my students actually loves to play the Janis, and I'm always telling him, don't play that.
Yeah.
Especially not in important games. He wants to play it in the most important games.
US Championship.
Don't play the Janis. It's not a good opening.
We're all about giving folks the credit where credit is due, and from 1840s. Was that the game that was played in the Moscow Central Chess Club in Russia? Where Janis, I think I was watching. I think I was watching about 1840s. 1840s. Very nice. So it's
in Tilburg.
It's maybe the Janis Schliemann today. Is that what they're calling it?
It gets both names. Actually, importantly,
defense they call it. Too.
Well, they call it a defense. They call it a gambit. Right. The gambit was with f5, but it should be noted. Let's go back to the main board. Right here, what's interesting. I don't know why Janis doesn't get all the credit, why I knew it as the Schliemann, because Schliemann actually didn't play it in this move order. He never played f5 on this move. He always played it as bishop c5 first and against the popular c3. Now he played f5.
I see.
So it seems like he should get this position and get his name. And Janis should be saying, how come I don't get f5? Well, how did he get a piece of the action when he played it after bishop c5, which is, by the way, the Cordell gambit apparently as well. So all kinds of these knick-knack names. People fall in love with nomenclature, right? Like, okay, what's the name of this opening? Oh, this is the Traxler. This is the Frankenstein Dracula variation. This is the English. Yeah, it really doesn't matter what the name is, although you don't give credit where credit is due.
People will get upset.
People care. Like Bobby Fischer. I remember seeing an interview recently. It was Bob Hope. Bobby with Bob
Hope.
Not Bob Hope. It was Johnny Carson.
Okay.
It was with Johnny Carson, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it was Johnny Carson. And he said, Johnny asked Bob. Johnny Carson was an old-time host. Christian doesn't know who Johnny is. He's too young. But Johnny Carson asked him about openings named after him. Does he have any openings that are named after him? And Fischer said, frankly, I have come too late to the game because all these openings have been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they've already gotten names attached to them. And so you can't, it's hard for me to get something named after me. I mean, there are things that we would give Fischer credit for, like the Fischer-Sozin attack, for example. He did get Fischer random, but that's because he invented a completely new form of the game. And you think about it, somebody like Vladimir Kramnik, who plays the Berlin defense and rehabilitated the Berlin defense, it should really be the Kramnik defense, right? Like, the Berlin defense was garbage until he played it again. Right. And then when he played it and defeated Kasparov in that match, not with the defense per se, but he stopped Kasparov at the door, at the Berlin wall, the whole thing became the main line, and everybody started playing it. But Kramnik does not have his name attached to any variation of the Berlin, even though he rehabilitated the opening. So naming chess openings, it's a little bit of a dicey affair.
Absolutely, no question about it. That for me as a kid, I was really upset too, because you'd have these names like the Nimzo Indian Bondarevsky variation of the, Ginji Hashvili attack. And I was like, what the heck, man? Give me the touchdown variation.
What's my Seirawan attack?
Exactly. Right. What the heck is going on? And those names really, really got complex.
I think they stopped giving names at some point, somewhere in the 80s.
Right.
If I'm not
Maybe
mistaken.
thanks to the informant, they just kind of codified the variations. I just want to turn our attention to one of the tournament pre-favorites, Wesley So, who's in the hunt. As we say, he's playing against John Burke, the U.S. junior champion in the Berlin. But check this out. Bishop c5, c3, castles, rook e8, knight d2, and suddenly, boom, it's like, who's on the attack?
Early d5.
Or an early d5. Okay. But now, white is not ahead in development. In fact, when you kind of look at the position, you kind of wonder to yourself, where did white lose a tempo? John said d4. Like, I'm countering in the center as well.
After a very long thing, by the way.
Oh, did it? Was it a long thing?
Well, long for the opening, for the phase of the game.
Okay, and Wesley said, well, wait a minute. Don't I have more central control than you? I will take this pawn, and after takes, bishop a7 is on the board. And I know nothing. I don't even know what to call this.
Well,
frankly,
we see this,
help me out.
I believe, from the Gioco Piano occasionally, from those d4 lines.
It looks
with
like it could
d5,
come.
bishop to b5. Right. So now the question is, this came from bishop to b5 in one move.
Right.
So now you have a6, bishop to a4.
A Morphy.
And that additional tempo, I think, for black is that rook on e8.
Yes.
But generally, in those lines, I see very often black after the usual bishop to a7, e5, knight to e4 setup.
Yes.
We see black trying to open up that f-file with the move f6.
Then you want your rook on f8.
This becomes the question. Do you want your rook on e8, or is the rook better on f8?
f8. When you're going to play f6,
too, yes.
You want the rook on f8.
And I think we're probably going to go towards this line. I don't know if
well, I can't really
play
see,
d5.
Yeah, I can't really see a move. E4 takes d5 really doesn't make a lot of sense. And bishop takes c6, doubling the pawns. Well, you give up the two bishops with not enough play. And after knight e4,
which was not played yet,
which we expect, there is a peshki. Be careful, there is a peshki. I'll probably have to play b5 as a prelude to wanting to try to pick it up. And what do they normally play here? Bishop
I think
c2?
Either rook e1 or bishop c2. You definitely want to target that knight on e4 somehow. I think rook e1 is, well, again, I'm comparing it to the other variation.
Right, which is what grandmasters do all the time. By the way, a big tip to amateur players when you get into positions like this is compare them to other variations that have these kinds of... Sorry to interrupt you, please.
No,
Christian.
absolutely. Rook to e1, bishop to c2. As you are also spotting, you have to attack that knight on e4. And now black is going to have to make a decision whether to exchange that knight, to defend it with a bishop on f5, or to simply play the move f5. Nevertheless, leaving that pawn on e5 by itself right now, that thorn in black's position, doesn't feel like the right decision.
Exactly, but somehow it feels to me like Wesley's taking his approach to this game is, Okay, you want to win another
played
U.S.
94.
championship, Wesley? So you're going to have to take some risks. And here, I think Bishop G4 could be on his agenda.
Could you guys jump to the game between Darius and Sam? Because I just saw something big happen.
I thought it's a Berlin endgame, and I didn't
It
think
was,
much of it.
and I didn't think much of it. But I looked on a big board and I saw look at the last couple of moves. He played. Look at this last move. He played Bishop D7, Rook D1, Bishop E7, Knight G5, A4,
okay.
A5, Knight G5, King move, and
Bam! Knight takes F7.
Gift me your pawn.
is that a known sacrifice? I must be, because Sam played
Sam's playing quickly.
pretty
Like this is
quickly
all on his.
in response.
I'm confused. That sure looks like a good pawn to capture. If you.
I don't know. I would like to have none of my pieces developed
So you have to
versus
take it.
all the pieces developed for black. It's only one pawn, and it looks like you have at least the C2 pawn could become a problem, and the E5 pawn could be a problem. But we're being told King E8 was a novelty
Novelty alert.
by Sam. King E8,
I
a
guess.
novelty, allowing this sacrifice, and Darius is taking a pawn and is currently retreated his piece, not trading, very smartly not trading on D8.
I said trading is the only move, and he immediately played Rook to D2.
You never want to
Commentator's curse.
commentator's curse.
Excuse me. Did I not give you a lesson before, Christian?
Fabulous,
on the
fantastic.
rules of trading. Forced, fantastic, or
Not so good.
or forget about it. All right? Okay. We do have different F's in Brooklyn. The main one is forget about it. Look, it wasn't forced, and it wasn't fantastic. Rook takes D8 is terrible. It allows the other rook to jump into the game. Take a look at that line, Yaz.
But I
Rook-
thought Knight C3 just stops everything.
And then what about your C2 pawn?
No, that was the
That
Sam's
was the
point.
immediate problem.
That-
Knight
that-
C3.
Because you want to stop Rook D1 check. Knight C3 is a good way of getting about that business. But
Knight D4 immediately,
Right.
and there goes your C2 pawn. So
And-
that's not a good trade for white. What white did is it's not automatic to trade. What if I play instead Rook D2? If you trade, you bring one of
my
white's
turn.
pieces into the game. The C pawn will be able to flexibly move. And I'm shocked here because if Sam had prepared this, especially with a computer, like which he would have if he had prepared it, then he had seen the move Rook D2.
Yes.
Not
he
like
has.
that's automatic.
Right.
Did he just blunder?
No, he's seen Rook D2. I'm sure of it.
But why is he sitting here right now? What's the evaluation?
I think there's probably two ways or more.
So you
for
trust
him.
Sam, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I do.
I trust Sam.
Same, yeah.
There's no way
In
he
Sam
blundered
we
here.
trust.
In Sam we trust, indeed.
Okay. All right. That's. I
But
hear
Yasser,
you.
Yes.
let's go to that game. Important
Please.
matchup between Karisayev and Zatansky, because
I'm gonna switch
Anna
sections.
did accept the sacrifice.
Yes, and I wanted to talk about it if you don't mind, guys.
Please,
Absolutely.
jump
Because
right
I
in.
was
over,
gonna,
Maurice.
I was gonna call this one the Yip variation. What? Well, because she sacrifices on C3 once against Tatev, and she sacrificed yet again against Tatev, and now the move Knight to E7 was played, which is a little bit of a wild move, and then she played H4, which we saw her do exactly again against Tatev. She's playing along these lines. Now the very offbeat-looking H6, trying to stop the advance H5, H6 before it even happens, which is kind of interesting. You could have waited until H5 happened before you played H6. But she had a much stronger move, Bishop E3. Just developing instantly, taking advantage of this knight sitting on the E7 square. Why? Because if you play queen takes now, there's this nice move, knight to B5. Let's go.
Whoa.
Let's get it started. Bishop takes is met by rook to B1. And the development issues are severe. You could take this pawn, and I'm hearing there's a novelty alert that knight E7 was the novelty in this game. Knight to E7 by her opponent. This move looks suspicious because Zatansky, the square D6, if I go back just one move to the knight E7 moment, that square becomes a weak square for a knight. So that's why this is an instantaneous threat of taking everybody with knight to D6, then to F7 and on. So you would have to get rid of this. You could play queen A3 or takes knight out, and suddenly all kinds of speed development issues are up in black's face because this bishop is on f8, the rook here, the rook on the corner. Everybody is stuck for the moment. And by the way, this queen is looking kind of suspicious as well. Incredible play for white. She could have played in true gambit style. But instead of doing that, she decided to play h5. Positional style, and say, okay, it's your turn to move. Again, what's your next move? Of course, knight c6 is coming at some point, but she's got a lock on this side. She's down a pawn. She doesn't care. She's just going to keep playing. Certain compensation for white. We did see her get in trouble against Tatev in this kind of position when Tatev played f5 and she captured on f6. We'll see whether or not she improves in her play there. She definitely has a good chance to play for a win in this game.
If I can guess for a moment what Anna Zatansky is thinking, Anna is thinking that the knight on g8, due to the pressure that this pawn on e5 inflicts on her position, doesn't really have a good square. So she might be thinking that, well, instead of bringing the knight on b8 to c6, I'll bring the knight on g8 to c6 with the idea that, okay, once my knight is on c6, these ideas of bishop e3 really don't work very well anymore because I've got d4 and this other knight can jump out. Now, after this knight comes to c6, she might be thinking, well, I'm getting in a little bit of a traffic jam. This, my dream position is to have the other knight coming from a b8 to a c5.
And by the way, bishop e3 is not clear if it's working or not.
In this moment.
Yeah, after knight to c6, because I think you have knight to a4 after d4. And
knight to a4 after
and
d4.
Kick the queen around. Now, of course, this has to be calculated.
The last time remember there was something like this. That was the point when the knight on g8 was there.
But there's a second knight to defend. Yeah.
That's why I was thinking if I could get into Anna's mind for a second. Here you're suggesting, of course, that knight a4 kick the queen away from.
And this has to be calculated because, of course, you have queen to a5, queen to b4. A lot of things could happen in this position that you wouldn't be pleased with as white. So bishop e3 is not the move that you make automatically.
Yeah, if anything, you're playing right into the teeth of what black has prepared. But again,
and at this point, one of the things that you want to play is probably knight to a6 as black, right?
Yeah. Here you can do a positional thing like a3, b4 to circumvent the knight from getting to c5. Very intriguing game. By the way,
Yasser, it's a beautiful day here in St. Louis.
Monday was terrible.
Look how beautiful it is.
Tuesday was gorgeous. Maurice and I did a kind of a chat outside the club. It was so beautiful. Architecture, old St. Louis masonry, and there's some gorgeous buildings here in the Central West End. And by the way, essentially, the club has taken over the building.
block?
We took over the diner next door, and we are taking over the yogurt and the beehive. And when it's finished, we'll have doubled, possibly even trebled.
It used to stop right there.
That was the end of it.
The further expansion, as you see, construction is underway, which is why these doors are closed down here. But look how much more space the chess club will have as the construction goes underway into next year. And wow, this is truly a chess corner.
This is what the club will look like when it's finished. You can just see, imagine all of these beautiful lights. It's the Central West End in St. Louis is the place to be. You got to come down. And across the street, of course, I wasn't going to say the Starbucks. I was going to say the Kingside Diner.
Relocated from next to the club, which is right now used for classrooms.
And the World Chess Hall of Fame.
And the World Chess Hall of Fame, absolutely.
So actually, there's a Starbucks sandwich between the Kingside Diner, the World Chess Hall of Fame, coffee.
Time to make it Starbucks for chess players.
Exactly. We'll take over the Starbucks franchise. Maurice, how is Ray Robson doing?
Well, Ray is feeling himself right now. Ray's like, I'm coming for you.
Is he? Wow.
Yeah, bishop e6, d3. I used to play this with white. I got to give credit to my old dear late friend Ronald Simpson for showing me this Botvinnik pawn formation, and I used to play it with white. He really played it with white for the attack all the time. Just exactly this setup he would love to play, and I played this for years, all the way up to 2200, 2400 as a player. I used this opening, and I used it to attack. What did Ray say? I'm the one who's going to attack. Like, wow, f5 this fast. He could have castled and played it a little cagey. No, he's going to play f5 right now and go for it with this setup. Fabi is pausing to think. He could castle, and play f4 himself, a typical formation. And it turns out that knight d7, this maneuver, and I know I'd never seen this before, knight d7 is a new move, a new idea by Ray. This move, knight d7, it's ultra aggressive. You're wasting time with your knight to go immediately for the f5 break and say, as black, I don't care. I don't believe your setup. It's so aggressive. Frankly, I'm just stunned that he can get away with it. And again, this formation, white is saying, okay, let's go. I've got the space on this side. I want to get rid of this pawn. I get some expansion. My diagonal is going to open up nicely for my bishop. And your bishop could become a target on this square, as a knight could land on g5 if you're not careful. Also, captures could be knight takes. A lot of explosiveness going on in this position. It's only move 8 at the moment, and there's fire on the board. This would be at move 10. Incredible game. This is exactly something that Fabiano needs if he's going to make a comeback in this tournament, but he has not shown great form. So maybe it's Ray that's saying, he's not playing that well. Who is Fabiano Caruana?
Irina and Ashritha are going head-to-head in a theoretical chess duel that is remarkable. If anybody isn't familiar with this variation, it is a dandy. I mean, it is so fun to look at, and you're going, whoop, whoop, what? You can't do that, what? So queen a5, of course, you go back to the great Anatoly Karpov, Viktor Korchnoi matches with knight d2. And then you zoom to London, 2018, where rook d1 was played between Fabi and Magnus.
Rook to d8 was the big move before that match.
Right.
And then rook e8 was what Fabiano introduced during that match.
Exactly, rook d8.
Which I think was only played maybe once before, or maybe even a novelty, a complete novelty.
Okay, and check this out. Rook e8. Now you're kind of thinking to yourself, okay, I get it. The knight wants to head here, fork the queen and bishop. Oh, wait a minute. A moment ago, there was b4, but there were reasons why b4 didn't work very well. Maybe the move knight d2 introduces both.
It does.
b4.
It does.
As well.
If you play b4 directly, I can just simply sacrifice a piece.
Exactly. So white has a dual threat with this move knight d2. What does black say? e5. Okay.
Let's go.
I'm going to hit your bishop. If you could play b4, I can take your pawn on a3. Bishop g5. Bang! Knight. What? Oh,
Still
now
theory.
we understood.
Still theory.
The dirty move, rook e8. You take my knight. I recapture with a check. Queen drop back. Bishop f5. And here it comes. Bang! And again, still theory. If you were seeing this position for the first time as white, you'd be looking at the side of the board, counting the pieces, like,
exactly.
Am I doing okay? What the heck is going on? And the remarkable thing is, all of this is actually theory and has been seen before, and the play has settled down to
By the
what
way,
I wanted.
queen c2 apparently, the second queen c2.
Not the first.
Not the first queen c2, the second queen c2
Okay.
was apparently the theory. And if I remember correctly, queen to b1 was essayed by one Levon Aronian, if I'm not mistaken.
You mean
I
the move
guess.
was a novelty? Queen c2 was a novelty.
The second move, queen to c2, was a
Right.
novelty, yes.
Yeah, Arena
queen to
in
b1
this
was
moment.
previously played.
And I can imagine why Levon would prefer to have his queen on b1. And by the way, Levon has been scene, shall we
It's
say,
been around.
around.
It's been around.
He kind of came in and disturbed us. You know, I said, "Come on, Levon, you take my seat. I'll call it. I'll call it in. I'll go watch it." No, you guys work. So Queen, and again, this is all. Well, no, what exactly? Let me correct myself. Queen C2 is a novelty.
Now we have H4. Wow.
And Arena.
Going for it.
There we go.
Doing
And
her best Carissa impression.
I was about to say.
Or I should say the best Alpha Zero impression.
Let's get some action
throw
going
the H
on
the board if you need to create some problems for your opponent.
Nice.
By the way, you talk about openings that have been studied very, very carefully.
Right.
That one, they had to.
Right.
You know, very, very carefully, very, very well. And then we said, then there are those that top players don't study so carefully. There's too much to know. You pick a line in some obscure variation, you play it, you say, I'm okay here. I don't need to look any further. The odds of seeing it on the board are so slim that I'm wasting my time. Well, right now, Lanier Dominguez is wasting his time and wishes that he knew a little bit more about this line, because it did happen after bishop to b7. He took some time, he castled, and Danya did castle queenside. Again, rare sighting. This variation has been played a couple of times, but nobody looks at this kind of obscure stuff. You say, I'll figure it out at the board. Danya has 125 and 36 left. Already, Lanier down to 55 minutes in 10 moves. He's 30 minutes behind on the clock. Danya has been sitting back saying, that prepped worked. Absolutely. And Dominguez has got to feel a little bit ill at ease. I would, for sure. When somebody's castling queenside, your knight's about to get kicked out of the middle. He's got the two bishop advantage, especially that light square bishop that's aimed directly at my king. And we know he's going to play for d6 and c5 at some point, although that does bury this bishop. But the rooks are coming. Easy, clear play. And I don't see how I just get the guy. I've got to actually consolidate the position. That is Dominguez's task right now as one of the best players on the planet. He's going to say, I've got to shut everything down in the next few moves and then say to him, a pawn is a pawn is a pawn. That's a direct quote from Yasser Seirawan. Can he make that happen, as he's going to have to do it with the relentless ticking of the clock?
And by the way, I'm hearing that John Berg has blunder.
Oh, no.
Really?
Blunder against Wesley
So. Oh, boy.
That's a big development. Let's see what happened there.
Boy, and I was just about to make a nice presentation.
And he looks pretty affected, it seems like.
Okay, so where is
What
Wesley?
just happened there?
Wesley, I think you're at the bottom. John Berg, blunder alert.
Bishop takes c6.
So all pretty standard up to this. Bishop c6, bc6, and queen c2. We talked a moment ago about desire to get rid of this knight on e4, whether it be with bishop c2, rook e1. Queen c2 does that. John is eyeballing a double attack as well as this. Probably he thought that Wesley was going to capture. Wesley said, no. If you want my pawn, go ahead and capture my pawn on c6. But I don't think you're going to like the resulting positions. Let's
so
take a look.
What is the point of that?
I'm thinking rook e6 and c5.
Just like that, huh?
Just simple chess, if you like. Well, first of all,
Queen to a4.
Yeah, it's like it's not like your queen has a great deal of choices of where she wants to go. Now, rook g6, you've got your rover already, but I'm thinking this bishop is kind of like a sleeping missile, on this g1 diagonal. If you
and you think you have enough for the sacrifice pawn?
I don't think it's fair to call this a blunder.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe, even if you say it's a bad inaccuracy, it may be a bad move. It may throw everything into
John
black's
wants
play.
to win a pawn.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is,
I don't see it as a blunder.
Blunder is one of those where you just drop material.
You drop material for no reason.
Right, exactly.
Here, White's winning material, but maybe a bad judgment.
Maybe giving bad judgment, bad, maybe even a bad position. Maybe Black gets all this play, and we have to prove the play. But a blunder we expect to see mathematical.
I dropped a
like
nine.
this is what this is a blunder, double question mark, because this and this and this just happened. You lost a piece, you lost a material.
We've been tricked once again.
Once again,
by our producers.
Oh my gosh.
John, Tom called this a blunder. He's been working with the new chess terminology, and he's fooled us with blunder. But it's a bad move for white, but not.
I want to
quite
turn
a blunder.
our attention because we've been talking about and the names of openings. One opening, and Lajos Portas said it very well about Evgeny Sveshnikov. He said to Sveshnikov, congratulations. You got your name in the history books. You were the last to discover something extraordinary, which is the Sveshnikov. Now, as cool as that was, I'm a big fan of Jabba-Dabba-Doo, Alex Shabalov. And Shabalov is just great on the American circuit. He's won every American Open at least twice. And how does he do it? Well, by playing razor-sharp openings and razor-sharp defenses. And what is one of his specialties that he's cooked up? And I don't know why it gets this particular name. The Kalashnikov. It's not the Sveshnikov, it's the Kalashnikov, the famous machine gun developed by the Soviet Army. Why it's called the Kalashnikov? I don't know. Just sounds cool. It's like
I think it's just because it looks very aggressive, right? It just opens up the position as soon as possible. It just shoots down at the central pawn of white.
Exactly. So
must be a Russian that invented it, by the way.
Right. Two very aggressive players. Tatev on the white side. She goes back to her traditional 1e4. By the way, she had a little bit of a romance with knight f3 and d4. Lasted. She did okay with it.
She did great.
But she missed her true love. 1e2, e4. And we have the Kalashnikov on the board. Do you know anything about this? I mean, have we got to dial a friend?
Not so much.
Call
but
Shabalov and
right now it seems like white is going to be focusing on the control of that d5 square, of course, and black potentially is going to focus his forces on attack on the king side. Queen to h5, unfortunately that's not possible right now, but we see the move queen to e8 with the idea that you're just pointing out right now.
Maybe with
either bishop g4 or knight h4, knight f5, knight f4. I do like that plan with knight h5, knight f4.
Okay.
The knight on c2 also protects those important dark
d4
squares,
square.
b4 and d4, especially that square on d4. So it's a very complex game, very tense position right now.
Okay, and the lifetime scores between these two champions?
Well, they haven't played that often.
Not a lot. Only 4 games. I thought that they would have been such, first of all, Olympic teammates, as well as rivals in these women's championships, as well as rivals on the Open Tour, that they would have played a lot more against one another, but only a few. And Tatev has
bested her once, and then
that was it.
3 draws.
3 draws. Okay, we'll keep our eye upon that. And one of our favorite segments, we really do enjoy this. So I want to encourage everybody. We've got Kostya monitoring the social media, and you can reach out and quiz us and ask us any questions you'd like. Christian.
Specifically on Twitter, you can use hashtag US Chess Champs, and we will answer as many questions as we can, and we have one right now.
From George.
What do our commentators think of the Norway chess-style Armageddon playoff when the game is drawn? Would it make the US Chess Championship an even more exciting event?
Okay, so if I may, I am a very, very, very big fan of the change. So the idea of the Norway chess organizers was like, draws are the most common results in chess, but they're, in a sense, dissatisfying for the chess fans. They want a victor. So after a drawn game in the Norway chess, the players would immediately thereafter, with the same colors, play a single Armageddon game to kind of break the tie and get an extra point on the cross table. I love it. On the other hand, the U.S. Chess Championship is not only prestigious for the national title, but in many ways it's a qualifier for the FIDE World Championships. And I always think that whatever the qualifier does should reflect what the World Championship Championship is all about. And Armageddon is not featured in those. So
cycle. Yep.
on a non-FIDE event, a national championship, why not try it? Absolutely. At a Singfield Cup, absolutely. Private events, but in the U.S. Championship, I think it would make it more exciting, but I don't think it's appropriate.
I think he touched on all important points. I do love the format. I love the Bilbao scoring system
Also,
as well.
the football scoring
But
system.
this is a
soccer.
national championship. After
Right.
all, you want it to be very tense, very competitive, have a point behind the leader going into the final round. You want those type of tense situations going into the final round. As you mentioned, the similarity between this and the World Championship cycle has to be preserved. So I don't like the idea for this one, but for any private events, go ahead. I love it.
Absolutely. Maurice, jump in if you'd like.
Right, for the U.S. Championship, it's not appropriate. You guys made that point. Overall, I am not a fan of this particular one, the particular tiebreak system. I'm a bigger fan of one that was proposed by Rustam Kasimdzhanov, a former FIDE world champion, Rustam Kasimdzhanov, where you play a game, and if it's a draw, then you reverse colors and keep the timers on the clock and continue to play. That way you're not playing an Armageddon game, you're just playing a regular game, but you just have to play again with colors reversed until somebody wins. Now, there's the issue of what if that's a draw? You've got to turn the board around again. Sooner or later, you're going to get to no time on the clock, and that's going to be a challenge for the arbiters. And you know, those arbiters, they hate when you say something, they go, oh man, now we got to actually get up and work? What are you talking about? But I really am a big fan of that, and I've tried it before in a tournament I sponsored at the Marshall Chess Club. And the player said, yeah, it's no problem.
It was well received.
And then even here at the St. Louis Chess Club, they did an experiment with it. And the player said, yeah, it was no problem. You just do it. And they play more aggressively as well because you know you can't just draw because the colors are just going to turn around and you're going to keep on playing. So that's the system I like. But what I'm a big fan of is experimentation. Please keep going as the fans really want to see decisive games. And that's a good way. There are many ways to get decisive games as opposed to, or at least a decisive result, as opposed to having to notch a draw on the table. Take a look at this position. After H5, we were talking about time. And we know Zatonsky definitely is a time pressure. You didn't like the word addict, Yaz. You tried another word.
Mismanagement.
Aficionado.
We mismanage our clock.
Well,
what do you do?
Whatever words you use, she is it. All of the above. Just combine all of them.
Right.
And she spent a long time here before. After H5, she had 108. She played queen to D8 at 45 minutes. 23 minutes on that move, and her opponent instantly played bishop E3. She could have played bishop E3 to attack the queen and test her, but if you're going to just drop your queen back, then I guess I'll just put my bishop on E3, and there is no test. And Carissa has 128. 128 and 9 seconds. That's 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes off her clock. Of course, there's the 30-second increment, but that's how fast she's been going. And Anna is back in the tank. She only has 41 minutes for the rest of the game. She's got 29 moves to time control. 29 moves, 41 minutes. We're right in the opening, folks. There's a lot of stuff that's going to happen. Yeah. You better start playing some moves because blunders, you talk about blunder alert, Yasser, you can start signing up for blunder alert in this game. Oh, yeah, it's going to be Yip versus Zatonsky. Yeah. Zatonsky's going to blunder in time pressure. You aching it already? Because, come on, you cannot play this kind of chess and hope to get away with it. She said she's off form. She also said, I need to play faster. Didn't she tell us that?
Yes.
And what is she doing now? Because she's not doing it right now.
All these aficionados are always saying the same thing. I just need to play fast.
Right. And then she also said, I've got 2 children. I've been busy with everything that's been going on in my life. And she confessed that she hadn't been studying as much as the other lady. So she knows she's in trouble with this preparation. I just wanted to quickly make a point. Arena Crush versus Ashritha. This is for first place that is going on in the ladies section. And after H2, H4, Ashritha said, that's a bad move. That's a bad move. And I'm going to punish you with the move E5, E4. If I get to play E5, E4, I'm going to dislodge this knight. This knight's going to go away. And as soon as the knight goes away, I'm going to go f5. I've gained the square d3 for my knight, and I'm picking up a tempo against the pawn on h4. And
Looks and sounds great.
It's a beautiful script. I get it. You know, I love what you're doing, except Maurice says one of the most difficult moves to see in chess is the retreating move.
Ooh, that's a blunder right there.
A blunder alert.
Why?
With the
Isn't
move,
the a-pawn hanging?
yeah, with the move knight c3, it drops back to hit the pawn on e4. It also it's a dual-purpose move. It hits the queen, hits the pawn on e4. So essentially, white gets to trade off her weak a3 pawn.
Queen a5 on the board.
For this gorgeous central pawn, and
My knight is
you
jumping.
know, knight d6
Combined with
h5,
h6.
h6. That is a huge trade in the
Big
favor
transition.
of Arena.
Big transition.
So I
Yeah.
think Ashritha will look at this trade and say, "Oh my God, that was not a favorable
missed knight
trade."
c3.
I think she missed knight
She
c3.
missed knight c3.
Jump back to the game of Danya. Sorry there, Maurice, to steal your thunder.
No, I just wanted to make the point about the
Please.
time pressure aficionado.
Aficionados, yeah.
As Christian has dubbed them. We know one of them stars is Lanier Dominguez.
True star.
It was a long, long time ago, like about half an hour ago. We mentioned Castles was on the board.
Right?
He still hasn't moved. And finally,
B3.
as I'm speaking, he played the move B3.
Oh my goodness.
B3 on the move, a 23-minute thing. He's down to 42 minutes. It's move 11. And you know, there's a famous quote I first read in John Nunn's book, Secrets of Practical Chess. Long think, wrong think.
Yeah.
These long thinks, they do lead to trouble in chess games. And this one, I'm looking at, this one is tricky business, right? Because what's the deal? Let's just find out. What has he got up his sleeve?
Queen G4 check.
Okay, you've got to check. King's got to move.
Knight D7 check.
Ooh,
Give me your queen.
D7.
Queen takes.
So
Eight.
everything is hanging on the fact that you're going to take this piece. Okay. Now,
D8. Exactly.
is it Bishop B2?
No, but then I can take on
No,
d7.
then you take on D7.
Take on D7. That
I
wins
got
2
it.
bishops. All
I
right. So
got it.
what are you going to do about the fact that you're about to lose an entire rook?
I think not queen g4 and knight d7.
Not Queen G4 and Knight
That's a rook.
D7.
So what do you have for D6? Is the queen trapped? Knight
It
D3
must be knight D3
takes,
and bishop
here
B2,
takes,
yeah.
rook A1.
Yep.
Yep, that's it.
That's sneaky. That's
Sneaky.
slick.
Backs
That's
up.
quite slick. It's a little dangerous as far as I'm concerned. Knight back, huh? What about bishop? No, but then you still have, wait a minute. What about this move? I guess you could, no, your rook's hanging. You can always move your rook just to say it's no longer hanging.
Right.
If that's the worst of the worst, maybe you're okay. B3. I guess he's assuming this is not a move that Danya looked at. I'm going to ask the engine.
I don't think it's a
And
good
the engine
move.
thinks just moving the rook into the middle
Exactly. Rook
brings,
E8,
brings
bishop-
a good game. Bishop
Bishop
B2,
D6.
D6
Oh, sorry.
now
Why
loses to queen G4
And knight
with,
C6,
with
yeah,
knight
knight
coming
D7.
and then your queen hangs.
But,
So,
but Bishop D6, I think.
Bishop
is-
d6 f4.
so
and
rook
I think
E8,
that's the critical
bishop
position.
D2, bishop D6, F4, G5.
Right.
Ruh-roh.
I'm liking what black is doing
Woo-woo.
after G5.
And the engine's saying just a slight edge for white, but I would not want to be on the side of the white pieces
No.
in this position. Black is getting great play.
Looks it.
Yeah, looks like B3 was not exactly. Let's go back and ask.
What
After
did
Castles,
the
the
engine
engine
like?
thinks D3 was the right way to play. Looks much more
Solid.
conservative and solid, but after a long think, B3 on the board, black with fantastic chances now to go for the initiative with the move rook to E8.
And a lot
Rook
of time,
A8.
and a lot of time on Danya's clock as we get ready for our break. First, a commercial message about Q Boutique.
Absolutely.
Christian.
Well, the holiday season is coming, Yasser,
What
and
goodies
we're
do
always
you have for
looking
us?
to get some new souvenirs.
Yes,
so
indeed.
You can go to QBoutiqueSTL.com. We have a lot of World Chess Hall of Fame
What am I
merch.
looking at actually right now?
We see a jacket or a
Nice,
vest.
but is that like a computer bag? Or
It
just
is
a
indeed, yes.
Backpack or computer bag
a computer bag.
featuring the World Chess Hall of Fame
But you can use it for anything.
Very nice.
We have a lot of things. Head out to Q Boutique, QBoutiqueSTL.com, and find whatever you like.
We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
Welcome back, everybody, to our continuous coverage here at the U.S. Chess Championships. We're in round number 7. We have a lot of tense games, but we do have a special segment. Brilliances versus blunders.
Well, we kind of mixed it up a little bit. We're not going to focus on the previous round. What we want to do is highlight after the halfway point our best, maybe the lowlights. Exactly. Yes. I'm going to start it off. I'm going to start off with the game between Wesley and Darush. I'm going to bring that up on my screen. And in this position, Wesley as white goes on to play a brilliant sequence of moves. Just pay attention how white repositions all of his pieces, his rook, his knight, and his bishop, to absolutely take complete domination. Rook g4 takes, and doubling up on the g file. With this move, rook g1, Wesley's looking at rook g7 check and an immediate win of capturing the bishop. After rook comes over, the knight on d3, which is a nice blockader, is actually much better placed on the e4 square. After knight f6, rook check, and look at this sweet little move, rook f7. Tying up black completely. The rook slides behind the knight, pins the knight to the rook, and Darush is really feeling it. After rook to h5, rook to g6, sliding down, threatening the knight. The knight backs up. Knight e4. Every one of white's pieces is making progress, whereas black is not. After the move, rook over to e8, the final piece of the puzzle, the bishop jumps into the game, and petite combination. After the move, rook h7, rook takes e7. I really thought that this was aesthetically pleasing. You don't even take the rook back. First, you take the pawn because the rooks can't escape. And after bishop takes h4, Darush said, I had enough. I want to go home. Maurice, what about you? What do you have for us?
Well, Tata Babramian was playing a fantastic game against Begim in round 1. She could have started off her tournament in fantastic style. And in this position, all she has to do is just take the pawn, knight takes, rook takes, and then pick off another knight. This would have been resignation. She would have been simply up an entire piece. What did she do? She played the move queen d2. This is not losing, but it's the trend where after going the wrong way, queen d2, knight e6, knight ec6, rook takes a5, and still much better, no question about it. But now suddenly a rook f2 threat, she thought the best way to deal with it was the move a3, and that was the huge blunder, rook f2. Now she's in big trouble. She needed to sack on b7 with some chances of bringing the queen to b4, a double sack actually, but she missed it, played queen takes, simply dropped the piece, and the final blunder was actually resigning in this position as she totally panicked when the attack was coming at her. Queen f8, d2, here she resigned. She could have actually checked and picked off this pawn. She might have lost some material, but still she was in the game, trying to fight in time pressure. Instead, she was disgusted by her play, compounded her previous blunders by blundering a resignation.
Yeah, that was huge. We were looking in round 4 to a mouth-watering matchup between the number 1 and number 2 rated players in the event, as Fabiano with the white pieces against Wesley. So Wesley actually had the white pieces in this game. Wesley's a pawn up, but that extra pawn is the doubled B pawns. And we were thinking that because of the damaged pawn shield in front of white's king, that Fabi would play the move f7, f5, bring his rook over in a rover, rook over to f8, rook up to f6, and rook over, and Wesley would be in trouble. That was at least our thinking. We were stunned when this move e6, e5 appeared. We said, wait a minute. This bishop on a1 is sleeping. Are you opening up the position? If that move doesn't work, you're losing, because after takes, rook e6, we looked at it and we said, oh my goodness, rook g1, advantage Wesley. No question about it. The king can skip away after rook g1. But even worse is rook d1. On his birthday, Fabi is giving him the present of a whole whole point, we thought Wesley was going to play rook d1 and win the game on the spot. Co-blunder alert. Captures on d6, ended the game in an immediate repetition, and the players drew, and the commentators were left scratching their heads. What was the number 1 and number 2 players doing in this game? It was a very, very strange game. What do you have for us, Maurice?
Well, numbers 1 and number 2 appeared also in the game with Irina Krush and Carissa. You have Carissa with the white pieces. It was a tussle in the opening. Irina was starting to right the ship, and here she played the move rook to d8. Instead, she played one of the most shocking blunders we've seen in championship history. The move knight to b4. Carissa was clearing out her eyes. Is this real? Because rook c8, and rook d4. Thanks for the piece. It's not my birthday, but I'll take it. Irina had to resign on the spot, leaving in disgust. An incredible blunder by the 8-time champion.
Let's turn our attention to a brilliancy for a change. And this was a game between Fabi and John Burke that was played in round 3. After the move queen d6, Fabi, who's a pawn up, gave back a pawn, to play this move b2, b3. And when you look at this move b3, at first it doesn't really resonate until you look a little bit deeper. It protects the bishop, which protects the pawn and the knight. With that whole queenside fix, look at all of these weaknesses on Black's king side. We start to see how Fabi can weave a beautiful line with queen f3 and d6. And that's exactly what happened. After queen c5, Fabi said, queen f3, give me, please, an opportunity to invade with the move queen f6. John said, gotta stop that. No way, I'm not allowing that. Now comes rook a6, and now we start to see some tricks with the base of d5, d6, looking at that rook. Excuse me, it's only give me the queen f6. I'm killing you over here. No, John said, I can't allow that. And no. It's all about this. Doubling up on the A file. Give me the brilliant play by Fabi, and after the move knight c8, he really topped it off with this accentuating move king h2. What on earth are you going to do? John said, I've had enough. I got no moves. I'm done. And that was a really nice example of brilliant play in the open section.
And the dominant play there, king h2, but we like this kind of dominant move that was shown by former champ Sabina Foiser against Tatev Abrahamian in this game. Just an incredible moment here. She realizes, I've got a dominating position. I want to play the move d5. I want to chase the knight backwards, but I can't do it right yet because bishop takes d5. I lose material. So instead, in this position, she said, how am I going to get that to work? I can't play c4 because if knight takes d4. How do I get it to work? What's the solution here? She found it with the brilliant retreat, queen to b1. That is stylish. That's an all-star move. Now, if the bishop goes back to its only square, now you get c4, there's no tempo with knight takes d4, and when the bishop drops back, d5, you can't take that because that's protected, and the pawns are just rolling. The move e6 is coming next. Look at that pin along the f line. This would just be all over. Queen b1, one of the great moves from the tournament, no question about it. We can follow this just a little bit further. After queen b1, she played c4, and now in this position, she played the move bishop to d7, saying, I'd like a piece of your knight, just give that one to me. The queen went to a3 because of trying to avoid the pin, and then the queen jumped back to f5. This is how we like to see. It's like crossing over in basketball. Back stutter step, and the queen's back. She went on to win an amazing game. That was a brilliant performance by former champ Sabina Foiser.
Those were the highlights and lowlights of the first half. We're looking for much more highlights. Do we have them, Christian?
Well, we have some very interesting games, and one of the games that I want to point out is the one between Fabiano Caruana, who desperately needs a victory against the leader, one of the leaders, Ray Robson.
Let's jump to that game. Where exactly are you?
That's going to be the third game in our list.
Right there. Okay, so this was the novelty alert. Right here, we've seen this rather new approach, I want to say, with knight to d7.
Yeah, immediate approach.
With the Botvinnik pawn triangle of d3, e4, and c4. The weak square is the d4 square. So it's very common to see as kind of a maneuver where somehow the second knight gets to the d4 square. But that's not what the move knight d7 was all about for Ray. What Ray wanted to do was open up the position with the move f7, f5, as we're about to see. And you know, that has, it's a double-edged sword. You do open up the f-file, half-open f-file, and you
towards
do.
the white king.
But look at that lurking bishop on g2. That bishop on g2, that says, thank you for the diagonal. You're opening up my diagonal. And this knight on c3, it said, before, I was exclusively a d5 kind of piece.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I go, d5. But when you play f5, you suddenly say, well, you've got a choice. e4 squares can be really, really good squares for knights as well. And let's see where it goes. Castles, f4, very common for white in the Botvinnik pawn triangle to reach out for the f2, f4 takes. Ooh, that was actually a very interesting move.
c3 is
yeah,
strange, right? Because you still have that diagonal a7, g1 to maintain the activity of your bishop. It just feels so strange that you're just going to willingly give up your bishop pair like that, with the position after this inclusion of f5, f4 opening up very soon. It's going to get open.
Right. Very intriguing decision. So bishop takes c3, and I was thinking more like b takes c3. Oh, excuse me, the pawn is on h3.
It is.
So I have to do it this way. No choice. I have to recapture with the knight. Immediately. By the way, was it from the Singfield Cup? I think it was Wesley So versus. He had the knights on e4 and d5, did Wesley. And he went like rook b6, and he hit a pawn on d6, and his opponent resigned in the Singfield Cup. Was that against Darvish? But okay, the knight.
No, against Darvish was a bit different. I think that was Berlin.
Okay. The knight is now on the e4. There isn't a second knight on d5. And after h7, h6, Ray obviously did not want to see knight g5 hitting his light square bishop. We are caught up with the players. My first impression is I love white. I like the two bishops. I like the bishop on g2. I love the knight on e4. Yeah, let me catch up with development, though, by the way. I haven't, my queen and rook, bishop e3, queen d2, rook e1.
Yeah.
Those are really standard moves on my agenda.
And then it feels like at some point Black is just simply going to run out of moves. You're going to have to
go like queen
create something.
Right, queen
d5, but d5, opening up the position even more. It doesn't feel like the right thing to do.
You don't want to touch it, right.
You want to take on f4? Not really, because that's going to give another square for my bishop, and then potentially if one of your knights lands on e5, I can start pushing with d4. So that's an option for white as well. It seems like what? Whoa, just as
By the way, you said, I think it was a giveaway in what you said, is Ray doesn't want to take on f4 because I will recapture with the bishop. My bishop has a better square.
Exactly, defended square.
A defended square. But this move, g4, actually is strategically forcing move.
Right.
After g4,
you have to
f5 is resigned.
Yeah.
If you let white play f4, f5, no. I mean, it is over. You have to take, and that was why we understood the move g4 by Fabi. Ray had to do something maybe he didn't want to do. Maybe he didn't want to take on f4, and Fabi said, no, you have to. I will recapture with the bishop, and you will accelerate my development because I'll start to play moves like queen d2 and bishop takes h6. And what an important game this is, Christian, for our standings.
Oh, huge game. We see Ray Robson in the co-leadership position with 4 points. Fabiano Caruana needs to find those elusive victories because he's very far away from the leaders.
If Fabi could win, he goes up to 3.5. He keeps Ray harnessed at 4, and he's just hoping for a lot of draws with the other players that are above him. But he needs to put he castled short with two losses. He needs to castle long himself with 3 wins. Does Fabi to get himself back in contention. This game is huge.
Huge. Another huge game for the standings is that matchup between John Burke, the lowest rated player in the event, versus Wesley So. With the black pieces I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that I believe Wesley is going to take a conservative approach. He did not. You guys did not agree with me.
Of
you
course
guys
not.
said that Wesley had to pounce
Right.
on John and take the full point.
He did.
Let's see what's happening in that game.
That's
Okay.
what's happening. He's pouncing.
Jumping over to you, Maurice. Take it.
Oh, you can have it.
No,
Yeah,
so we take C6.
I'll be a gentleman today.
All
and let you
right,
have it.
rookie
Rookie
six.
six. This is
As-
all stuff we looked at actually.
And C5. Yeah, blasting open. You know,
and takes happen.
Oh,
D-Take
it's-
C5
excuse
is
me.
on the board right now.
And it's sort of like, to my eyes, when I look at a position like this, I say, these guys haven't even got out of their barracks.
Right.
They're stuck at home.
But it's still
on
a full
A1.
point, full pawn.
What are you, Yasser Seirawan? I mean, if Yasser,
I like the pawn.
Yasser is telling you
I
he
like
doesn't
pawns
like
as
this
well.
pawn,
I
then
like
you
pawns
shouldn't-
as
Well,
well.
you're not the president of the Pawn Grubbers Club.
Absolutely not.
Yasser is the president.
Oh,
and if the
my
president of the
goodness.
Pawn Grubbers Club saying, that's not a pawn we take.
Don't go here,
We're not
fellas.
voting on this motion. We don't need to because that's not a pawn we take.
This is not going to be a democracy. What are we
Maybe
going to do
that's
about
just
Rook?
lack of political experience. on my
Exactly.
part.
What about Rook G6 and just start saying, look, it's all about the fact that I've got
Immediately, Rook G6,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm just thinking.
No, but he took on C5, yes. Come
Oh,
on.
he did? Oh,
This
he
is so
did.
crystal clear.
That's
You're
true.
going to plunk a knight on D3 like
I think he took it
Kasparov
with the bishop,
did.
by the way.
Huh?
No, I
No,
thought
with
he
the
took
knight,
with the
with the
knight.
knight. He took the knight.
He did it because it was a tempo.
Look,
And now-
I hear Kasparov, Karpov Kasparov, was it the 16th game?
At the Moscow World Championship.
The knight's going to land on D3 and it's going to be an octopus. Oh man, the queen went to F4. That's even more a reason the knight's going to go to D3 later. It's going to be with super tempo on everybody when it lands there. John
John is
watch
really
your back.
waving.
Oh, man.
Yeah, John is really waving a red flag in front of an angry bull here. I don't know. I'm thinking like no, Bishop E4. Unfortunately,
I think you
with
can go knight G5.
Exactly. That was party pooper.
And I do believe this is John's point, but Bishop G6 just simply defends that critical F7 point, but also
And
knight D3 is coming.
no question that knight D3 is coming. What could John?
And the question is, how do you develop your pieces as white?
I'm not happy.
Knight
Okay,
D4.
that is at least a tempo. What I'm really no seriously, knight on D3. I agree, it's a great piece, but the piece I'm really afraid of is the bishop on A7.
Correct.
So if I could go knight D4 and just humor me for just a second, if I was in John's position, I would make a rush to eliminate this bishop, even if later it costs me a pawn. And I get to control the D4 square. You go, look, I was already a pawn up. So I think
It means
we
that
need
this
something.
position is very concrete.
Yeah,
you have to
I
find
think-
something right now.
I think we need something a little bit more crisp and favorable for Wesley after the move Queen F4.
By the way, maybe
Yes.
just bishop to E4.
Well,
Knight
that
G5,
was the knight G5.
and then just give the F7 pawn.
Is there any reasons
Rook
to
G6.
include bishop to D3? In other words, put the rook on E1 where it's not defending F2.
I feel not, because after bishop to D3, also you can play the move knight D4.
Okay, but then we can trade. No. I take a rook. And
No, you can't play knight D4.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep,
you,
yep.
Sorry, let me inform the audience what I mean. Is if I take your rook, you've lost in exchange. You can't take my rook. I've got a tempo. But okay, so here's what I was thinking. You could play bishop D3. You could tease the rook to the square E1. Now it makes all the difference in the world when we
bishop
read
G6.
bishop to G6.
Talk
because-
about a super tempo.
Yeah.
And I said the knight is like an
Bing, bing,
octopus.
bing,
How many
bing.
things is it going to attack in one move? The two pawns, the rook, the queen, and the bishop. Oh, three pawns. Whoa.
That bishop D3 is the money move.
That is an all-star
So
piece.
the knight can move to 8 squares. When the knight gets to D3, it's hitting 7 white units. It's like, what?
Actually,
And by the way, we do
it's
have
got to be
bishop
6 white units because it's moved off its own individual square.
That's true.
So 6, but still, 6 is enough.
And we do.
And we do have bishop to D3 on the board. That's a scary move. By the way, rook to D1 allows an instant bishop E2.
Oh, that's even.
That's an
nasty
important point
too.
because now your rook, a full rook indefensible. There's nothing on the board that can defend that rook.
And knight d3.
And with rook e1 really shows our point, as then knight d3.
I think you have to give up the exchange.
I do too.
Knight d4.
This is one of the wonderful things about chess is sometimes chess is such an easy game. It's such a logical game. You go bishop d3. You get the rook off the e-pawn. Then you
go
move to
bishop
and then you go
g6.
knight d3.
And you win the game.
And you win the game. And you brush yourself. And then you get moves that, you think to yourself, I'll need 5 years to understand what the guy was thinking when he played that move. And you still, Fabiano came in at the studios talking to Maurice and said, and in your game with Wesley, when you played the move d5, why did you do it? I don't know. I can't explain it.
By the way, you guys suggested a move I would be terrified to play.
What's that?
This move, what did you play? Knight d4?
Knight d4, yeah.
Right.
What if he plays rook g6 against knight d4?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, you can even take the rook on f1 first if you want.
Yeah, but I think there's also good reasons to think
He's
about
trying
this.
to checkmate us.
Yeah.
I would just be terrified.
Look,
there's no
it looks
development.
bad.
Look at my bishop on c1, rook on a1. You know Wesley's licking his chops right now.
Right.
Instead, there's another move we have seen on the board. The rook did not move. The knight did not move. It looked like
B4.
pawn to b4.
I wanted to say, I think that this is probably White's best move. Give up the exchange. Take my rook. I'm going to take the knight. Why did I sacrifice the exchange? Well, I do have a beautiful square for my pieces. The bishop on c1 now has a role. Whether it's good or not, I don't know.
You can't have this.
No.
I mean, that's great. Why would we?
Oh,
no,
sorry.
that's
You're
unacceptable.
arguing that this is too much compensation.
Oh man, I mean, I guess you could. It is an exchange.
You think you should maybe drop the knight in on e4?
That would be the direction I'd be going.
And be thinking, okay,
I get the
got
exchange
F2,
anyway. Mm-hmm.
But how does this line go? I've
So
got
you take
knight
with the
g5.
pawn. You take with the pawn.
Okay, knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, knight g5. Gift me the pawn.
So what if I go rook to g6 now?
Rook to g6. That's a pity because I was about to play bishop to e3, but now my knight would be undefended.
This looked dangerous, by the way. Queen f7, queen f4 coming back. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about
Now you
this.
stop yourself.
Forget about it.
Sorry. One of the, I really do enjoy it, I must say. I'm not addicted. I'm not addicted, but I do like the puzzle rush challenges.
Yeah.
And I get those ones easy. I hate it when they throw in a study. You have all of these
Yeah,
tactical
why would you do
puzzle
that?
rushes. Then you have the most horrifying
It gets harder
16-move
and harder.
study.
Yeah.
Like what? But queen takes g6.
Christian,
I
you
get those.
just gave Yasser a reason to smile and show off. What are you doing, blundering stuff?
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's a good thing, Maurice.
Hold on, but we're not finished with this line.
I know you're not.
I think after queen takes g6 is pretty much over.
No,
But
well,
don't play
that's
rook.
finished, of course.
That's finished.
I'm talking
Don't
about
play-
this line. So the rook has to back up. Let's play a logical
Okay,
move.
so I have to move my rook. Now I'm not really worried about the rovers anymore. But
hold
queen
on,
d4, there's a rook hanging.
There's a queen D. Yes, could
There's
we
a bishop
continue the line, please?
d4.
No. I wanted to play queen d4. Why are you busy
But
playing?
queen d4, bishop e3.
That's
This
covers
is true.
everything.
This is
But
true.
this one-
Are you sure it covers everything?
I think so.
I'm
no,
not-
but you're right. That move is better. Bishop d4 is better.
Okay, so what I'm going to
Because I'm going after the e pawn as well. The e3 pawn, the e4 pawn.
Is that
The e5 pawn. Woo! The e5 pawn is what I'm after, but bishop d4 does it better.
Right. I like that. I think it's time to give up the exchange, but I'm not happy. I think this is Wesley all the way
Bishop takes f1.
Now we finally take on f1.
because I do. If I do get knight take, but I'm afraid that you've got a good move here.
I've got
Maybe
bishop d4.
That's the good move that I was most afraid of. Rook d1, you can take on f2. That's Johnny Ball game for Wesley. If you can play bishop d4, and win the e5 pawn.
Yep.
Let me help Maurice out. I love that one.
We're probably going to see some sort of an endgame after bishop takes d4 at that point. Take, queen takes c4, but that should be a technical win for him.
But
we love
here, I think here's an important lesson for our viewers. We just saw the move bishop d3, and imagine that our viewer had played the move bishop d3, and the rook didn't move, and your opponent played b4. Don't be quick and capture that rook, because at the end you saw Maurice back it up, say, wait a minute, that's a really good compensation after b takes e5. Stop and say, what is my opponent doing? He's going to take my knight, and then you start to realize that knight e4 is the correct move. That's the money move.
I had a
Maurice.
game against Michael Betzold, a grandmaster from Germany. This was in a tournament in 1998 in Bermuda. And it was a super critical game for me. If I'd won the game, I get my grandmaster title. Oof. And I had a bishop on e3. And he played a move. The bishop on e3 was hitting the rook on c1. And I would get an exchange.
Right.
And he ignored it. And I was like, the rook is sitting there. I could take the exchange, or I could take a pawn in the middle of the board, keep my beautiful bishop on e3. And this is the grandmaster title I'm looking at. Like, this is the grandmaster title. And there's an exchange sitting there. Man, that's a good-looking exchange. And I sat and I thought, and I just went deep into the position. I said, all right, I'm going to take the rook. And it wasn't a blunder, but it just simply threw away all my initiative instantly. And now he was the one who was playing with the position. Getting material was irrelevant here. It was all about taking the pawn, maintaining my dynamic opportunities, the pawn on d4, the bishop on e3. I would have been in just a great position. I wouldn't be winning, but I would have a great position with lots of chances. Sometimes when we get to a point, we think, I want to be winning. I get the exchange, and that's permanent. But chess is a mixture of the material and the dynamics. And that's just the reality. And you have to trust when your play is just your play, it's fine. You don't have to regret, oh, I could have taken a rook. Forget the rook. Play dynamically. So here, Wesley with the choice of taking that exchange, yes, it's an exchange, but that position you showed, Yaz, with that compensation with the knight on b3, the dark square domination for white with the knight on b3, the other knight coming to d4, potential f4, f5 action as well. That position, Wesley's checking it to see if he can disrupt it, right? Because you should show that, Yaz, that position on the board, if you can.
I'm just going to bring it
come
up.
back to it.
Where is it?
There it is.
There it is. Sorry.
So let's take a look. Bishop f1.
b4 takes
You've got to take on
c5.
c5. You cannot let that knight move.
The bishop is hanging. Your bishop doesn't want to go to e2 where it can be tickled as well as the rook. So the bishop, we withdrew the bishop all the way back, and suddenly this bishop is kind of blocked.
Now Wesley's checking this because the knight is the thing that's holding the pawn in place at the moment. So he can now play bishop c4 and say, well, maybe, although he has to deal
then knight d4
with knight d4 as a move, as well as bishop e3. So he's checking right now, just is this going to hold? And he's checking beyond this. He's not looking at just this one move, knight d4. He's saying, I'm up in exchange for a pawn for a while, but is it real that I keep some kind of edge? And he's going to look, because it is an exchange.
Right.
We can't just throw it away. And here, Yasser, you're trying to sack back in order to check the dynamics here as well.
Exactly.
So Wesley is looking and looking and looking because it's a permanent situation. And if he's not satisfied, then he'll play knight to e4. But he's not just going to take the rook because it's a rook.
Exactly. I wanted to turn our attention to the Lenderman game very quickly. Did you have another game?
That's
first?
the one.
Oh,
That's
that was the
going
game. Because our tournament co-leader, Alex Lenderman, is playing
doing really well right now.
Interesting that you put it like that, because I thought he was doing even better a moment ago. When we had left it, I think, just more or less after the move bishop d7. And we said, well, what was White wanting to do? White wants to play f3 and e4 and bring his rook into the game.
Yep.
Well, he played a rook in the game, and Jeffrey made a move, well, maybe he wasn't very happy to make. He played the move bishop e7, bishop d3, rook c8. I feel that Jeffrey is definitely floundering a bit here. He played the move bishop e6. And
the problem in the position is that you don't have space to maneuver your pieces.
Precisely.
There's no space, and white can do whatever they want. Bishop to e5, knight f4, you can go f3, e4, or you can even go f4, f5, get even more space.
What I wanted to say.
Let's see how the game proceeded.
Exactly. Henry Nelson Pillsbury, an American original, a remarkably gifted man. He was unknown. He went to Hastings, a big tournament, celebrated tournament in Europe, in England, and he came out of nowhere and he won the tournament. So Henry Nelson Pillsbury was famous for playing whist as a form of bridge, chess, and he had this gift for very long words. So he would look at a list of 50 words, he would be playing whist, he'd be playing chess, and somebody would say word number 49, and he would say anti-disestablishmentarianism. It would go like, wow, he got that one. Okay, he'd be playing, and so on and so on. So he was a remarkable player, and we Americans learned the Pillsbury attack, okay? You put the bishop on e5, you got the pawn on d4, and you played f4.
And f5.
And because black has no space, this bishop, you can't play, for example, a move like knight d7 because you notice the bishop has no moves, and f5 would win a piece.
It looks horrendous.
So after the move f5, the immediate follow-up is then to play f5, knight f4, and the Pillsbury attack with rook f3, and
finish the game.
Finish the game. Turned out, St. Louis Chess Club was hosting a lady who was a direct descendant of Pillsbury. It was really funny, and she had come up to me. She says, "Is it really true? In my family, we say our great-grandfather had a chess attack named after him." I said, "Yes." You go, okay, the myth in the family name was upheld.
He did not go for f4.
He went for knight f4, which I think is a safe, maybe you might even say correct approach.
Playing more of a strategical approach.
But a very different, when I see this move, for example, most especially these last two moves, knight c3, a4, and rook e1, c1, I see a player who's not playing for the kingside attack. I see a player who wants to play the minority attack with knight c5 and b4. And I think there was an anvil over on the king side that should have been drilled upon. At the moment, I'm thinking it's more or less an even game.
But what if you just simply take the pawn?
Which, right away.
Take. You cannot take, that is true. You cannot take on e4 because of bishop to b3. That seems to be ending the game. But what if I go knight c5 first?
After takes.
Yes, knight to c5.
And then immediately knight to c5. Well, here I know that a lot of Queen's Gambit players have this attitude that if they can establish the control over the d5 square, they're happy. So in other words, if you take, I'm not going to take with a pawn.
No.
This is very very important. Don't take with the pawn
because
then you
c4.
you can't. Well, first of all, there is a tactic, but then you never get to use the d5 square anymore. You want to keep that square alive, and queen takes and Jeffrey's okay. We'll keep an eye on this game, but Maurice, back over to you. Pardon me.
Well, this one.
This was another.
We're talking about the game.
Lenderman versus
He's at the top of the.
Jeffrey Zhang, who's at the very bottom of the cross table.
That's hard to believe.
Yeah, and for Jeffrey, the remarkable thing is Jeffrey's just going, no. Lazaro Buzan has had the most quiet tournament of everybody. 6 draws.
Draw.
Jeffrey could jump to Lazaro and say, how's it going over here? He says, I'm not on the roller coaster ride that you've been on. Yeah, but I got the same number of points as you do.
Lazaro actually, and we can check that game as well because he's playing Sam Sevian, and Sam is definitely on the uptrend. He's having a good position.
Was that the Berlin? No.
No.
Oh, that was Sam Shanklin.
Very complicated. Some sort of a reverse Benoni type of structure situation that's hanging on in that position. But Maurice, you had something for us.
Yes, I decided to dig a little bit deeper with the engine for this position. Right. We had looked at some variations, and I wanted to confirm, were we good enough, good in our assessment? And it just said, yeah, not bad, but I got some tricks as well take a look. B4. First of all, it doesn't really like knight to E4.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Because of knight takes, pawn takes, knight G5, rook back, right? We got to this position, rook D1,
right?
Bishop to D4, and now it says, okay, you got your little attack going. What about me, though? Little checkmate in 2 threat. You've got to deal with it. Well, what about me? Another checkmate in 2 threat. You deal with that. And now it says, okay, now you can have the exchange and go for it and play this position. Now, that's a monster bishop on the square, no question about it, but it's kind of hitting at air. It's not really doing anything.
Right.
But you got to be careful for the dark squares in your position, as this bishop is saying, I've got a little something as well. And it says that this is advantage black, but not dominant advantage. Now, we don't obviously take black because we don't see the threats to black's position here and say, can I win this? This is a safe position to play. Up material in exchange for a pawn. But it ain't going to be that easy. We know it's going to be a fight unless we can somehow crack black's position. All right, that's one way to play. But the other way to play is to take the exchange and say, what happens here? You take it, capture here, and your key move is bishop to C4. Don't let white get away with the move knight B3 and just simply clamp down on all the dark squares. But the argument begins. Bishop to A3. I guard my pawn instead. Queen to E7. Now we grab this one. Now black is down 2 pawns for the exchange. It's 2 of them. 6 against 4. Black has to go get this material back. So black starts with rook to C8. Right? Aiming for a pawn. White says, I'll defend it. Black, oh, no. You're defending nothing. I'm going to take this pawn. And now the tricks start. You know these engines, they're tricky buggers. Queen back to F1. What a move. What? Can you, what?
Okay, what?
Maybe I could take this pawn.
Give me that.
Don't do it. Don't do it because knight D4 comes out of nowhere. Whoa, wait a minute. This bishop is pinned along this line 2 ways along the rook getting hit as well. You say, okay, fine. You know, you're a cute, smart guy, whatever. Boom! What just happened? Takes and knight back to B3 and suddenly white is back in the fight. Don't touch that pawn. Queen F1 was a nasty trick back here. Gorgeous. What can black do? Black says, well, this is attacked 3 times, only defended twice. Let me get my queen out of the way.
Right, let me dodge these tactics.
That was cute. Your knight's not getting to D4. That was really cute. And now white's in trouble. White can play a move like G3. Black will play H6. And now, finally, black says,
I'm ready.
That pawn is going. It's going to be mine. And what are you going to do about it? I think there was some move the engine played here, getting this pawn for this one, because the queen is actually eyeing this pawn.
Right.
And will win it, but black is going to have great play once the rook come off the board, and he's going to have a rook against this king that's exposed with a queen. It took a little bit of analysis. Now, by the way, I want to say the move number I'm up to is move 25. That was only 7 moves.
And Maurice, let's take it back a couple of notches. And when you play that move, queen to F1, can I play the move knight to D4? Or does that allow rook takes C5?
Rook takes C5 is crushing.
Rook takes C5.
Rook takes C5. Knight D4 right here.
Right.
And then boom! And allowing this.
Now if I take on C5.
With the bishop.
With a bishop. You take back with the rook. And now if I go knight to C6, what is your move after this?
Well, for the moment, your queen is hanging straight, right? All right.
Right.
Let's take a look.
Queen C7, maybe.
I'm
looks
thinking
like
Queen H4.
Queen H4.
Yasser
Give me the
Seirawan
F2
with some tactics.
Give me the
Look at
F2
this guy. Look at this guy.
Dialing.
Dialing.
Look at that.
I remember somebody was giving a brilliancy prize at the Sinkfield Cup, and we thought the commentators would see
No, but
Queen
this is meant by
E1
Queen F1.
before.
This is meant by Queen F1, Yasser.
Oh no, Queen F2.
Queen F1,
doesn't
Queen
want?
takes F2, and that's just an equal endgame. King
Yeah,
takes
what's this?
F2,
No,
rook takes
it's not-
C1,
no,
King E2.
No, it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Oh, Rook C1, I take the bishop.
No. No, but Queen F1, I would have to take the
No,
rook.
Queen F. Wait,
And
where
then
am I?
Queen
Where am I? Where am I?
F2.
My
But it's
here we
Queen
go.
and Bishop versus Queen and Knight, and it's a
No,
draw.
this I'm not happy with either.
Nah,
No,
this
we don't
is
want
a-
that.
So
That
you
was
just simply
style.
go Queen
That was
C7.
stylish.
I
That
got
was
style
stylish.
points. It
Yeah,
was
you got style points. You shocked us for a moment.
Good deal.
We had to
Good deal.
clear. We had to collaborate. But all right, we still didn't figure out what the move is here.
Okay.
Queen c7. No, Queen c7 I think just wins.
Queen c7.
That's so boring. What about Queen?
It is what it
What
is.
about Queen e6 to follow Yasser Seirawan?
Seirawan. It's similar idea. Looks good.
That works as well.
You mean as well?
Any move attacking the knight. Any move
I like those style points. Yasser showed this move. I like this one. Queen
post
e6.
up.
Any move attacking the knight wins.
Guys, I just got to turn our attention to a hilarious position.
Yep.
Because it really is a funny one. Cutes. Take a look at this game between Darush and Sam Shanklin. This was where Sam purposefully sacrificed his pawn on f7, to get a very active pieces for black. And check this out. A good general leads his army
That
in
king
battle.
looks exposed.
Then comes, how about that as a move? Knight b1.
Wow.
And you sort of like, whoop, whoop,
All right,
what,
let's
what?
exchange.
Well, first of all, c2, c3 is hanging in the air. Don't move back with the bishop. Not only is that pawn hanging, but the king being on d4 could be in trouble. But if you exchange, knight takes d2, and okay, whoop, whoop, whoop. Who's getting the active pieces? It's just...
It doesn't
in
even matter.
Berlin,
You have the majority on the king side, while black doesn't have a majority on queen side.
Well, the majority on the queen side, you're not going to make a candidate passer with. Over to you, Maurice. We're having too much fun with Wesley So's position.
No, we're having a lot of fun, but guess what? You know, chess is about accuracy.
Yes.
And stylish moves.
Dignity.
Stylish moves sometimes don't get the job done. We saw Queen H4, a good move, but not as much as we wanted. I decided to play stylishly.
Rook d1.
You know, but there's a rook d1. There's a rook d1.
Oh.
Whoops. Wait a minute. What happened here? Thank you very much. So Queen e6 does not work. It's not any move that attacks the knight that works.
Queen
no,
d7?
no.
Queen c7?
There are two moves. Queen c7 works, and Queen d7 also
correct.
works. No rook d1 for you. Knight's under attack, queen's under attack, rook's under attack, too many things under attack, everything shut down. All right, so style is nice, you know, if you were in a stylish suit, for example. But,
Accuracy.
hey, you better be accurate when you're playing chess.
Right.
Where's
Nice.
my
Thank you for
vindication points?
I just gave it
because
to
of
you.
honor-
Thank you, thank you.
I didn't have to mention it at all. You wouldn't
By
have
the
known.
way,
You would have gone right by.
I like the black with the black tie. Who picked out your outfit?
Myself.
Oh, get out of here. Nobody believes me. Nobody believes. Irina Krush, how
Let's
is
look
she
at that game.
doing?
Let's look at
Because
that game.
as we came on show, Maurice was saying that between Carissa and Irina, that rivalry and how it compares over the past 2 years.
She was looking really good.
When we left it, Ashritha had made, in our opinion, a mistake in trading her e5 pawn for the a3 pawn. And Irina, well, this is looking really good, right? Okay, knight got chased, but I can imagine that Irina's looking to play check, put the knight on d5, and combine it with the move h6 and create a weakness that she can gnaw upon. Queen a4. Offering a trade, please.
Trade the queens.
Let me get out. No, I would never trade queens. Queen e2, natural move by Irina. She's looking to preserve the queen, perhaps played for knight d4 and queen g4. I love what white is doing. Ashritha says, look, I got to trade some pieces. Whoa.
That is the move. That is the move. Allowing knight c3. Let's see what happens.
A rook d5.
Nah, she couldn't have blundered. No way.
Whoa, rook d5. Is that the first move that comes to your mind?
Absolutely not.
No, rook d5.
Not
So
the first,
what
not
am
the second,
I
not the
missing?
third. Knight
What
c3, probably you just want to give up that exchange. Queen
How?
d3
Just
or
want
something
to?
along those lines.
Did
I mean,
we-
you're forced at this point.
Oh, yeah, we're forced. I'm not sure we wanted to, but we sure. Rook e8.
And maybe she's looking for some
Just a second.
styling points with h6, knight g7.
Ooh.
Is that what she's looking at?
What is that? What is-
h6 with the idea.
I got queen c6 coming. so.
I don't want to play g6 and allow knight g7. I'll give you that one.
Well, queen
But will
c6.
I'd much rather play
I don't
queen
like it.
c6
I don't
instead.
like it. So maybe I can start with knight d4 first.
First of all, which knight? Because you've got two
The
knights.
three. Knight.
No.
The
Queen D1 check.
problem
Queen D1
is-
check. Queen H5.
If you move this
the problem.
knight,
Yeah,
whoop,
that's a problem.
I understood you wanted to do that. Well, that was why you wanted to sneak in H6.
Exactly.
You wanted to sneak in H6 so the H pawn wasn't vulnerable. Nice. Okay, but
What's funny about that line
Which one?
is the same line. Knight to D4, Queen
Yes.
check, King up,
yes,
Queen check,
yes.
King G3.
Ooh.
You're pinned, and you're threatened with Knight E7 check, winning the Queen,
Right.
right? In
Right.
addition to Knight takes E6, so 2 threats.
Right.
So don't try to prepare with Queen G5.
Right.
When you can play Queen F7,
Okay.
But now
blocking,
Knight D6.
blocking everything. But now Knight D6,
D6.
and now, I guess the Queen to D. What a Queen!
I
Queen
mean,
to
what,
D7. Queen D7. Yeah.
No, I was gonna go Queen check, and
But F5, I pick up your rook.
wait,
no.
Yeah,
Christian,
You put my king on F3.
old school sneaker.
No, Christian. Sometimes you don't
You did
reach
not touch
for the
that
material.
I saw your trick.
He's been around me
In a
too
bullet
long.
game, you would have taken that rook so fast. I'll show it on the board.
So
you would have
this-
taken that so quickly.
This was
and
the
all of it
famous
is made.
game, Cristian Chirila versus Yasser Seirawan, that was played here at the St. Louis Chess Club sometime this year. Send that in to get rated, would you
You
please,
know what
Maurice?
this reminds me of?
Yeah.
That video on YouTube of one Maurice Ashley
Hustler?
in New York with a hustler.
Oh, yeah?
That somehow disappears a night or like two nights in one move.
Like what? In one move, 2 nights.
Go to Central Park.
Oh my God.
It was Washington Square Park, by the way. But that queen maneuver with the queen landing on.
Is this what we're doing, though?
that-
Because Irina's in this. She played Rook D5.
She
She's
plays
a-
rook D8.
No, she played Rook D8. She didn't even
D8.
bother to look at the
She
line with Knight
played Rook D8.
to C3. But we don't know. Are we still clear on this?
I'm not.
Can we please get back to this line?
I'm not clear at all because we are threatening Queen C6, and if we can trade queens, life is good. Blah,
But
blah,
then you
blah.
played Knight. But Knight D4 is not winning, was it? It was more like a draw.
I mean, Irina also has Knight D6 as
Right
well.
now?
That's
Yeah,
fine, but
because
then I
what
just
you
simply
want-
go rook E7.
No. The point is, I want to defend H5. So I was thinking I would go Knight D6, Rook E8. Now, in this case, Queen D4 check, pardon me, Queen D1 check, is not picking up H5. Of course, you're pinning me.
But you're setting up this pin on D file. I can retreat with Queen D7 now, right? That pins the knight on D6.
Okay, so I can go Knight here, and you say you
Queen
can go
D7,
back.
defending my knight on E6. I have to defend that knight on E6.
First of all, I can win your exchange. I can win the exchange back.
You can.
With Knight, and that's a
can.
good thing.
That's all you need to know.
But is that
That's
enough? I'm not convinced this is
Advantage
enough.
Arena, but
The
what
pawns
do
are
you
still
mean?
equal. The
But
pawns are still
But
equal.
what are you going to do?
your king is a little bit.
That is true.
There's a lot going on.
That
Your
is true.
pinned white pieces are all better, and and you're going to lose. It looks like you're going to lose.
It feels like I'm winning a pawn.
Feels
if you're
that
not, If you're not.
You will have that outside A pawn. I have to pay
and
attention
I'm
to.
going to
from a
have this
technical standpoint.
H6. Okay.
No, this looks great for white.
Again, we're having a little bit too much fun at the expense of Shritha here. Let's just see what is actually happening.
No, that was important. That was
Rook to D8
that was a
great.
massively important moment because she played Rook D8. She just ignored it.
Exactly.
It's massively. But wait a minute.
And
We must be missing
Another line.
something.
Queen and a queen, knight.
No, but rook E7 feels like one of the only moves.
right. Okay, I mean, I agree. You're getting really tied up, and
I mean, what do you do here? What is your next move?
Probably
by
rook
the way,
E8.
by the way, B6 would just allow Queen A8 check, which I
Rook
think is-
E8 loses material instantly in a terrible way.
It does. It does. No,
No,
it
takes
does.
takes
I like-
at minimum.
I like
H6
this.
Yasser likes. I mean, it
And
takes.
you were showing me a Knight G7
Precisely.
kick.
Okay, let me try
But
to be boring.
I don't understand.
Let me
Yasser.
try
Why
to be
don't you-
boring.
Why don't you just take the rook, play Knight D4, force King F7,
And now knight queen takes B7.
and there's a pawn hanging
Yeah,
with check.
yeah. No,
that's
this
just a freebie. By the way, sorry, there's more. There's more. There's more. I got this. Ooh, I got this. Queen E7
Yeah.
is met by Knight E6. Hello.
That's a nice one.
Hello. You like that one? Because King takes is a nice Queen D5 mate.
Right.
Yes. And Queen takes Queen is met by Knight D8. Can I get style points for that one?
Yeah,
please?
absolutely.
Can I get style points? Thank you very much.
We'll give it to you.
That's 2 gold stars. First for the checkmate, second for the royal fork.
Let me be boring and play B6. Defend my pawn. I know. All my pieces are hanging. B6 right now.
B6.
Now, you're asking for another
Boy,
tactic to hit you.
Tom, can we keep this guy from now on? I mean, he's like the straight man who says, like, beat me up, beat me up, beat me up.
This looks
okay.
awful.
It looks great for Arena, and in any case, Ashritha did not.
Yeah,
play the
we're
move.
not playing that line.
She
That
did,
looks too
in
good.
fact,
She played Rook D8.
Rook D8, and what happened thereafter?
That's it.
No
Nothing
move
has
yet.
happened.
I think Irina was very proud of her last move and all the ideas associated with it.
Right.
And Ashritha just spoiled the fun.
I know, party pooper.
Party pooper and played Rook D8.
And look at
Kudos to her.
how important this game,
Huge matchup.
Christian.
Huge matchup. Of course, we see Ashwita Eswaran in the co-leading situation with 4 points.
Undefeated, 4 points.
Irina Krush only half a point behind the leaders.
One single defeat for Arena, but she's looking to say, Ashritha, I want to leapfrog you. If I can win this game, I'll get 4.5 points. I'll keep you at 4. Katya, please draw. Carissa, please draw. And we'll make it a family of 3 at the top.
Irina looked wobbly at the beginning of the tournament. She lost against Carissa, but after that, it seems like she stabilized.
Yeah, that one move blunder was horrific, and she cleared her head very quickly after that one.
She's playing great chess right now.
Okay, after the move Rook D5, Rook D8, let's put ourselves in, and it looks like some very nice shoes indeed that we want to be in. As Arena's looking very good at the moment, how would you approach this, Christian? And what would you see as the most likely continuation, subsequent moves?
Well, I see that I want to get my queen to G4, right?
Yeah, that would be so delish, right?
Let me open up the option by playing knight FD4.
Right. The queen on G4 will hit the knight. More importantly, it's threatening this mate.
Precisely.
This knight on E6 is doing double guard duty, so a queen G4 would be lights out. So you're saying, let's move the knight.
Let's see how this plays out.
Let's hit this knight on E6. Let's prep the move queen G4. Now, and she's done it.
She just played it, yeah.
So because the knight on E6 is hanging, I can't take it. I lose my rook. I've got to trade rooks. Rook takes.
And I take with a pawn.
I got to trade knights.
I take with a pawn.
You take with a pawn.
Yeah.
And you're eyeballing. That's mate. I can't back up with a knight. That's
back
killing.
up. Whoa.
It's killing. It's
Queen
So you have to go queen E8,
Queen
right?
E8.
That's the only move.
Still in it.
But then I think I
Queen
go
E8.
king F1.
King F1.
Smart move because I was threatening knight to E.
No, never
knight
mind.
to D6.
King F1 I think is not very good.
What do you mean?
G6 I don't like after king F1.
Knight King
Because I don't have
F1.
knight G3 is what you were. I don't believe this.
Well, that's a check.
That's the
if
problem.
if you go back to G3, that's a check.
That's the problem. I was planning to go F3, but the problem is you just take
No,
on F5.
no. This has all the ingredients of a puzzle rush. I'll tell you one of
Where is it?
I'll tell you one of the things I have in mind here. Something like this. Can we imagine? Just play along with me for a moment.
D7, yeah.
Oh, you saw it already. I don't know if I actually finish
I don't
in
think
style.
it works, but
Why?
it's still nice.
It's
King G6.
King G6 is forward. I don't see it.
No.
Maybe you
Come
can.
on.
Maybe you can try to go G4.
Guys.
Just go G4.
F2 is hanging.
Ah, shoot.
Dude, what are you trying to do? You trying to get me killed? I can't believe I'm not mating you.
I don't think you
Are you serious? Why not?
Wait. Okay.
Where are you
going?
I'm warming up.
Oh,
King
you're
F7
going
is
back.
I'm going back. Yeah.
No, King F7 is forced.
Okay, well then I'll go here. Now you can't go to G6 anymore.
I cannot go to F8. I cannot go to. I have to go to G6.
Well,
But that just loses the piece. No,
Why?
it doesn't.
Knight G5. Oh, this one. Yeah, that's pretty sneaky. Yes. Very sneaky. Yes.
in the mortal words of Larry Christensen, getting you from behind.
Okay, but all these
Keep
moves,
going.
all these moves were
Keep
were,
going.
were
King
just
F5, and now you go G4, right?
Sweet.
No. Actually, no. Don't go for Queen takes E4 for some brilliancy prize because you might.
No, I could lose the ending.
You could lose that.
Queen takes
G4 and the game is over.
Oh, very, very nice.
No, but back up because all this is bogus.
Oh, come on.
Let us have our fun.
No,
Maurice.
the
Okay,
fans
I'm
want to
just
see
saying.
accurate moves,
No,
not bogus variations.
Okay, good. Show us some accuracy here, Maurice.
Well, Queen A2 is Knight C3. Like, why would I
just-
let you get away with stuff?
So then you want to go Queen C4.
The desirable move is, of course, D6. Kind of
work.
a combination of Queen C4, Queen A2. And by the way, that doesn't work because of this move,
just
right?
pick that guy up. Yeah.
And this was one of the reasons why I wanted to play D6. I was getting my queen out of the way with Queen A2.
Yep.
Should I maybe get my queen out of the way with Queen C4?
Maybe Queen C4. Yeah.
Does that have a sense?
And if,
So the
Well, there's
idea-
no more Knight C3, right? So
but what about
there's that.
those.
But there is a
combos.
Knight D2.
And
Sorry-
guys, by
sorry
the
to
way,
be a
after
party
Knight
pooper.
C3, maybe it's once again time to be boring and
play
pick up
Queen
a pawn.
takes A2?
Queen takes A7.
A7, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be the way. Because the Knight on D2 is stronger than the Knight on C3.
Exactly.
The Knight on D2 creates some tactics. But this one, I need two more
Just
moves.
take the pawn.
And
You
Queen
want-
A7, it's your Knight on...
Let's just take the pawn. Or
You
Queen
don't mind?
C4.
I'm dreaming that my D pawn, which is doubled by the way, we haven't seen a move from
We haven't.
Shritha
No. I mean, this
since
is a
knight
crucial
D4.
moment right now. She needs to calculate everything. And
And-
she's very close to being in deep trouble.
Exactly, because that move Queen E8 I have missed. I'll freely admit, when I saw the move Knight D4 by Arena, it looked like she had claimed the game. But Queen E8 does. I'm really stunned that White doesn't have a clean win right here.
It might
Why
be,
is it Queen
one of those
G4?
queen moves that does the job.
Why did we reject Queen G4?
I don't think we considered it.
Well, that was, you told me you want to get rid of the knight. To
get to G4,
To get to
yeah.
G4 and give a hockey mate, a hockey mate.
So what if I just simply go G6?
G6, I'm not
It
forced
looks
to move
ugly.
my-
I understand.
Now I'm threatening D7, and you can't take the pawn.
Look, this one
because-
is looking like black is hanging on by a thread.
right, like what?
Hey, but threads are strong.
Right.
So if you can hang on by one, then that's what you do.
That's-
I love the attitude she has right now, just digging deep. She's been a great defender, and it's right now that she has to find a move that we are not spotting that easily. By the way, before, we can get into this one,
Sure.
but there are two games that are important to our standing.
Absolutely.
And we need to look at these. I want you to take a look first at this one. Here, Wesley, like we are, we like rooks, but we like aggressive tactics even more. And he must have looked at Bishop F1 and decided it wasn't enough. So he decided here to play Knight E4, the move that we all liked for the dynamics. Knight G5, found by John, Rook E7, and it was right here that the youngster had to find the move Rook to D1, allowing Bishop to D4 with the Queen F5 and sharp tactics.
Right.
Now, we know he had to give up an exchange in that position, but he decided, I'm going to give you an exchange a different way. I'm going to play Bishop to B2. Now will you finally take my piece? And, you get your exchange, I get my Bishop and pawn, and let's go. Wesley said,
I love
sorry,
my
young
Bishop
man.
on D3.
No, my Bishop is fine. What's worse for you is this move. E3, special
Ooh,
tactical
delivery.
idea. What a move. Like, whoa, styling. Now the point.
What?
If takes, his point is, let's keep the action going with the move F6. What an all-star idea. Now if you take, of course, gift to me your queen in one move, and that's the game. E3 on the board, waiting for a response. What are you supposed to do as takes is possible? Takes is going to be possible as well in the second. Everything is going to collapse here. Where's your play? That's the main point to the move E3. Wesley going for it. This Bishop B2 was the mistake. Rook D1 is what he should have played. And he
What
did
a
take the pawn. So now
gorgeous move.
we're waiting for the amazing
Beautiful
F6 by Wesley So.
Wow.
Is she going to go for it?
This is going to go. If he plays
That
F6,
will be our brilliant.
this will be in our brilliant CLS for tomorrow. This is making Chess Center
Hold
top
on,
10.
hold on.
No
I'm
question
making
about it. Write it down,
another
guys.
note.
Write it down. While you
making
do that,
another-
I want to go to the women's game. The women's game, because Carissa Yip is playing like a boss. This is instructive. We missed a lot of this game. Let's not miss the moves that she played here. Let's take a look. Oh, I want to go back a little bit further. Right here. Her opponent developed pieces, brought the queen back, and now we see a mass jumble of pieces on this side. The main point of bishop to b1, and she said, excuse me, don't you dare castle this way with my pawn on h5, my bishop on b1. Queen d3 is going to mate you. Now that I've got your attention that you're not castling on the king side, how are you going to play this position?
Develop.
How are you going to develop? You're stuck. And, I'm going to just accentuate that. Queen d4, the queen just whoop, whoop, slid to the g4 square. How you like that? Now your pawn's under attack, and you're still not castling because I got bishop h6 this time. King f8. Now that we've established the fact that you're down a rook.
Right.
You're down a rook. You're never playing g6. I can always take. Look at that beautiful pawn. You can always take. You're down a rook. Let's play chess. How am I going to break into your position? Well, I'm going to show you how. First of all, we're going to play b3. Freeze. This guy's going nowhere. Fix that problem. Okay, you can do whatever you like. We could even trade everything off. You're going to be down a rook.
Right.
Even with massive trades, you're going to be down a rook. All right, let's say b6. I'm not trading. The kid is, I'm playing like a boss, right? No, I'm actually not going to trade. I'm going to just reposition everybody, guard my pawn on e5. We'll trade. Move your rook, please. And now f4. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. f5 is coming with attack. d4, desperation. I told you f5 is coming with an attack. She's just blasting at her right now. E takes f5. Give me that. Rook e7. No, I'm not trading with you. I like my bishop. I like chasing your pieces around. Excuse me, b4. And give me this one. Blasting through. This is not just a brilliant move. This is a brilliant game. Start to finish, what we're seeing right now.
What a sequence.
This might be the best game of the tournament. Tell me a game you've seen in this tournament, guys, in these 7 rounds that's better than what she's doing here. She is schooling her.
And it's done.
It's
over.
It's over. That was if there was money to give a brilliancy prize, I'm throwing a few extra dollars in the can.
That was a spanking.
Woo! That was amazing. And she's now in clear first place. By the way, who picked Carissa to win?
Maurice,
Just trying to remember.
3 rounds ago, you were very quiet about this. You were very quiet about
I'm
this.
just trying to remember.
Like some tears.
Oh, thanks for reminding me and Var.
gosh.
Yeah, thank you so much, producer.
Look, all I gotta say is there's a lot of chess still to come.
That's true.
A lot of chess.
We haven't even seen the sprint to the finish.
That is true.
Yes, sir.
Or our championship rings.
But by the way,
Wesley
that's all
so
good.
played the game, play the move, by the way. He
After
did
E3,
not play
Did not play
F6.
F6. But before we do that, let's just give Carissa respect.
Yes.
I don't, of
was
course,
beautiful.
Var and I were geniuses for picking her. And all that. Okay, let's get that out of the way, guys. That game was amazing. That game, she just beat Anna Zatonsky, four-time champ.
That's right.
She wins the championship. This is her best game of the tournament.
From start to finish.
She ain't playing better than this.
No.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah,
But
that was-
I'd be proud if I played a game like this.
Absolutely.
Proud.
That would go into the best game collection. So there's some a whole sequence, starting with bringing the rook to d1, was just amazing. F4, F5, and rook takes d4,
Switch
b4,
the queen to g4,
and
understand,
the
open up the
knight
knight e2.
trade. Wow.
That was, this is a lesson for students.
Quickly, just to go into the Nemtsova Kacha game, that was the Kalashnikov. We saw the move Queen E8. We were talking about Bishop G4, Knight H5 ideas, getting some kinds of kingside attack going. Well, she played Queen F7, Knight E4, Knight H5, a move that we rather expected. She did maneuver her knight to F4. We always like it when the knight gets to F4, but it got traded. And we've got, I want to say, a very stable position in this game by Tatev. Tatev stabilized the position. How am I trying to say that? she neutralized the
dynamic play of black. Yeah.
Play that Katja had.
She did.
Katja needs a win to keep pace
With
with
Carissa.
That was why I thought this game was so crucial.
And it's definitely not looking like she's on the better part of equality in this position
No.
with that stable outpost for the knight on e4.
Exactly.
You do have the square d4 for your knight, so
Right.
that's extremely important. Nevertheless, I'm not forced to take that knight. I can just like
Yeah, I
hover
can play
with
around
my
it.
queen.
But the
let
knight
your
on
be there.
e4 is rock
Beautiful
solid.
square.
Rock solid. Rock solid. But we've got the lady of the hour in studio.
Carissa Ib is with Maurice.
Yes, indeed. After just a blistering performance in this game, Carissa, last time you were on the show, you said that your friend said I roasted you. I hope that they know what I said about you this game, because that was absolutely amazing. Second time in the tournament that you took down a multi-time champion by picking off something on the b4 square as well. But the game itself, just in general, you must be extremely proud to have played it.
Yeah, I feel like it was a very clean game, and I do feel a lot better having this game done because, like you said, she's like a very strong player, so I was really nervous for this one. But like right after the opening, I got like a huge time advantage, and I just felt like my position was like much easier to play. So I was already feeling pretty good at that point.
You played some nice moves in this game. We liked the bishop b1 idea. She's down a rook, and then this queen to d4, queen to g4 maneuver. You must have felt great knowing your pieces just look completely dominant compared to hers.
Yeah, I mean, in this position, her knights are just so misplaced. It's like very hard for her to do anything. I can kind of slowly build up on the king side. And yeah, I mean, she can't really, I felt like she couldn't really do much until I like played some sort of knight d4 and let her exchange off a couple pieces. But like by then my king side pawn's already rolling, so.
Just plan on playing for f4. Rook d1. Why did you play rook d1? Tell us.
Oh, I don't actually know. I was kind of trying to play like natural moves very quickly just to psych her out a little bit.
But taking the rook off the c file, open c file, is not as natural.
Yeah.
Not so natural.
I don't know. I was like, after I played rook d1, I think I played this move like really quickly, and then I was like, hang on. I feel like the rook would be better on c1. But generally, I just wanted to keep like more pieces on the board, so.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Not giving any chance to trade, and then queen g3 finally getting in this knight d4 idea, and now you just went straight for this plan of f4 and f5, and it looks irresistible.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if she's like not already worse after f4, it's at least like very difficult for her to play, so yeah.
Practical game, and in the end, you found a way to win directly. Again, this nice move. She took the pawn, which is a real mistake in that position, although it's very difficult for her. And you are now in clear first. Could you have imagined it after you lost that bad game a couple of games ago?
I mean, it was like a really awful game, right? But I was still half a point behind first, and everyone was like, you still have a point behind first, stop being so depressed. And I was like, you right, guys.
Indeed. Well, great comeback. We'll let you go get your rest. Enjoy this one. Beautiful game. Should be in the best game collection for sure. With 4 rounds to go, still a lot of work to do. Congrats.
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Well done, Carissa. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Well done. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Good luck.
Nice.
How one tournament can change so rapidly.
And it's a victory like this that I think chess is a confidence game.
It is.
When you're full of confidence, I mean, I don't care if you're ill-prepared, whatever it is, you come to the game with this feeling like, oh, I'm going to take on over the world.
You deserve to
and
win.
It's wins like
You're going to find a way to win.
that boost your confidence to the sky and make you a champion of the United States.
Absolutely, and she's getting closer
She's
to that
getting
goal.
closer
That's
to
for
that
sure.
goal. What else you got for us, Christian? Are we
Well,
doing good? Where do you want to go?
Let's go to Fabiano's game because
Well, let's
that
go
one
to
is
Maurice.
heating up. And Maurice,
What Arena's doing?
Whichever one you want to do. I just
Yeah.
wanted to just point out, all knights are not made the same. They're not made, right? You got these 2 knights on d4 and f5. They're great. So you say, well, mine is only like 1 file over. It should be good too. No. These knights can't be challenged. These knights, like F4, get back. And then this one's going to get hit at some point. There's going to be need for a move like King H2, but look at the dominance of whites in the central formation. It's two connected passers, however. Trade off queens, please. Let's make that happen. But sorry, you got an exposed king, bad pieces, dominant pieces, and there's a pass deep pawn. A lot going white's way here. Black's in trouble.
Absolutely. Quick gander. It's funny, I was talking just a moment ago about a Queen's Gambit decline position and how sometimes when black has a piece on d5 in those Queen Gambit decline positions, it's actually favorable for black. Well, check this game out. Talia Cervantes versus Anna Sherovich. It's almost a dream come true from black's perspective.
It feels like one. Yeah.
White is stuck on the queen side. She's made all of the inroads she could possibly expect. She's got the minority attack over there, the knight on c5, but guess what? It's all about the king side action. Knight takes g2 is on tap. E4, e3, discover check against knight takes g2, king takes g2. And everything that white did on the queen side has come to a grinding halt, and black is saying, shall we begin?
And she played f4, and she's playing so fast. 52 minutes for Anna Sherovich, 11 minutes for Talia Cervantes.
I think Anna came into this this U.S. championship with this idea that she's witnessed her colleagues and rivals get into so many time pressure games that she's seen them blunder. It's not just that they get into time pressure; they blunder when they get into time pressure. Anna's taken almost the perspective like, I'm simply going to play very quickly in this U.S. championship. And
every single game.
She's even though she's
putting a lot of
unfortunately
pressure.
lost. Like against Krista yesterday, she lost, but she played very, very quickly.
Exactly.
Almost the entire game.
How do we finalize the attack after?
Knight takes g2.
You have to take that. Knight takes g2.
I'll gratefully take that. With the move knight g2, not only am I taking away the pawn shield, I'm hitting this rook, I'm hitting this pawn.
This is
I'm
over.
threatening h4, I may be threatening e3. King takes.
e3.
Remember what we were saying about that beautiful bishop on
I cannot
the
take
d5?
That knight is taboo. I have to go f5.
Attacking the rook.
Feels like it.
Yes.
And
Feels
now-
like that's a good move, by the way.
Who's
Any king.
getting to who first? So you can take on e1. I take on g6.
No, you don't. Knight
I do.
f3 check.
And then I go king g2.
Oh, sorry, you're hitting my queen.
I'm hitting your queen too. Exactly.
I thought I was making a royal fork. And you know what? I am making a
You
royal
will
fork.
probably do it anyway.
Yeah.
Knight to f3.
Right? And king...
I would love to put my king on f1. But
On
I cannot.
F1.
Yes, because I don't want to deal with any sort of e3 discovery attacks. Unfortunately,
that's
I
a check.
cannot do that. So
And
I
if
have
you-
to go to, I think, h1.
Why not
Yeah.
G2?
Because after g2, you take on g6, and h4 is on tap as well.
Gotcha.
The queen is hanging.
I have to go queen e3 to defend against e3, and then you go h4, you kill me.
Exactly. I don't think that this is it's not your position. It's a good
No.
thing. I don't think you can save this position. I think it's all black all day.
It does feel like it.
Yeah.
And we're going to let Talia find her way out of this mess because we're not seeing
This
it.
is the current position on the board, reminding everybody that e3 takes f4 has just been played, and we're expecting
Knight takes
the backbreaker, actually, the knight takes g2. That's just a crunchy move. Yeah, there are
A
other
lot of women in
moves.
trouble, but
Are there other moves that she's considering? Is it
no, she's not
is
looking.
e3
But
a
e3 I
consideration?
just take with a rook. And that kind of helps me because I'm exchanging at least a pair of rooks.
No, I'm not sure that's true, Christian. e3, rook takes
Take
e3,
with the rook,
rook
yes.
takes e3.
Queen takes e3.
You have to take
I
with
have
the
to
queen
take with the
because
queen.
the now I go knight takes g2, that's a tempo. And you don't even get a chance to play f5. I get to play knight takes f4, which is where I wanted to show up all the time.
Actually, this is pretty bad.
To be honest,
look-
I think there's so many ways to win this position.
Yeah.
And Anna Sherovich,
I don't know about so many ways, but at least two.
at least two.
And that looks
There,
nice.
there are two roads to Rome here, and I think this is one, and that's why Anna is actually taking her time
That might
because
be, that might be simpler.
she
Because
realized
you have to take both times on E3.
right. There's no choice that, so she's looking at both knight takes g2 as well as e3.
I'd play as much as I like to sack. After I see E3 in that position
Yeah.
and understand it,
Yeah.
I want to play E3, it looks like.
Yeah. Prosaic,
This is just
practical
without,
play.
because you just play straight and everything works perfectly.
Right. And that bishop on, wow, what a dominant bishop.
No, once
The
you play knight takes
with
F4,
dominant
I don't
knight,
want to see any more
dominant
of this
bishop,
position.
fantastic rook, already positioned as a rover.
H4 is coming over.
H4,
No,
you don't even have to take, I mean, this is
You
hard.
don't even have to take on F4.
Go ahead,
exactly.
try to defend, Christian.
Get out of here.
So we've got one of the leaders in trouble.
Yes.
And Seirawan looks like she's going down to Irina Krush. We haven't given
Carissa.
Katerina much love. Now that Carissa has taken the full point lead right now in brilliant style, it's important what happens here, no question about it, as Tatev is trying to put the screws on Katerina. But Katerina was in trouble before, but it looks like she is slowly but surely gotten something to play for. She still has this isolated pawn on e5 that could be a weakness, but she has some dynamic compensation as her pieces are very active in this position. So she's got stuff to play for. It's still a long game ahead. We want to look at the clock times. They both are at 26 to 23 with on move 23, so both in a little bit of time pressure, but not so bad. This is an important game because it'll be the first time in the competition, the very first time where Katerina Nemtsova, if she does not win this game, she will be out of first place. She started in first, tied for first after round one, clear first after round two, and then a lot of draws. Hasn't won a single game, but no one overtook her. They caught her, but they never overtook her. Carissa is saying, you don't win now, you are no longer in first, and one of the favorites to win is in first. With Irina winning her game, she will be only a half a point behind Carissa. And didn't we see this in the broadcast, the top of the broadcast? We saw Carissa surpass Irina, and then Irina gave chase and passed her to win the tournament. So
in 2020.
we might see number one and number two battling to the finish line yet again.
Exactly. That's what it's.
This is what we saw from last year, where it was Irina that led Carissa by a half a point, 4.5 to 4 after 6 rounds, and then they were tied after round 7. But then it was round 8 when Carissa rose, took the lead, and say momentum is on her side. Irina then won, took the lead, went on to win by a half a point. That was an amazing chase. Are we going to see shades of 2020 yet again? Will Irina be able to chase down the kid and say the veteran still has a lot of punch and stamina, but there's still 4 more rounds to go, and she's got to win this game against Ashrita, and that's not finished yet.
Exactly.
If she finds F4, that game is pretty much over.
It's funny when you see the dueling knights, and White's knights really do look a lot better. It's like Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov, when their pieces seem to be moved different than mere mortals.
Exactly.
They did something that was a little bit special. Their rooks were strong.
Also with the knights.
Yeah, their rooks controlled more space than. And what's happening in Ray's position as well as Alex Lenderman's,
Let's
Maurice?
check that one out.
I mean, as the open
Yasser,
section
maybe on your board.
Okay, where's Ray?
third
There's
game.
Ray.
That is the one.
Boy, a lot of things have happened since we left Fabi. Well, you left Fabi's game with G4, right?
Yep.
And this is the forced move. And whoa,
D5.
that's not a move. When you see the Botvinnik pawn triangle with C4 and E4, that's not a move that generally gets played.
Should be legal.
D5 is like,
Should be legal.
Can he do that? Can he? Do you believe he can do that?
Not so
I'm
much.
having some
Let's see.
doubts, but let's see what happened. Take. Okay, Queen D2. Very big moment here, because you like to explain about the anchors in the position, and I'm sitting there looking that this bishop is kind of vulnerable on this square. If I could play Queen H5 and G5, but okay, we're coming to the first time, but I'm saying G5 would be the first move that I would look at. Queen D2 is a way that Fabi is saying, okay, I'm looking at bishop takes H6, knight D4.
After a 20-minute think.
By Ray?
Knight D4, yeah.
Rook
E1.
E1, just protecting the E2 square if the queen does go that way. No knight E2 check. Knight E6. Oh, that's
No,
that's a
bishop takes
letdown.
h6.
That's a letdown. No bishop h6. Ray is
We still have a couple of
defending
moves. Queen
with
to c3 and knight takes e4.
remarkable elan. Just wow. Okay, I don't want to trade. Takes.
Bishop c6.
Okay, is there any way that I can exploit this guy? Sorry,
Is
please.
there bishop takes a2? Is that legal? Is that move legal?
Christian!
Is that move legal? Come on, let me take that one.
Yes, yes, it's legal, and yes, I understand you completely. You do want to play Queen D4 check.
Unbelievable.
Whoa. You get to make move. I get to make moves.
Okay, take it back. Take it back.
No,
Don't take that one.
Our audience want to understand.
Don't take that.
No, don't take that. But I like where you were going.
Whoa, back up. I get to make moves too.
Uh-oh.
If you take on Rook A1, was there a knight D4 sighting there? I'll try to help you out, Christian.
Good
Since
man.
clearly you're not
Good.
seeing any moves at all
Good
today.
man.
No,
Knight D4.
no. Queen to d3. No, wait, never mind.
Knight D4. I'm threatening a little knight E2 check. And I'm going to bring my bishop back.
F1, bishop to E5.
Well,
Well, that's not winning a piece, though.
No.
I'm not winning a piece.
No.
Knight D4. Oh my goodness. Knight D4. If I've got to go Queen C7, I'm not happy. That's not what I played this for.
By the way, none of this is going to happen, I think,
No,
because we have
no.
bishop to c6.
nobody's taking the pawn.
Yeah.
Nobody's taking
You've
that.
got to be very
Nobody's
good.
taking a pawn.
I was trying to be bold and say, is there some
He played
way?
bishop C6.
Is there some way for White to be able to take advantage of this diagonal?
No, I like black right now because your pawn structure is worse. You do have the two bishops, but that knight on e6 cannot. I mean, unless
Well,
you're
you can take a
injecting-
pawn, right? With queen to c4. That feels like a pawn. Queen to c4 or queen to b3?
I was going Queen before. Explain to us why here, because I was
You're
thinking
back to taking pawns.
Bishop takes c7. Yeah.
That's just exactly.
You and Yasser,
That's a pawn.
You have infected this
No,
man's mind.
I just like
With
the
The
pawn.
training is working well. I mean,
unbelievable what's
look,
happened to him.
This man is a coach of a major university in the United States. Come on, Mizzou. And
Christian.
there's reasons for
My
that.
students love pawns.
And
I tell you
with
that.
good reason. Queen C4 or Queen B3. I was actually heading in the direction of Queen B3.
And why is
I'll
that?
tell you why. I was thinking that on a very, very good day, I would post up with the rook after you defend the knight. That would happen, but also this would happen.
Why I don't like this move queen
too
to
slow.
b3? No, it's because I will go queen e7.
Queen B3, Queen E7, got that part.
You take my pawn. I would assume you take my pawn.
I wanted to exploit this knight's position, truth be told.
So you don't want to take my pawn? Yes, sir. I'm a bit
Last
disappointed
chance.
right now.
I was
I'm a
trying
bit
to win a
disappointed
piece.
right
Last
now.
chance.
The only reason I wasn't taking the pawn, Christian, is because you know I wanted to win a piece.
Okay.
That was your last
You
chance.
promise. Okay,
That
king
was-
to h8.
Getting out of the way. Just simply getting out of Dodge. Okay.
You said you want to take my piece.
But,
Why do you
okay.
keep lying to me, Yasser?
okay, let's do it.
Okay, rook to e8.
Okay. Let's do it.
So sad.
Let's do it.
What piece are you winning?
I want to
I
win
don't
this
think you're
guy.
winning any piece.
What piece? What are you talking about?
Dude, I'm just... Your turn.
Okay.
Queen d7.
Queen's gonna move.
Queen has to move. And you flew away.
I don't see it.
You flew away. I don't see it.
I-
No.
Queen
It's all
B3
right.
played. He actually is going after this pawn.
He has to take the pawn. I mean, a pawn
Good.
is a pawn.
And this is the point you wanted to make,
Yeah,
Christian. Was
bishop
that
takes c7 and now king h8, and I don't like the queen on b3.
No. Hold on. King H8 is.
I just don't like the queen on b3 because
King-
knight c5 is coming. on
No,
the
King
board.
H8. Why are we playing King H8? Could I understand the position after Queen takes Bishop?
Queen
I
takes
just
check.
need to discuss this position. for a
Okay.
moment. Show me why King H8 now is bad for.
I'm
for
not saying it's bad, but
All
you're a
right.
pawn down. Rook f7.
Oh, Queen B6. I win my pawn back. Are you sure about that? That's what you want to do?
Queen b6 is check.
Maybe not. No. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Okay.
Let's preserve
so-
the pawn.
All right. So
Yeah,
now
keep
think
the
about-
pawn.
Yes. I'm playing Rook E8 next move and putting something on E5. I'm going to be really curious as to how you plan to win this position.
How about something like Queen g6 and g5? Can we ever get in a G5? Because we're always
Let's try it.
looking to kind of get those hooks in.
Let's try it.
But do we want to part with the B2 pawn? Put the rook on F7 and then play.
Do we have to, though?
I
see what you're
mating.
saying. I see what you're saying.
I don't know if we're mating. I don't know if we're mating. But let's just have
The
a
problem is
look-see.
I don't like the weaknesses of dark squares, and I feel like there's always going to be a perpetual. Queen takes b2, and if you go queen g6, I have queen e5. But you're trying to checkmate me immediately.
Checkmate.
I am.
Where's the checkmate? I'm taking that.
Rook e8. Oh, you want to take? Okay.
I'm taking it.
Why not rook e8?
Why not just take
I was
it?
going to go queen F5.
And then what?
Bishop takes c5. Bishop takes c4, sorry.
Rook F8.
I take that.
G2. I'm sorry. Okay.
I mean, there's not even the mating construction over there. So with the queen on b2, you can't get through.
So
I'm taking the bishop, and I'm
we're
moving the
talking
king.
about just being an
By
exchange
the
of...
way, he did not play queen e7. He played queen d4 check.
Yeah,
Did
I don't
Ray
think. I
Robson.
think I have compensation for that pawn if you take. Maybe there's a way to defend it, but your king is so exposed and your bishop is so bad. This, though, I would not have played. Wait, is he trying to? No, he can't take on.
I think he
E4.
wants to play rook
E8.
E8.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
simply play rook E8.
Well, at this point, I think it's the only move. Rook e8 might be forced.
Well, is he winning? Is he winning the e pawn back if you take
I
on
don't
c7?
know.
That looks dangerous.
I don't know.
Wow.
Taking
Bishop
that
takes.
pawn might walk into some kind of...
Yeah,
all
we're careful.
kinds of...
Well, hold on, because this is not that clear.
You do have
Your
the
bishop is hanging,
E7.
so yeah, the queen can drop back.
Wow.
That's.
I think black is on the edge, a precipice. Something feels like he's walking
No,
towards
hold
a
on.
cliff.
Let's go down this line, please. Takes. Rook d1.
Rook David 1.
Queen f2.
No, but queen f2 is, and I don't have rook d2.
I think this is
And
actually
this
starting
endgame
to
is
look bad for a while.
No, this is
Yeah.
not
For
playable.
black.
So let's go back. Right here, bishop takes e4. That is so bold.
I know. It feels like it should have a reputation, something simple like rook here, bishop takes g2, rook takes...
But it's also not just taking the pawn, but rather opening up the lines,
for the
diagonals
bishops.
towards the king.
Right. Yeah.
Man,
So
this
wait,
is...
just 1 second.
Yes, please.
Rook to e1, how do we deal with that?
I guess we're taking on g2.
And then rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6. Oops, sorry,
the white
just a sec. Yes. I'm grabbing the wrong... No,
How
we're
is
not
this?
taking on g2. What are we doing? Maybe that's it. Just that's the key.
No,
Oh,
but
queen
now I have
d7.
queen.
Gosh darn it! Queen d7 threatens to pick up the bishop with check, and you are threatening bishop takes g2 as
Unbelievable.
well.
That's enough. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Because bishop takes
If
e4.
Ray-
Bishop takes e4 does nothing.
If Ray Robson navigates these types of waters and comes out alive on the other,
How much
No,
time
but
have
he-
left?
but he was already
deserves to
alive.
be
Sorry.
U.S.
How much
champion.
time?
Listen, he
Does
was
he have
already
that?
alive, I think, by even just a solid sacking of the pawn. But here he's saying, whatever. I'm not afraid. I believe in my tactical ability, and I can go for this line. When your king moves, which is now on h2.
Right.
Now I'm going to put my rook. Now I'm going to bring my rook and defend.
Right.
And I didn't believe he could take on c7 in the first place. But he's saying, I don't believe it, and you can have it. Like, go ahead, take it, because actually when I take on e4, you don't have any funky tactics. That's, as you said, he's confident. You have to be a very confident man to play chess like this. Like,
Yeah.
I believe in myself. I don't see it. I don't believe you. I can play chess too. That's the confidence you need to play this kind of position.
I think black is living on the edge. We've been trying to play rook e1 and rook d1 and some of those other positions. How about if we start with rook d1 for Fabi with the... Oh, you could go back to b6.
Queen b6, yeah.
Yeah. Back over to you, Maurice.
While we study that position, take a look.
The Irish pawn formation.
I was not going to say that.
I was
Yas.
going to say it.
Wow, you just, okay.
The Irish are proud.
Well, I'm going to leave that alone. Keep my mouth shut on that one. But look at this pawn structure.
Triplets.
Wow. You got to be kidding me looking at this. And all we can say is, for Alex, good luck defending your position. And let's hope, as far as you're concerned, that Jeffrey, with the fact that he's not been playing great this tournament, may not be able to pull this one off or increase the pressure and somehow win the game. But these
Wait a minute.
pawns are not your
Good luck
biggest
defending the position, you said, Maurice?
for Alex, yes.
White is on the defensive side right now? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure.
Alex was doing great in this game.
Frankly, I would not
He was.
have traded the rooks in this position, but it's Jeffrey Zhang, and he's going for it. These pawns, this bishop, where's this bishop belong? Let's pick it up and put it somewhere.
Right.
I mean, I can't even put C8. Oh, A8, that's where it belongs. A8 with everything off the board. That's where it belongs. Because I can't find anywhere for the bishop. It's terrible. Black is looking at yummies. The only play you might have is a knight C5, but if you trade knight back, knight here, king shows up, and you just got to hope Black has no breakthrough.
I'm seeing rook e5.
Yep, rook e5.
And an exchange sacrifice.
No. I'm not going to play knight d7. Rook e5. I like the move rook e5. That's a good start. Go ahead, put it on the board. And here's the choice.
He wants to play this move.
Knight h5.
Knight d7. Now I want to go knight c5.
No, I was going to say the choice that Black has.
That's a good point.
Knight
no,
h5.
Let's show the point. Let's show the point.
Or
C5
knight d7.
Takes and takes.
Oh, I would love that position.
This is the position you want.
Yes.
I agree with you.
That's the dream.
I agree. No, thank you. Yasser said
No.
No such position for you after rook e5. Let's talk free pawns.
Free pawns is a language that
I
don't like that much.
We understand about
Okay, I
free
shouldn't have
pawns.
said it like that because you guys are so addicted to pawns. Unbelievable.
It's slowly
I
slowly,
need
but we're-
Alejandro to come back.
It's taking me
to balance
years
the
to
ship
work
here.
with Maurice,
You know,
massage his mind, get him straight. You know,
whoever
have
sits
you
in
ever
that
heard
chair,
of the chess whisperer?
whoever sits in that chair next to you, Yaz, catches the disease eventually.
It's a virus, by the way. It's a
came in,
virus.
and he had like a dynamic style to play. And sooner or
Salsa.
later, I hear him saying, "Why don't we take a pawn? Let's take the pawn."
We're fighting for a square.
Incredible.
Knight c5.
Not what?
Knight c5.
Who got knight c5? Oh, now in the
You
in the
take my
Alex
pawn, I take
Lenderman.
your pawn. Rook to e5. No. Rook to e5.
Go ahead, rook e5,
Knight
Maurice.
to h5.
Are we playing on my board?
Yeah, rook
e5,
e5,
knight
knight
h5,
h5, knight c5. I don't like you taking my pawn. I'll play b5.
b5.
Yeah.
Okay. So that gives me something to work with.
Okay.
Well,
right.
knight d3 is playable. No?
Right. Go ahead.
I
play
can
your
defend
knight.
with knight d3, but I don't really want
F6.
to play for defense here.
F6. Now,
No, I want-
now show me your exchange sacrifice.
Maurice, I want to go to d7.
When the knight instead of knight d3, you want to go here.
I want to go all the way.
Where are you going?
Not sure.
Where are you
He's going to b8. That's what I'm sure.
that actually is the truth.
He's going to
Possibly.
b8.
I do want to go
He's
to
lying
b8.
to you. He knows where he's going.
I do wanna go
He's
to
going to
b8.
b8. He's literally trained to play
my
knight b8.
gosh.
He's lying.
Oh my gosh.
do want to go
he's
to b8.
fibbing. Oh.
Yeah, so if you take here, he's going to go
Right,
like this,
that
and go like
is-
this.
No. I will go knight f6 if you take on f4.
Knight f6 check.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. My fault.
Yeah.
So here, knight d7.
Okay. Bottom line, rook e5 is, I'm totally agreed, is the best
That
choice
means rook e8
of
might have been a
Alex
little bit
Lenderman.
Shaky, yeah. So what do we have in Fabiano? Still thinking.
By the way, I'd like to go to a game we kind of lost track a bit there. It was the game between Lanier
We did
Dominguez and Danya. That was the game that Danya came with this preparation of the Janos gambit.
incredibly well prepared.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we left it with b3, and we kind of felt like, whoa, b3 wasn't the right move because of rook. I think we were looking
H to e8, yes. Set up
mainly at
that,
rook
pin.
e8. Yeah, this was our analysis. Pardon me. Rook e8, just to remind everybody where we were
Bishop
before
d6.
f4 and g5. We left it here and said, like as soon as Danya gets in c5, that bishop opens up. This king looks like it's going to be under a withering attack of the bishops. We liked Black's positions. That's not what happened. What happened is Danya moved his queen, bishop b2, and took a pawn.
Should we give him a membership? Yes.
I think so.
Disease continue.
I think so.
The virus spreads.
We're very proud of ourselves.
We might need a vaccine very soon in this place to deal with those. By the way,
Get your chess passports here. Queen c5. Now, okay. Whoa. That move. King B8?
King B8, knight B6.
What?
Or knight E5. Actually, knight E5.
Yeah, he loves those little tactics.
Oh,
He's so proud of himself.
I think King B8, knight E5 is a problem.
That, okay, I got to put it on the board. Which one did you prefer, actually? Knight E5
I think
or
knight E5 because knight B6, queen D3 is a problem.
But what about
Okay.
queen D2 in this position?
Rook D1.
And the rook E5?
Which rook to D1, by the way?
Ah.
I'm going to play rook takes E5 next.
Whichever rook you want.
Maybe it doesn't work.
Oh.
So then what's the problem?
I'm not sure. Danya did not play that. He did play instead queen E4, said, if you want my A pawn, you can have it.
Oh, thank you, he said.
What were you saying about the virus? The virus
Well,
continues.
I mean, the position I'm looking at right now, though, that's not easy looking. King B8.
What a position. What a game is going on here.
But actually, I like counterplay and trapping your pieces, but I also like my king to be safe. I
Exactly.
don't like the compensation that white at least has against the king. Plus, he's up a pawn. So you know one of those jobs when you have the compensation for your extra pawn.
Yeah, but there's a half-open G-file. Black does control the E. I mean, you can see that there is immediacy going on
But I'm
over here.
checkmating you, Yasser.
Are you checkmating me?
It just looks like it.
Okay, well, I
C4.
don't like that. If you're checkmating me, just show me how you're checkmating me. I'll give it up immediately. If
He's
you
not
can-
checkmating.
No, he's not checkmating.
He likes to talk.
Yeah, the talk. But he can talk the talk, but can he walk the walk?
Well, let's see. Can I go D4 now?
Take it.
Take it.
All the time he's been roasting us for grabbing up pawns.
What about the vaccine and everything?
Yeah, take it.
When you are trying
What
to
was
put your
that
rook
type of
on,
talk?
I mean, don't
when
you
you're trying
want
to
to
put
at
your
least
rook on
think about?
C5,
Don't you want
and
to
come get me? I don't want.
Don't you want to think about rook E6 and potentially?
By the way, rook
No,
G8
rook
is on the board.
G8. Ignoring
Wow.
anything you're doing. That's bold.
Danya is playing with fire.
That's bold. But rook C4, queen D2. You're not mating anybody.
Rook C4. You can't take because there's an immediate mate, and there is queen D2. But the reason I rejected rook G4, the
Rook
virus
G8?
rook G8 was because of queen,
Queen
check.
B5, yeah.
And I was afraid to lose this pawn.
I think we're going towards that line, actually.
And if king A7 here?
King.
Oh no, king A7. That king A. I guess king A8 is forced.
King A8 is forced.
Why not king C8?
No, but rook C5 is
I
playable.
was going to play rook C5. Okay, I understand what Maurice wants to do. He wants to checkmate on queen D2 and queen G2, but
Correct.
Correct.
But rook C5
So
here.
why
is-
don't we do that? No, wait. But with the king on C8. Because this
no,
is
the
checkmate.
problem
Rook takes
is,
C5, it
is
looks
if you
like
could
checkmate.
put king on C8, I go queen takes C5, and you got to trade queens.
I'm okay with that.
Oh, but you're a pawn down.
That's okay because I
Or
want to go rook
He
E2.
wants to play rook E2.
oh, and you think
I want to make it. I want to make a draw. Yeah.
It's not a draw
Yeah.
because the bishop is hanging on Z5, and then rook H5 shuts you down.
I'll show you why. I'll bring our audience into this discussion.
I think that's an important line. We need to look at that.
Now, what we know as grandmasters is immediately when you get the rooks on the 7th, you got to perpet. But in this particular case, what Christian had missed, and we regret that he didn't show us the good stuff.
Yeah,
That's okay.
That's okay.
That's a bit of a problem.
I'm not in a hurry. But you take on C5.
Yes,
We
you wanna-
exchange and then I go C6.
C6 looks good. C6 looks like a very good move.
So at the end of all this discussion,
Yes.
takes.
I just play
takes,
C6.
C6.
I'm
defending
not in a
the
hurry.
bishop.
We like
No.
this one. This one,
And now you're ready to play rook E2. That makes a lot of sense.
Look,
Hold
you
on.
still have knight C4.
No, I want to. This bishop is too strong. I want to dislodge the bishop.
That's what I want to do with knight C4.
You want to go knight B6 check?
Precisely.
Okay, I'll take that back and favor your favor.
Well, the thing is, once you go rook C1, I will move my king away. I will go king
Yeah.
B8.
King B8.
King B8, yes.
Ooh, that's
I don't see
really
any checks
crafty.
anymore. Right.
That's crafty. So here you're looking at knight B6 as well as
But
knight
also
E3.
knight E3.
Wow. But Danya, is he playing with fire, Maurice?
well, we're looking at it.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had your engine on. You're not looking. Okay.
No. I only
Okay.
turn the engine on when we want to get the truth. In the meantime, we like the bogus analysis.
Sorry.
And Queen B5, check on the board, challenging Danye. Danye looks like he's
I think he went to A8.
seen this position.
No,
and he went to
C8,
C8.
C8.
And now he's challenging him to play the move Queen takes C5, which to us looks very good. It's a mate threat. And he's gotten up from the board even?
Wow.
That's some serious bravado there.
And
Well, guys, this is move
this is-
23, and Linear only has 6 minutes to navigate this
Wow.
Ooh, very double
By the way,
position.
while he figures that out, Irina is
Right.
about to win her game. She's up huge with just a huge queen sitting on D7, threatening the knight. All this is nothing. The queen A1 is no demonstration. There's mating problems down here. Knight E6 is coming. G7 is hanging with mate. This is over. This is absolutely done.
Any potential for perpets against the king with a queen D1? No.
I don't think so because this check.
Oops, I meant queen D1, sorry.
Queen here?
Yeah.
No, but this is a threat also, isn't it? Queen here.
King H8.
Wait. This is not a perpet. Takes, I go here. So that's
You're
not
right.
I thought you wanted the queen E1.
Yeah, no.
I thought you wanted this one,
Yeah.
which is a perpet. Queen check, king corner. You can't
Right.
do anything. And takes here. This is
That's
a draw.
the perpet.
So queen E1, but I don't believe this at all.
you have
There's a knight F3 coming, right?
Then
So
I got
check.
queen B4, and I'll keep the knight on D6.
Oh, I have knight F5. That's what I have.
Oh, that's pretty. That's very, very pretty, Maurice.
Guard everybody and got the
Guard everybody. Stop queen H4. Stop the perpet, and the next move is queen takes D6 or a back rank mate.
By the way, Linear did repeat with Queen A6, King B8. Once.
Queen once.
He repeated once. Let's see
Well,
if he's going to
that's-
change his mind. That adds an extra minute on his clock. And we'll see.
By the way,
Looks like he's lost in space there. He's just
waiting.
But
He's
like
waiting for the
Hikaru
decision.
Nakamura, he oftentimes can see the board more clearly when he's not looking directly at it. Maurice.
Can I show you something? This is hilarious. Take a look. This game right here is dominant for black, right? We
Right.
agree. Knight on F3. This is crushing attack.
Crushing.
Look how many pieces on the board. Naji Pakidze, Megan Lee. That last game, by the way, was Cervantes Sharovic. Naji Pakidze, Naji's trying to get something going, but Pakidze has figured out. But Megan has figured out a light square kind of defense. A lot of pieces off the board. Carissa already won. Irina down to an end game, about to win her game. We expect like Knight F5 right now should be able to win the game. Tate versus Katarina. More pieces on the board. Looks like a fight. And we don't know what's going on exactly, but let's follow that. Look at this next game.
What?
How many pieces on the board? How many pieces on the board?
Irina
did win.
won.
We expected that to happen as she has now moved to half a point behind Carissa in second. This was the last position just a second ago. I was looking at this position. I had to back up. Like, whoa, because how
All
many
the pieces are
all
still-
the pieces are still on the board. All the other games, pieces have been traded off. Finally, Knight C3, Bishop C3 takes. It looks like a sacrifice by Sabina, right? She just gave away a pawn.
A forced sacrifice.
A forced sacrifice, giving away this pawn. And now still plenty of pieces on the board, but Sabina's down to 9 minutes, and there's 13 moves to make with plenty of pieces on the board. She's already given up a pawn. She's in a bad position. She's got to hope and pray she doesn't blunder. Usually that's what happens in a case like this. This game is a different one, of course, with
Anna Sharovic
with Anna
versus
Sharovic, who's got a
Cervantes.
dominant game there and should be winning. But amazing how many pieces are still on the board here. I don't think you can find any game in either section with this many pieces still left. But it looks like Sabina is in big trouble in this game.
And I do think we're going to see a resignation in that Talia Cervantes versus Anna Sharovic game.
Wouldn't be surprising at all. We lost track of it a bit as we thought that Wesley was really doing super, super well against John Burke. A win by Wesley would be really help his U.S. championship campaign. Instead of the move F6, I think that was the move. I think we were keeping the bishop. We were we're not taking the rook right away. We thought this move f6 was the way for Wesley to go. Big advantage, Wesley. Wesley said, I have a different approach. Give me the rook, or rather the exchange, and let me post up with my queen. Queen to d3, threatening the pawn, winning the game. Bishop to d4, and this is probably why the engine felt that it wasn't as crisp, that f6 was better. At the moment, Wesley's up an exchange.
No, but there was this terrible moves by the youngster. He had a great chance.
G4, G5.
Yeah, that kind of play was just suicidal.
Wrong? Where did he go wrong?
Knight f3 was good. It's right here. He had a truly amazing chance.
Sparkling.
Knight h4. Hard move to see for sure, but what a move.
You can't play queen takes d4
So
check.
rook takes d4.
Sam
Wait a minute.
game is
What
over.
happened there?
Sam won with the black piece.
Well, let's take a look at that. The other one with Wesley is interesting, but Sam Seirawan winning
How
is
did we
better.
miss that one?
Wow. Shame on you guys.
The first loss by Buzon.
No. You like it, right? It's not so easy sitting in the chair. Shame on you guys.
No, but guys, it's not us. Look, move 18, rook b1, white's better. The game's going to end in 4 moves.
Uh-oh, blunder alert.
Yasser, start writing.
Blunder
Buzon,
alert,
blunder.
blunder,
The game's
Buzon.
going to end in 4 more moves. This right here, we've got 18, rook b1, a5, and then king g2, gigantic blunder alert is being given. Knight d7, pawns hanging. Give us
We have
something.
a handshake.
Sharavich's won.
attack
Yeah, we
came
expected
through.
that to be over. Knight e5, rook b3, knight takes a2, that's 1 pawn, king h2, and then
What?
a4, and now your rook has to move and allow the knight to come back to c3, and then your queen will
F3
have to
is
move and you're going
hanging.
to lose your bishop. Somehow playing very solid chess. Again, if you move your rook, oh well, not there, but let's put it somewhere else. If you move your rook here, the knight c3, and your queen's hanging, your bishop is hanging, your queen can't maintain the defense. Buzon went, I wonder what his time situation
Slight
was.
advantage to...
He had 4 minutes on the clock to make a lot of moves. That's what cost him. He went from a slight edge to literally
-9.
4 moves later, resigning. That's incredible.
Wow.
But that shows you what time pressure does. That was the whole thing. We weren't paying attention to this one because it looked like a normal game. And then all of a sudden, time pressure, and the guy went and just died. Just completely lost his brain and lost the piece. Just
And
like
we
that.
do have a new leader in the open section, at least until a few more games are finishing.
Sam Seirawan.
Sam Seirawan is the sole leader right now.
No question about it. I mean, depending on the final results and outcomes of all the games today, we could have 5 players.
Wow. Wow.
And by the way, just
All
no
decisive
draws, right?
rounds so far.
No draws.
And it's looking good in the other games as well.
Well, once more, we have the man of the hour joining us in studio, Christian.
We do have Sam Seirawan, who is with Maurice Ashley.
Sam, congratulations. We were kind of ignoring your game. It looked like white was a tiny bit, maybe not much better. After 18 moves, could you have imagined that 4 or 5 moves later, your opponent is resigning?
Yeah, I mean, the position was pretty much equal, and then maybe he had a slight advantage, but I was trying to find a way to equalize, and then he played this really bad move, king g2. I'm not only equalizing, but I'm just close to winning right after it.
Incredible gift. What do you think happened?
Well, if we go to that position, so a5, so the point of this position is if white plays e5, and let's say I play bishop takes e5, white plays bishop takes b7, rook b8, c6, and that's a very annoying c-pawn. White can support it with knight b5, there are exchange sacrifices followed by bishop f4. So
Rook takes e5 and bishop f4 coming.
Yeah. So the key after e5 is to play knight d7 with black. And now if bishop takes b7, rook b8, c6, I can go after the c-pawn with knight c5 and get rid of it. Although knight takes c5 might also be good there tactically with queen d5.
So knight d7
I
is
think
the
he
key.
didn't realize how important this position was before e5 because it looks okay for white, but King G2, just a normal waiting move, kind of clogs his bishop on F3.
And once again, this is the move knight D7. That looks like a very crafty kind of move. White can mix it up maybe with E6.
I was considering that E6, F takes E6.
Bishop takes B7.
Bishop takes B7, Rook B8.
And this is where you more or less get this situation where you're hunting down the bishop.
Here
right?
I think I'll be up a pawn.
I hate that bishop on b7.
It looks like you want it back on G2, no question about it.
He can move it back and I take on C5 and play pawn down position. Definitely better than what he did in the game. So let's say Rook B8, bishop goes back to G2, I take on C5, bishop E3.
Right.
I think black's a bit better, but okay, it's still a game.
Right.
Still play chess.
Exactly.
But then you play king to g2, and you play this beautiful retreat, knight d7, I think?
Yes. I didn't realize how strong it was until I found knight E5. Which, funny, I'm just threatening to take the pawn on A2, and you can go knight C3.
Wow.
There's not much you can do about it. He should definitely protect the pawn with Rook B2 to keep the game going.
Mm-hmm.
And your intention there after was?
Maybe Rook A6 is interesting.
This
And
bishop
bishop
on
on
F3
Yes,
is
bishop on F3.
terrible.
Wow.
Terrible construction, Sam. I mean, oh my goodness.
Yeah, he should have played bishop G2.
Exactly,
not
exactly.
king G2.
One little quiet move. Was it time pressure for him also?
Oh yeah, he was spending a lot of time in the opening, but before Rook B3 it was 15 each.
Mm-hmm.
Before
15 each?
Yeah.
Oh, so you guys were equal on the clock.
Yeah, he just missed A4.
And then he just missed a4, and that was it.
And the game's over.
Well, it's nice to get a gift after you play a 140 move game. Then you get a nice quickie, 22 moves with the black
22 moves
pieces.
is nice.
He's got to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, very good.
You are in clear first as well, for the moment at least. There's a lot of games ahead. 4 rounds left. Your thoughts about the championship overall?
I'm just taking a game at a time. I still have 4 very difficult opponents to play, so...
Who are your remaining opponents?
I have Lenier, Wesley with white, and John Burke and Daniel with black.
Naroditsky.
Yeah.
So you got 2 big games coming up now.
Yeah.
All right, well, get out of here. You got to prepare.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Again, Wesley So up in exchange against John Burke because John Burke did not find that move knight h4, which is rather visual with the rook on e7. Instead, they've got a position where it looks like Wesley is, well, I don't want to say cruising to victory. It's like one of those...
G4.
Pawn on G4, the king on
makes a
G1
bad
is not
impression.
looking good.
No, I mean...
The rooks are going to infiltrate on the second rank, queen A3, rook to B2. Unless you do
counterplay.
something with those central pawns, especially the D pawn, you stand no chance.
Except moving the D pawn is going to cause you to have a really big accident on G4. This looks very, very good for Wesley, and should he win, he will surge along with Sam Sevian.
Along with Sam Sevian on 4.5 points.
Up to 4.5 points. Yeah.
Well, we're going to see what the other co-leaders going into this round are going to do, but we do have a special guest in the studio. The 8-time national champion Irina Krush is with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, we saw Irina blunder a piece earlier, come back now like a star. We saw Carissa get outplayed, come back. It looks like the cream is starting to rise to the top, Irina. A great game by you here in a kind of style I think you like, just domination.
Yeah, that's true, Maurice. I do feel really happy about this game. It just feels good to play good moves, you know, and definitely there were these ideas of domination in this game, like the total control of the center by white. And I got to play this kind of pretty move, rook d5, offering up an exchange in the middle of the game. That was pretty cool. And I got to show you guys, there were some tricks that I needed to avoid in this game. I don't know if you guys caught it. For example, when she played this move, rook d8, yeah, a little bit later.
A little bit later, sorry.
Yeah, a bit later. So here we go. Yeah, so here was the exchange sack. It was kind of cool, you know, because knight c3, queen d3, knight d5, queen d5. I had to calculate that, of course, but you know, the thing is, yeah, again, the centralization theme comes up, and I am going to win this knight with like a knight d6, knight d4 combination of those moves. So I thought that was pretty good for me because she doesn't have queen c6 here, and queen e8, there's knight d6. And and then knight d4.
Our main defense for her was rook e8. Arita, what had you prepared?
I guess knight d6.
Knight d6 and
Rook
e7 was our main.
Because you have queen d7 here, yeah? What did I, for some reason...
Queen d7, just take on e8 and then knight d4.
I also saw knight f5 ideas. Actually, knight d4, queen d7, knight f5 is actually really pretty.
This was our main knight.
And now just b6.
Yeah, I was actually going to do the other knight. Can I do the other knight?
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, I was going to do this knight.
Kind of stylish.
That might be it.
Because she can to go rook e8, so it seems a little bit of a problem because that queen hangs.
Looks like king f7 is forced.
It's forced.
But that loses at least a pawn, it looks like, after knight d6.
Knight takes e7.
Knight takes rook, and then knight takes on e6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is game.
At least.
Okay, this is a nice queen end game, yeah?
Unless there was something even more snappy, but
well, that's enough.
But you had foreseen all of these nice tricks.
Yeah, I mean, I find because it's funny because after knight e4 was really a critical moment, and to be honest, I thought about the move rook c1, and of course it's like a bit of a lame move, but I thought, well, maybe my advantage is so big I can do this, and then go like knight f3 to d4. But then I was like, no, I should go back and take a closer look at rook d5 and see if I can just make it work. But okay, the nice tricks for her are coming up. So after rook d5, she went rook d8. And so here I thought I was just doing great. And she surprised me with this move. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, no, rook d8. Yeah, let me show you after rook d8 instead of knight d4. So here's the trick. Rook d8 was surprising because I was like, wow, I have very appealing rook takes d8 and then followed by queen d3 or queen d3 immediately. And then, you don't want the game to end with queen a1, king h2, and queen h1.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was so devious. I mean,
shades of Max Irva versus Alexander Alekhine. Nice.
And she has the same trick on queen d3.
Trap.
So yeah, I had to really watch out for that, and I was quite aware of those tactics for the rest of the game.
Nice.
Very instructive.
All right, so that is what drew you to the move knight d4. Once you saw queen h1 land, you go, no, I'm going to put my queen on the g4 square.
Yeah, I really loved that knight on d4. I mean, just all the pieces in the center.
Yeah, those knights are just monsters.
Evgeny Baryev once wrote an article in New in Chess magazine where he explained when he was playing against Karpov and Kasparov, their knights moved differently than his knights. And that's what this felt like. It felt like your knights had more powers than her knights. And your move f4, actually, that was really a powerful move too.
Yeah, I think in the end, this f4 king h2 idea, like I was also happy with that. Just, like a pretty soft touch, king h2, a little bit of prophylaxis there, and you threaten queen g4. And yeah, I had seen that she couldn't move her queen because of queen b5. So, I mean, okay, like I think the center pawns are just more valuable than the queenside pawns in this game.
Wonderful.
Her queenside pawns never got going. Carissa won a big game. I'm looking back for your game and the finish here. Carissa won a big game last year. It was an online tournament, and you took the lead, she took the lead, you took the lead. And it was like bouncing back before you surged at the end. It's starting to look a little bit like that right now.
Yeah, well, I'm focused on my tournament, Maurice. There's still 4 games to play, and yeah, I feel good about this game, and hopefully I can just keep up this level of play.
That's important. All right, congratulations, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Irina.
Big victory for Irina.
Checking in on the game of Katya, because that game that she's dueling with Tatev, I really like what Tatev has done. She's put up this really nice light squared blockade, the knight on e4, the queen on d3.
She's really good right now.
In truth, the queen is not a good blockader. Why? Because whenever the queen gets attacked, she's got to move. The great blockader is the knight. And if white could simply cheat and reverse the queen and the knight,
well, in this
white's
special
strategically winning. Yeah,
that is true. But there's no piece to attack that queen. You would love to have a knight as black. You would love to go knight to e5, attack the queen and displace it.
Right.
You would love to have a light square bishop, put it on b5, displace the queen from d3. There's no piece to attack that queen. And what I like this formation is, okay, the queen is let's say, not ideally placed on d3 as a blockading piece, but the knight on e4,
That's a
very
good piece.
centralized.
Right.
Potentially going to get involved into the attack after knight to f6, if you allow me any sort of this type of tactics, closer to your king. I like what Tadev is doing right now. I really like her control on the light squares.
I don't like that G5 move, I'm going to tell you right now.
No,
Why would you
G5
do that
is
to your
ugly.
position? That was
Yeah.
asking to lose.
And we have another victor in studio.
We do. Anna Sharevic, after a blazing victory, is with Maurice Ashley.
Indeed, it's been a bloody round, and this was a bloody game. And this you can be proud of, the way you conducted this attack, F4, and pure domination. Your thoughts on how you played?
Oh, thank you. I think it was a pretty smooth game. I don't think it was too complicated for me to find the moves. So I really enjoyed it.
Where did she go wrong?
I don't really think that she allowed me to develop all that attack on the king side. So maybe she concentrated too much on the queen side.
Yeah, we're seeing here she let your pawn get to E4, and then you got this move E5, and then she went a bit defensive. Seemed like you just very nicely avoided anything she was doing and went about your own business.
Maybe she should have played A4, B5, like typical idea. Well, not with queen on C5, but overall, before queen C5, just go with B5 idea. Maybe that was more typical for the game.
Right, the way she played, she got nothing on that side, and then you just kind of...
I was able to block all that attack and put my pieces nicely in the king side. But I think G3, maybe
and
king,
Wesley,
king
sorry, just to interrupt you for a second, Wesley has won his game and is joining the leading pack with Sam Sevier.
For the moment, with other games pending. Sorry. Exactly. Let's get back to this position. Right here, is this the way the game went?
Yes.
F4, and you play knight takes on G2.
Correct. I sacrificed on G2.
You have been playing very quickly throughout the tournament, Anna, and I'm sure you're aware you have a lot of time trouble, mismanagement players in the event. And here you actually paused because you were probably considering E3.
Correct.
And we were thinking that both moves were really good for you. You chose knight G2. How did you weigh the scales, and how did you come to the decision not to play E3? Because Maurice, who he loves a spectacular win, which you found, he turned to become an E3 person, that he would have played E3. Why did you choose knight G2 over E3?
You know, actually, you're correct that I was thinking for a while here, trying to choose. I just felt more comfortable with knight G2 because I thought maybe it was more secure.
Okay.
Maybe that's the reason, but I felt like both moves were equally good.
I once played Boris Spassky. When I asked him that question, he said I was mentally flipping a coin, and it came down this way. Okay, that explains.
Well, when you ask women, we can say we're checking our intuition.
Yeah, okay. And your intuition told you knight G2 was the way to go. And of course, F5 was your main move that you had calculated as well.
That's right.
And then tell us how the game, how you were feeling, what was going on.
Well, after this, I knew I was winning. It was just a matter of finding the right moves.
And you played
dominant
H4?
Position, driving all the pieces backwards.
That's right. And I think after rook f8, it's just absolutely winning.
I was extolling the fact that your bishop on D5 was so powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, just controlling
especially with
everything.
the king on H1, right?
Yeah. This is, as you say, a very, very
Last
nice,
try,
very
trying to
smooth
win
game.
material, but this is going to actually get her mated when she takes the queen. Your tournament has been kind of interesting. We've seen a loss, we've seen a lot of draws. How are you feeling about how you're playing overall?
Well, you know, I'm not gonna try to convince you it's so easy after not playing for a while, right? So, well, it takes a lot, right? A lot of preparation, a lot of effort, but I'm really enjoying it because I think at this point I can say I play chess. It's my hobby in life. I'm not doing it professionally, so I really enjoy what I'm doing.
Well, you can enjoy this win for sure. Congratulations. Let's hope to see some more. Good luck with the rest of the games.
Well done, Anna, for sure. And we mentioned once again Wesley So tying with Sam Sevian at the top. And
so far, we have only decisive games in this round.
Only decisive, no
only
draws.
Decisive games.
5 for 5.
That's crazy.
By the way,
not bad.
I'm looking at the women's section.
Yes.
I see only decisive games.
So far.
All of
Even
them.
in the remaining
All
games.
of them in the remaining
are still
games.
going on. Yeah, I just wanted to go with
This
the John
is a
Burke
wild
game
round.
for a second. And by the way, just our predictions on the open section.
I have Lanier.
And I just kind
I
of
don't know who you have. Yeah, don't worry about it.
I
We'll
just kind of
review that
forgot.
later.
Like who did I choose? Oh wow! And VAR gets the participation trophy.
Okay,
I remember,
okay.
I
We'll give
remember
that
that
to
part. And by the way, this is actually, since I'm showing the final, guess who just walked in to join us and to explain his play?
Wesley So, who is with Maurice Ashley.
A very interesting game for sure, we would say, for Wesley. Wesley, in this tournament, we saw you win, I think, about 6 weeks ago.
It was in the Sigfield Cup.
It was only a week ago.
Was it a week?
I beat Dario.
Okay, it was only a week ago. I do remember that you won a week ago.
It feels like it.
It just feels like you haven't been here.
I'm sure it was the Sigfield Cup. I remember now.
I was 27 when I won when I last won a game a year ago.
That's true. That's true. Indeed, technically correct.
Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to thank Lord God Jesus for letting me win. It's super hard to win even one game.
No, that definitely was interesting. And this game was sharp. This game got wild and busy pretty quickly.
Yeah, before we analyze, I want to say shout out to my young opponent, John Burke. He's only 20. He's got a lot of promise. He's a very aggressive player. And last night, I checked his openings. I was looking for a way to try to play for a win with the black pieces. But he knows his theory very well. And I considered playing other openings, like the Sicilian or the Caro-Kann, but most likely I'd get a worse position out of the opening, so I didn't feel like playing it. And then I thought about the Ruy Lopez, but it's also hard to play for a win there. But big shout out to him for not just forcing the draw with the white pieces.
Let me ask you this question, because we were debating this during the broadcast. Were you thinking from move one, I'm trying to beat this young man? After all, he's not that experienced in the U.S. Championship. He's a good player, but you are rating by a couple of hundred rating points. Or were you just thinking solid play?
Yeah, first of all, I wasn't thinking of the result. First of all, I think for a top player, it's almost impossible to gain rating in the U.S. Championship. There's just a lot of talented, lower-rated players. I think their rating should be higher, but like I think Sam Sevian, for example, or Robson's rating should be higher, or Lenderman, because they're very good players. So when you have the black pieces, it's difficult to play for a win. And this is my 7th U.S. Championship. I've lost to some 2500s in the past. I've lost to Sam Sevian, Conrad Holt, a wonder, amongst others.
Man, you just remembered him off the top of your head like that. Long memory.
Yeah, you don't forget when you lose someone 200 points lower. So also, I think Sam Sevian, he was 25-31 in 2015, and he beat me, and he drew against Hikaru Nakamura, who was 27-98. So I think sometimes you just gotta play your best, and if it's a draw, you can move on. I mean, John Burke could go for this 14-move repetition, as you can see, this Berlin draw, but he didn't. Big shout. I think at the end of the day, if you're that young, I mean, sure you can make a draw, get 2 or 3 rating points, but I think the experience is more valuable.
Absolutely, I agree with
and
that.
also, I couldn't just think of any opening to play for a win against 1E4. I mean, I could try the Najdorf, but he knows it very well.
Indeed. All right, let's get into the game, because it got sharp, and then you got a piece on D3, and he played B4. That moment is a moment that was very exciting. You could have grabbed the exchange right away, but then you went for the sharper, more dynamic line. Take us through your thinking process.
First of all, the opening is nice because he played this against Bruzon, so I was hoping he would repeat it and prepared this small surprise in opening rook E8. I think he became too greedy and took this pawn. I think Akobian was saying instead of C5, rook G6 is also very strong. Like here, rook G6. I thought about rook G6. And then I was analyzing rook e1, c5, the knight f1, and he brings the knight to g3. But apparently the computer says it's just -2, like completely winning for black after bishop g4 or something.
Wow.
I just didn't realize that this is just crushing. So
Wow.
if I saw bishop g4 with an attack, I would have gone for this. But yes, I think first of all, his pawn grabbing was just a big mistake because he got a worse position out of the opening. And I thought queen d1 was better. I couldn't see a refutation instead of queen f4. But yeah, I couldn't guess his moves. I thought queen d1, I couldn't. Black should be better, but I couldn't find a way to increase my advantage. I'm sure there is something. But yeah, queen f4, bishop d3. I guess b4 is actually the only move because if you play rook e1, apparently there's some bishop move like bishop
G6
c2.
with the knight coming to D3.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of, I wasn't sure where to put the bishop. But yeah, b4 was a very good practical try, and I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, b4. After b4, I mean, black is better, but it's not so easy to.
So this position apparently was very, very sharp, and right
very
here,
sharp, yeah, very
right
sharp.
here he had the move
Queen f5.
Queen f5. The engine actually wanted to take on f1 originally, but Queen f5. Did you have something planned against this?
Well, yeah, I thought, yeah, I was expecting rook d1, queen f5, g6, bishop d4.
And now just bishop f4, giving you
Yeah, I saw this.
the
And then,
dark square, giving you the rook, but just the dark square one.
yeah, bishop a1, rook a1. And then I wasn't sure. I mean, black's got to be better, but he's got compensation. If he can get queen g3 and h4 in. At the same time, yeah, queen d4, rook c1. And yeah, you're right. He should have gone for this. Maybe this is his best defense.
Yeah, we thought it was his best chance.
But
When he missed this, however, then it seemed that you had this great move, e3. Did you see this from afar, Wesley?
Yeah, I thought, but I was expecting he would play bishop. Maybe he missed it. I don't know.
We were expecting you to play f7, f6. Really, we thought this was really the amazing follow-up.
I saw this move, I just didn't believe it could ever work.
Yeah, we thought.
Wait, so ef, if I was thinking ef, bishop e3, queen e3, rook e3, f7, king f8, so black wins.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, so I saw f6, I just never thought it could ever work, but maybe it does. Oh,
No, you can't take there, but knight e6 is also not possible, so everything's covered.
Oh, so f6, knight f3.
It's pretty similar to what you had, just better.
Better? Oh, okay. I didn't realize why. Bishop f1, rook f1, queen d3.
And then he doesn't get the
rook f8.
In the game, he had one last chance.
Which is
the way you've played it, it was right about here that he missed his chance with knight h4.
Was
I didn't see knight h4. I was looking at like some d5 tricky line, d5, rook d5, rook c1, queen d3.
Okay, just a second. Let me catch up with you. Tricky line.
Yeah, tricky
d5.
line, because he got back rank, queen d3. And now the important is if he plays knight e1, I have queen b5, protecting e8.
Oh, that's a nice way.
Meanwhile, also it's funny if I play e6 here.
Yeah.
Rook e6, knight e5.
Whoa.
And there's only one move that wins for black.
Wait a minute.
Only one winning move.
What?
What? Really?
Maybe Christian can find it.
Christian.
Rook e5, queen e5.
Queen e5. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah. So here there's
H6 maybe. No.
Whoa, our queen is hanging. Our queen is hanging. F7 is hanging. C8 is hanging.
Okay, Wesley's giving us a nice little test here.
Yeah, you all are grandmasters.
Yeah, right.
Oh, queen d1.
I know Christian would play.
Very nice.
And then rook
Christian.
f6.
You got it.
You
got it.
So I was calculating this, but I didn't see knight h4.
Yeah, that was, we think it was his last chance.
If rook takes d4?
Queen g5.
Queen g5. Oh, and then you just go for a mating attack, yeah?
Yeah, the construction is
Queen g5.
quite challenging for you.
Oh, also if I play, instead of rook d4, if I play g6, and queen somewhere, yeah? Queen g5, yeah?
We may have this move.
Oh, I can just...
Oh, no, that's check. Sorry, that's check on That's check on d4, sorry.
I think queen g5. Huh?
Oh, now maybe knight back to f3.
Oh, knight f3?
Queen h6.
That makes sense, yeah.
And we've got...
Yeah, this makes sense, yeah. Weaken my dark squares. Also, you can play h4. We both missed on h4.
We think that was the last chance, and when he went for what he did in the game,
G4 looked suicide.
you've got everything covered, and you went on to win rather comfortably. Finally.
I think knight h4. You're right. Was his last chance to defend.
How do you feel about the tournament right now? I mean, you told us
good.
you were very tired after a series of tournaments all in a row.
That's
but
true, yeah.
You've landed squarely on your feet, Wesley.
Yeah, again, today was a big win. I mean, as I said, even to win just one game here is very tough also. All the top players losing rating. And I was a year younger when I last won a game.
Well, let's not wait until your next birthday before you win again. You've got 4 rounds to go.
I think.
Congratulations on tying for first.
Yeah, I think we were discussing yesterday, Kobe and I think +3 will be good enough for tied first.
That shows how tough the field is.
Only 4 games left. So it's going to be nice. I'm going to have white tomorrow. Hopefully I can make something out of my whites.
Because you're so good, your memory is so wonderful about the games and stuff like that. On panel here, we had a lot of trouble remembering when was the last time Fabi castled. That is to say, losing 2 games in a row.
Oh, castled. Losing 2 games in a row?
Yeah, when did Fabi lose 2 games in a row?
Losing 2 games in a row?
Yeah. First of all, he loses
that's
so
classical.
rarely to begin with, but 2 games in a row.
Okay, he loses blitz games, yeah? But blitz not.
You got to go to the blitz game.
Yeah, classical game. Yeah, you're right. Probably when? 5 years? 5 years?
We don't know.
We don't know.
I can't remember.
Probably 5 years ago.
Do you remember a specific incident in your mind? Like,
Could he? I knew he had a bad Vaikadze one year.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
It'd
lost.
have to go all the way back.
2018, so 3.5 years ago.
3.5 years ago.
what is your opinion? Before you go, what's your opinion of this? Is this winning for Lanier?
No, I saw the engine before coming. It says it's completely equal.
What, this position?
Yeah. Yeah, it says that black should draw without. I mean, black should draw with good defense.
Wow.
Yeah, because c5, d4. Yeah,
It's counterplay.
I think a more interesting endgame is actually the one between Fabi and Robson.
Okay,
Robson.
your opinion of this one?
Yeah, white has some slight chances. White's definitely pushing. Bishop pawn g5 is very vulnerable. The question is whether white can win or not. But looks like unpleasant defending for black. Bishop f6. So knight e6, bishop f6, and then black can only sit. So it's going to be a long, hard defense.
Wesley, we do have a segment, Predict a Result. So we're going to do it on this game right now, and we're going to include you.
Oh, put him on the spot.
The host.
I'm going to go with a victory for Fabiano.
I'm going to wait for Wesley.
No.
I'm going to wait right now for Wesley. I'm going to blame everything on Wesley.
Not allowed. No.
Go ahead, Wesley.
No. Wesley, no, we cannot have Wesley influence.
Okay, Wesley, the last
panel.
one. Wesley's the
Wesley
last
has to
one.
be the last one. He's the strongest player in the room. Let him have the last pick.
Maurice.
All right. If I'm going to go next, I'm going to say draw.
I'm going to say draw.
I'm going to say white wins.
Thank you, Wesley.
Yeah,
that's a tie.
But it's 2-2. We're going to have Verusian.
Well, now VAR heard what Wesley said. We know he's going to say white wins.
He's got to break the
After
tie.
he heard that, well, clearly.
But
okay.
But this is a game where there's 2 bishops versus bishop-knight combination. We saw the longest game of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm having bad memories about
Beyond.
that game.
Alex Lenderman.
But he was up a pawn. He was up a pawn in that one, though.
But you're going to lose a pawn soon. Or maybe one day.
That we thought that Sam should.
VAR says draw.
VAR says draw.
Wow, kudos
He's a
to VAR. You've been hearing what Wesley had to say.
Very wise man.
All right, Wesley, you got some more to think about in this round. Not just your win, but whether or not you might lose this your first predictor result.
Maybe I can change. I missed.
No.
I missed after Bishop F6, Black as Bishop E8. So after Bishop F6, Bishop E8 is important.
Oh, you already said it. Too late. All right,
the
we got the
regulations are you can't
touch
take,
move.
Can't take it back.
Can't take it back.
Yeah, I don't see how white wins by force, but it's going to be very, very hard defending.
Very long game.
Yeah, very long.
Well, congrats, Wesley. Thanks for joining us and entertaining us as
thank
well.
you.
Good luck in the rest of your games.
Tomorrow again, thanks.
Congratulations, Wesley. Indeed. Good luck in the remainder. Okay. What a round of decisive
so
games.
far, yeah.
Did you say not a single draw?
No, one draw so far.
One draw because
Lenderman,
one draw
John.
just finished, and that is the Alex Lenderman versus Jeffrey Shaw.
Yeah, the Irish pawns, the triplets.
So that means that Alex is joining the leaders.
That's right.
With 4.5.
Because he had a half a point lead.
Three-way tie
Currently,
first right now?
Right.
It's a
and
three-way
with
tie.
Ray Robson's game balancing
Is a
the
draw,
outcome. Ooh,
then
yeah.
another co-leader.
Right.
Wow. Whew, this championship is getting ugly, sir. But in the ladies section, we have a lot of very decisive looking positions right now. So maybe we can jump to that one. What is Tatev against Nemtsova, one of our leaders doing?
Whoops, I did something wrong. Of course, I did something wrong. Did I go? No, this
Forget
is the
about that game, folks.
Okay.
What the heck happened here? As this position, a while ago, it was all black. Black was looking for chances. And that's Naja Pakidze. But Megan Lee has turned the game completely around. I'm going to jump to the current position where she is up count them, 2 pawns with no attack in sight
Safe
for
king.
Naja. Safe king. Rook is going to protect. Everybody's good. No, not even a check to speak on. And it's your king that's weak. Bishop under attack. Megan Lee is hunting down Naja Pakidze. She pulls this off. She put two-time champion Naja Pakidze. What a game. This one should be decisive.
Wow.
You want to predict? I don't think anybody's predicting a draw in this game, as Naja in big trouble against the young upstart, and she can't believe she has this position. That's not a face you see often on Naja Pakidze. She rarely loses in the U.S. Women's Championship. In 4 tries, she lost only 2 games, and that was in 1 championship. She won 3 championships without a single loss.
I remember showing that, highlighting that in one
yes,
of our...
absolutely. And she hadn't lost any games in this tournament either.
Up to this moment?
Up to this point. But this one looks like she's going down.
Another game that looks decisive strategically to my eyes is our tournament leader, Kaches, in bad shape. The knight has somehow, Tatev has somehow wiggled it around. She put her knight on this gorgeous blockading square. Look at her light square controls of the open files. Black's rooks are defensive. Black's bishop is defensive. White has a majority on the queen side. King side, I beg your pardon. Everything in my history tells me is won.
No, absolutely. I mean, you also have control of the open files, the only open files in the position.
That's especially the reason. If Black's rooks were shifted and she had control of the open E file,
then maybe you can save it somehow.
Right, but the double rooks on the D file are blocked by this pawn on D4. In fact,
and if you manage to exchange one rook on the E file, that's fine, because I have the other rook on the C file entering the game, and actually with devastating effects. Because, for example, if you play something, not right now.
I wanted to play this. I'll tell you what I had in mind. Rook
to
check,
D7.
rook to D7. You know, right. Usually, I'm not about trading my active rooks for your passive rooks, but I have a very specific point. Protected pass pawn.
I love it.
I love the protected pass pawn. I'm going to put my pawn on G4. I'm going to put my knight on E6. I'm going to sit on the position all day, every day, and King E4 next. Not the only way. You were about to express another way that Tatev could go about her business.
No, I was just going to wait for you to play the move rook to E8. Of course, you're probably not going to do that. So, do I want to play the move A4 is the question right now. Put one of my last... What?
You know, it's funny
Cement
because
the structure.
exactly
on the queen side.
I love the move A4.
Yeah.
I really, really do, because black has a dark square bishop, and all of her pawns are on dark squares, and that means that the bishop is forever playing a defensive role. So when Tatev plays a move like A4, it keeps the pawns on B6 and A5 bad.
Also,
And
whenever
I love
you
what's happening for Tatev.
also whenever you don't have any moves as the defensive side, I just like to torture you a little bit. I'm just going to shuffle the pieces a little bit. Rook C4, Rook E4. I'm pretending like I'm going somewhere. Maybe I'm not going anywhere. I'm just allowing you to make mistakes. For example, one of such mistake would be B5 in this position. Try to break and break free.
Right.
This situation, but Rook to C7 is coming.
Now, and then you can't play Rook to D7.
Because you exchange,
right?
and then you take the pawn. If you have to go King to G6, Rook to E6.
I'm thinking G4, and yeah, it looks terrible. It really, really, really does. Alex Lenderman School of Chess, by the way. We're going to be taking a break.
Yes.
It's been a very, very eventful round.
Absolutely. We'll see you on the other side, but we do have a
birthday girl. Emily works here at the club, and she is it.
She's a star.
If you want something to get done, you better go talk to Emily. Congratulations.
Happy
Emily.
birthday,
Happy
Emily.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
And we'll see you after the break.
Absolutely.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everybody, to our continuous coverage of round number 7 here at the U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championship. We've had a bloody round this round. 5 games out of 6 have finished in a decisive result. Yasser, what else do we have?
Shocking. Wow, what a combative round. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage. We'll do Around the Horn as we'll look at the 3 remaining games in the women's section as well as the 3 remaining games in the open. In the first game, we're just taking a quick look at the game between Megan Lee from Washington State as she's going up against Najib Pikitsa, and she's 2 pawns up, and she just played the move king on b1 to king on c2 to b1. The idea is Black's only hope is that she could somehow get some kind of attack against the king. Megan is preparing queen c2 check, queen e4, domination on the light squares, 2 pawns up. Should be another decisive game coming up. Tata, we spoke about this when we left. You like the move a2, a4 very much. I like the move rook c7 check, and in case of a trade of rooks, follow it up with f5. Huge advantage for Tata. If she played rook to e4, maybe in some ways she's being crafty, looking to somehow double. Okay, Katya's not happy with the position she has taken, and we've caught up with the players. I'm assuming rook takes f4. I'm not really too sure what the idea behind rook e4 is. In any case, strategically speaking, Tata has a firm upper hand.
And it is quite a big moment in that position for Tata.
Exactly.
What is she going to recapture with on f4?
Right, and in the remaining game between Begum and Sabina Feuser, White has been nursing an extra pawn for some time. Should be a winning ending, but again, it's one of those 2 bishops versus bishop and knight, and a lot of work to be done. Let's turn our attention to the open section as we have this all-important game, Ray Robson versus Fabi, our pivotal, prophetic game. Wesley So said it's a win.
Thank you, Wesley.
It's a win. I said it's a draw, and of course I was joined by Var and Maurice because they recognize truth. And here we have
said
it.
draw before you did.
Correct. And so we're going to give you half of the credit. Half of the credit should go to Maurice Ashley. I'll put that down. No, seriously speaking, I do think that Ray has great chances of drawing, because the problem from Fabi's point of view is the desirable bishop c4 takes e6, takes g5, pocketing a pawn. is not enough.
Not enough.
The bishops of opposite color game there, the pawns are close. E4 and G4, they're not spread apart, easy for the defense. And I think Ray is going to hold this game. Let's continue around the horn. This game is, whoa. If I said this came out of a Berlin, oh, you might believe me. First impressions? White
seems
doing
more
really
active.
Good. I love this bishop on e5. I love the fact they've got knight c7 and rook c3 ideas. I love the fact they've got knight g5 ideas. Seems to me that Darvish can be happy with what he's achieved. And finally, the remaining, excuse me, I went the wrong way. Finally, the remaining rook and pawn endgame, Danya versus Lanier Dominguez. And Wesley was asked by Maurice what he thought about this rook and pawn endgame. Wesley truthfully said, well, as I was coming in, I saw the computer's evaluation, triple zeros all over the place. The bottom line is Lanier may be up material, but this pawn on d4 is the problem. Lots of counterplay in the position.
Definitely still not
let's
easy.
go. Yeah, exactly. Let's go over to Maurice, who will drill down deeper on the remaining games. Lanier. Maurice.
You could call me Lanier.
I know.
Also
your
give
style of play, the way you attack. No,
that's not how that's not how Lanier
Good
plays.
try, Yasser. Good try.
That wouldn't be it. I would even say, because he and I love salsa, given that he's Cubano,
right.
But he doesn't dance either.
No.
All right. Well,
Well,
it was this position he had. Remember, we had this moment, and he played just like you said, Christian, right here, knight c4, and Daniel said, "Let me take this and play rook e2."
Right.
Get my counterplay. I got this and this under attack. I'm going to win back a pawn. How do you plan to defend? And he played the most passive move in the position. Looks like a logical move, g3, allowing rook takes on d2. And he played this position. And this is the position that has led to where he is now, up a pawn in a double rook and a pawn endgame. But it's not looking easy for him. And Wesley has said, yeah, this one's not looking positive. Engine saying it's not looking positive. But it was at this exact moment after rook e2 that he must have calculated this move. Rook to g4 to defend, allowing takes. Takes. And now this pawn's under attack, takes. He cannot capture it because, of course, his back rank is a problem. So he can play king g1 or h3, either move. We can play king g1. And now if takes, and evaluate this ending. It's a 2 against 1 on this side. He's not likely to lose this b pawn, but he also has his own threats of taking here and rushing this down the board as well. The engine gives him as hugely up in this one.
Wow.
Like just much, much better. Not even like 1 pawn, 2 pawns up. It's its evaluation, 2.0 is his evaluation. Is that really the case though, guys? Because he definitely saw this. He's not maybe saw this, he definitely saw this. Why do you think he backed away from such a line which looks so promising for him?
he must have misevaluated the race. He probably anticipated that he would have to go after the H pawn. Not necessarily true at the cost of the B3 pawn. And he thought, well, I mean, it's a 3-result game. Let me keep more control. When in truth, you know, we congratulate these players all the time because their judgment is so good. 90, 95, 99% of the time. Sometimes we just do make an error in judgment.
And he was down to his last couple of minutes.
That's a big advantage. The race is actually much in White's favor.
Time makes a fool of all of us in that situation, Yasser. But also after rook to g4, I think rook takes g4 was not the only move in the position. It looked like the only
was
move
to gain the tempo, right? It could be an important tempo gainer because after rook e2 and you get this position, you're threatening to take on g2. So I protect the threat.
And then rook to e8 is also an option that he must have been calculating as well.
But then in that case, I can think of other moves, h4 as opposed to g3. Also, one of the things that I really don't, I mean, I think Nimzovich had some really good insights. I hate his writing. I hate his perspectives. But one of the things he did say is that he explained the control of the absolute seventh. So in this position, you could say, well, black has control on the second rank, right? but only once you move the pawn on d3. Once you put the pawn on g3, then you can see that when you play the move g3, your king on h1 is behind the, so I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is if you go rook here and you play your other move, rook e8, I don't have to give you control of the absolute seventh. I can play h4 and maybe go king h2 and maybe play rook here. And yeah, I agree.
It does feel like you're closer, yeah, in that race, especially with this move h4. I like it.
But I do think that the move, what Maurice is pointing out, a very key moment, that rook g4 would have given Lanier better chances.
How much time did he have? Let's just back down a little bit. This was move 30. So right now he has 4 minutes. He thought for a minute. Okay, so he did think for a while.
He definitely considered the move rook
g4 was
considered. Rook g4. And yeah, this rook a4, geez, the rook looks so, I don't want to say pathetic, it looks so misplaced.
I think he saw that he takes back control of the second rank, and he misevaluated this.
Okay, and he was trying to catch up on time too. He was playing a lot of back and forth moves for a while there.
And can we go back just a second, just a couple of moves, when the rook goes on the h file?
Rook goes on the h file right here.
Right here. Why not rook h6?
Pressing.
Right. So you're attacking the pawns. You're going from the f pawn to the h pawn. But I want to attack both.
And I suppose I would have to. So you've pacified my rook on f7. But on the other hand, it's not like your rook on h6 is doing great things either. It's coming down to the fact that I've got play. I've got counterplay. I mean, and I really do. I want to rush this pawn, and then maybe with 4 rooks on the board, I can move my rook over and move the rook on d1. In the game, let's see, he did force a single rook ending, and we do have this position, and I suppose it's time for d3 here. What do you think?
Can I take on f6?
Let's have a look-see. Can you take on f6? Ooh, check.
Rook f2?
I think that loses. Crazy, right?
King f3? And you go d2. That loses. Wow.
I remember I had a game against Garry Kasparov in an Olympiad.
It doesn't lose. It's just a draw.
Why?
King f1.
Is it a draw?
It's a draw, yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
King f1.
And now you have to give rook c1 and rook c2.
Because if
d2, I throw in a check first, and then I go king e2.
Nicely done, nicely done. I see.
That's why they gave him the Grandmaster title.
That's not enough. That's not enough, yeah.
I'm sure the commission really were considering it very, very, very carefully, though, Maurice.
He earned it.
He earned it. Drill down on this ending for us a little bit. How is Danya's going to answer this rook f2 move?
This is looking quite good for black at the moment. The Indians is just giving dead draw.
Dead draw. All everywhere. Okay.
Everywhere.
Rookie
and you know, we had 5 wins. We had 5 wins in the round really fast.
Yes.
Right? And we're like, wow. It looks like an explosive round.
Win.
So we got all the energy and excitement early.
Right.
But I'm looking at the games now, and I'm not seeing too many wins anywhere. I'm seeing very close games. Of course, we could still have those wins. Only when I see that's decisive, honestly, is on the women's side, where it's about Naji Pakidze going down in this position.
Right.
Knight d5 played, bishop e5, guarding against knight to f6. Bit of a strange place to put your bishop.
Rook e1.
By the way, just asking for rook e1 to happen. What do you do about rook e1, by the way?
Ugh.
There are 2 threats. Knight c7 is one, knight f6 is the other.
Queen e6 maybe the only.
Queen e6 is the only
Queen
move I
e6
see.
is a nice.
Queen e4 just.
Queen e4 is good enough.
No, this is not looking good.
Yeah, what is happening here? I mean,
and the other nice thing is White's king, actually those 2 pawns on b2 and c3 are really nice. They kill the bishop.
They do.
And they give the king the c2 square whenever I need to get on my
King
walking
can always
shoes.
run. Although I have to say, there is one move here after knight d5.
Right.
King g7 is also playable to guard against this square. And queen f5, looking to threaten queen f6 and to take the bishop. It's suddenly a ridiculous blunder to rook a1. Check. Ouch. That's embarrassing. Thank you very much for the draw. Hello,
You
perpetual
played really
check.
well.
You played a nice game, though. You played a nice game.
yeah.
Pat yourself on the back for that one. That's good. That's good. But that's a draw. But nope, she didn't try that trick. She did play bishop to e5 and queen e4 on the board, attacking nothing at the moment. The bishop's
guarding against rook a1.
There's no rook a1, as that's the case.
Right.
But she does have a rook e1 coming very soon. And it's hard to move pieces if you're black right now.
Rook a4, knight f6 checks. Oh, that's
awkward. You can't move anything off the back rank because of that knight f6. You can't move your queen because of knight f6, as the back rank is under attack. So
this looks like game over. Centralize the queen.
No, I mean,
great
it looks
decision.
like queen b8 maybe a move, which I hate to play.
Wait. Queen b8, knight e7, knight c6.
That looks compelling, although this is hanging. Queen, where am I putting this? Here?
That's the problem.
Knight
Where do you
c6.
put it?
Well, I can go here.
Only move, and now I go queen b4, and you can resign.
Oh, yeah. That's compelling.
You were going after the bishop. No.
Boring chess.
I know. All he wanted to do was trade off the queen.
Well,
good decision. I like that queen.
Yeah, it's impossible to defend now.
Did you do it in Ray Robson style? Did you kind of like
sort of around the bishop, not take the bishop and hand to b4?
A little
like
masse on the shot.
Look, if somebody does that against me, I'm gonna snap. I'm gonna slap that guy instantaneously.
Right?
Yeah, that's not cool. That's swerving of the rook.
That's how
rooks move.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Seriously,
I did a swerve though once.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did a swerve. It wasn't cute.
Upset. Who did you upset?
I think I told this a long time. It's a swerve. It was a swerve technique. I had. Maybe I shouldn't remind him of this, but my good buddy Sunil Weermanshri, back in our playing days, we had this game in the New York Open where he was much better in the position.
Okay.
Like just much better.
Right.
And I managed to struggle back.
Fighting.
And then I had a decent position where he was in time pressure.
Okay.
And he's in heavy time pressure. And you know me, when somebody's in time pressure, I've told you before, I don't play quickly.
Right.
Like, no. I want your nervous system to suffer.
Right.
I want you to feel the time that you wasted. Now, with the pressure on you in your body, I want you to, please move. No, I'm not moving. I'm going to look at the board. I'm going to figure out the best move, the hardest move for you to meet. I'm going to play it. I don't care if you're looking as well, because I know the nervous tension in your body is affecting you, and it's going to affect how you think. This particular technique was not cool, though, because in the game, I knew he was like dying for me to move. He's like, come on, make a move. And I had a cup of juice on my right-hand side, and I'm looking at the position, and I reach toward the board and then grab my cup.
Oh, nasty.
I admit, I confess, forgive my sins, but that's exactly, I went like this, and when I went like this, he went, and then when I went to the cup, he's like, and he looked at me with the evil eye.
I think he's looking for absolution right
yeah,
here.
Yeah,
like spiritu sancti, get out of here.
Yeah.
This brings terrible memories for me.
Oh, really?
The only time when I didn't shake my opponent's hand. I was playing this tournament in Dallas against a teammate. I'm not going to give his name. And I was doing terribly in the tournament. Okay. This is the last round, maybe the penultimate round. 2.5 out of 9 or 10, really bad result. Right. I just wanted the tournament to be over. So we play this game. I throw my pieces at my opponent. I get a winning position. I get myself in time trouble. I blow it completely. Now he's winning.
Painful.
I give a piece in one move, by the way.
Oh,
piece
very,
in one
very,
move,
very, very
and now
painful.
he's winning. But I do have my final trick in the position. If he captures and creates this exchange, in one of the variations, I have this hidden stalemate.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping.
Right, please play quickly.
And what he does,
right into it.
He fakes that he's taking my piece, and then he immediately makes a different move. I wanted to slap the guy.
Oh,
I just said, okay.
Heart fluttered for just a brief moment, and then he does the right move.
This was terrible. I ended the game. I did not shake my opponent's hand.
Get out.
he apologized later on. We squared it off, and that was fine. But still, that was
that was rough. That was rough. No, I only played with gentlemen. Dignity, dignity. That's all it all.
Yeah,
all I gotta say is watch the movie Singing in the Rain, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Dignity, dignity, dignity. That was my motto throughout my entire chess career.
Right. Nobody believes you.
Nobody, correctly so. Such an important game. Such the result. So much depends on the result. Is there anything that Fabiano can do in this position against Ray Robson? I mean, as we saw the tournament standings coming in, Ray Robson tied for first.
Tied for first, yeah. With a draw, he's going to join the leaders.
Desperately needs a win, not only in this game, but in many of his remaining games. If he's to have any chance, does he have any chance?
What is he supposed to do?
I don't know.
The only thing he could do is just take that knight because his king is going nowhere. Okay, now he's going to get the pawn to push, which I don't even know why that's a good idea.
Well, the point is, with the pawn on c7, you're never going king c5, king b6, right? If you get the pawn to push to c6, the b6 square is weakened for what it's worth. So,
but doesn't he have to push the pawn?
Yes, he does have.
I mean, the pawn's hanging right now. I don't want to play b6.
Then b5. Look at that. Remember those? I think some of the most artistic combinations in chess are often these pawn breakthrough kind of combinations.
Nice. That's nice.
I mean, you might have knight c5, unfortunately, but you know, it is those pawn breakthroughs.
Knight c5 now?
Yeah.
No, but knight c5, I just exchange the pawns on that side. I pick up the g5 pawn, and I'm happy.
Then
we're playing.
Then it works. Takes on b5, a6 is what I mean by these pawn breakthrough combinations.
And after c6, I'm going to take on e6 first, not go a7, because then you go knight to c7. And that's game over.
So is that one where I reach for the a pawn and I capture your knight?
Something along those lines. Something along those lines.
I've got to learn this technique.
Bad memories for Christian. He doesn't want to talk to you anymore.
Oh, man.
So that is why you said, Maurice, it's forced. You got to play c6. And this...
That's forced too.
This is the ending we were talking about. And I'm saying that if the pawn were on c7, I wouldn't even have this as a prospect.
Okay, so how is this endgame?
I think it's a draw, but
it looks like a draw.
I just want to see how Ray is supposed to defend the position.
What is the best technique? Do you go c5, by the way? Is c5 an idea?
Let's go c5. Of course it's an idea.
Let's go c5.
Great idea.
You're a dangerous man.
I want to give my pawn back. Yeah.
Okay.
Giving your pawn back.
Temperature control. Temperature control. I do believe. Where's Emily when you need her? I mean, she was taking our temperature, making sure we. Now what? That's what. Wow. Take on c5, and you.
I take it you're impressed.
I extol the virtue.
Not at all. I think
all right. So bishop e8 is what his point, of course.
Bishop e8
or
is
stay
his
on
point.
g6. No,
Okay,
I just want to force you to play e5 at the right moment.
All right.
Okay, bishop g6. Keep going.
Okay, so
bishop h7 or bishop e8.
Right, and ooh, of course I did it wrong. Doink. I'm going to go. If I go this way, you'll put your king on f7 one day.
Sure.
Wait.
I mean, how
just
do you,
a second.
How do you break the blockade yet?
I don't know. I'm just putting some moves on to give myself an idea where my bishop belongs. Because one day I'm going to play c6.
So?
Right?
Which day is that?
So the day is coming, and it might be really soon. Like, this would probably be my best opportunity.
What?
If I was going to play c6, right?
King, pawn. Oh, you're going to...
I'm going to try to make a beeline to that guy.
Right. Okay, so let's go bishop d3 now.
Right. Fair enough.
I don't think you're in time. King f5. You're losing one of the pawns.
I am? Why am I losing
Maybe
one?
you're not.
Probably you've got a c5 check.
No,
I was
c5.
going to go bishop here and try to
C5.
It's
I don't understand.
It's not
I don't understand.
easy.
Bishop F1.
Yeah, or
now.
is it easy? Bishop F1, Bishop
F1,
E7,
Bishop E7, C5.
check, King D5.
Check. Actually, no. I'm gonna go C3.
C3.
C4. Sorry.
C4.
C3. I feel like I'm getting in trouble right
Push
now.
it. Oh, you can't push it again. Take.
No, but now I can take on G5, right?
Yes. The bishop gets back to B5. The king on the wrong side.
Correct.
And your king will end up on F7.
I'm going to go to F7.
Okay,
yeah.
well, I'm not saying...
It's a one-move situation, for sure.
Right. Wow. Okay.
C6 played,
Bishop
C4 played.
Somehow
Okay.
I got more than I expected out of that, guys. Maybe it was a draw all the way, but C6 played, Bishop C4 instantly.
You know
not
what this is,
even
right?
Torture. This is the Alex Linderman school
Thank
of.
you.
I play E5. I'll play Bishop D3.
Yep.
I'll play Bishop
We're going to sit here for the
F5.
next 140 moves.
Exactly.
And we're going to keep
exactly.
trying until you screw up.
Exactly. Okay.
But the
let's-
thing is, the problem I have about this position is the white king has no way to make progress in the meantime. So if you tell me, I'm going to sit here as white, if you're not going to play bishop takes knight,
Right.
I'll give you the next, any move you want. Just tell me what you're going to do.
Right. You're saying to me as white, put your pieces as best you want them.
Yeah.
You want your bishop on B8. You're welcome to have it on the
Well,
B8.
just do whatever you like.
Right. Exactly.
I'm going to play bishop h7, bishop g6, or bishop f7. I'm just going to keep doing that while you figure out what you want to do with your pieces.
Right.
So if he doesn't play bishop takes on e6 and black just waits, what is the sequence?
Precisely. I mean, the other sequence I would have in my mind is that I would love to maneuver this bishop to g6, but the only
To f5. you
f5.
mean.
But
But you have to push to do that, and
okay, let's see. Okay, I'm going to go here, Marie. Oh, excuse me. You're going to go here. I'm going to go here. How is no
Bishop G6.
this ending? My dream is to play bishop f5.
Correct.
And then I've got something going. But the problem is your knight keeps me out.
No.
Okay,
but
sorry.
I might let you put your bishop on F5. I'm going to go bishop F7. And how do you make any progress?
Whoa.
I still don't see it.
Whoa. I'm threatening bishop takes g5 now.
That's okay. King E8.
King Edgar 8. Wow. If this is a...
Maybe you
if
can
this
go
is
King
my-
E4, bishop H7, King F5.
I can slowly invade like that. That looks... Okay, you're giving me a good idea of a bishop of same color ending. Bishop ending with same colors, I think I'm winning.
Oh, that should be winning, yeah.
Right. Well, after I grab the g5 pawn, of course. Okay, so I think we've found...
We do have some
a
moves. Bishop to H7 was played.
Potential idea for Fabi. Bishop H7, Bishop D3, Bishop G6, E5 is a potential idea.
But at that point, okay, so let's go with your idea, Yasser, your
Okay.
defensive idea.
What was
Keeping the knight on the board and exchanging the bishops.
Okay.
So how do you make any progress here?
Well, my intention is King E4,
King
King
E4, King
E5,
F5.
and snap.
Now,
should you do something on the queen side or not? Try to trade those guys.
Go bishop D3, King to E8. Where was it?
Okay, this is the position.
Right here.
Okay, I go
right
bishop
here. I'm going to go King E8.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense.
I want to be in time to stop you
from getting my
bishop takes
king
D3.
to F5.
Precisely.
Yeah,
But it's
no,
Zuzan,
this is
isn't
the
it?
dream.
I'm not sure if it's
actually
Zuzan.
no.
Because you're
I
threatening.
need a move.
You're threatening to move your knight, and even if I go King D4, he'll move his knight back. His king on G6 is like the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
You're keeping me out
I
of
think this is,
F5.
They're harmonized. on
Yeah.
This is a blockade.
Bishop
So-
D4 now by Fabi.
Okay.
Inviting
Offering,
this
inviting. Please trade now.
Yes.
trade. He's not going to trade. he's not.
That's an
You think?
understatement. So this was what you had asked, Maurice. You had said, okay, what I'm going to do is Ray Robson is I'm just going to move my bishop from G6 to H7. Go ahead, relocate your pieces as best you're
All you
able.
want.
If you want to put your bishop from F6 to B8 or c5, go ahead. What's the winning plan?
Okay, guys. I do have a winning plan.
Okay.
So let's go back. I
Ooh.
don't like this bishop d4 move.
Okay.
Your idea with bishop to d3 makes a lot of sense, right?
Okay.
And e5. But
Bishop d3,
we couldn't make it
king.
work because of king e8.
Correct.
I'm not going to start with bishop d3. I'm starting with e5.
Okay, in that case, I'm not moving my king because the knight needs protection.
And now bishop d3.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense to me. And now your king will not stop me from getting here.
Correct.
Can the king get to e6? How about knight here?
I'll eat that pawn.
Eat the pawn?
I'll go king e4.
No. This looks
Bishop
No, no,
d2.
no.
I don't know. I don't know.
Bishop
It's
d2.
still some sort of a blockade.
Sorry.
not a clean blockade though.
Maybe not.
Okay. No, I think I need to play c5. I think I need to trade off the queenside
Immediately. Okay. So
pawns.
let's try it
Right?
out.
Let's try this. Take. King.
Not only that you're trading, but also you're creating another square for the king on c6.
Okay.
King d4. Let's go. Let's keep trying.
Now, am I afraid of the e pawn killing me?
Yes.
I don't know if I am.
I mean, I'd be afraid. I wouldn't necessarily say it's over, but.
So I'll take on g6 or on g5. And who's first? Okay, bishop f6 back. Who's first?
I don't know if I even have a chance. Actually, I don't know. I think I'm last by a country mile. I mean, that bishop is wow.
Monstrous, yeah.
Nice. Bravo.
Hold on.
Okay.
So a defense, you don't want to go after the a pawn so easily. You can't.
I don't think I should have done that. That's right.
By the way, even that position, I'm not convinced that
I know
it's
what he can
over.
do.
I'm not convinced it's over, even that
Even?
position. Yeah, with the knight on
good
c6.
But
let's keep going, because I don't think this is over. I think this is just a draw.
Wow. Okay. Help
So
me.
I go a5.
a5.
That's fine.
But that, as long as I'm
that's okay.
Excuse me.
That's okay. I'm not even sure if I want to play
yes.
a5.
Oh, I mean, I got the technique.
okay,
Do I have-
G5. Let's go.
g5, king f8.
Okay,
G5,
G6.
king of 8.
g6, king g8.
Wow.
It's a brave man.
Okay.
But we get his point.
I don't get his point. I'm going to go king here.
I
It's
don't
a,
get my
it's a
point.
losing point,
Yeah,
but
this is,
but we get the point at least.
I don't like it. Wait.
I have this feeling that
Wait, guys.
It's
All
the
right,
Sam-
go back.
it's like the Sam Sevian
You're
game.
tricking me here.
I know. It's
No,
like
no. With the knight on c6.
Oh,
That's still
right.
not over.
Wow.
You're giving up too early.
See, this
G5.
This is the point.
A4.
Everybody. And
By
I
the
do
way,
believe we have a
do
result.
have a draw in that game between Lenier Dominguez and Daniel Naroditsky.
A draw.
That is
Well, a
drawing.
very rare sighting. How many times have we said that on our broadcast? We have a very rare sighting. We have a draw.
Absolutely, yeah. 2 out of 7 right now.
Wow. And the Janusz Gambit
Survives.
survives to tell the tale. It goes to show that in these offbeat openings, I guess Alekhine wasn't offbeat enough, or I don't know how to say it. It took a risk, and it paid off for Danya. Back over to you, Maurice, and the game of Megan.
We should see a resignation quite shortly in this one as Megan Lee is putting the hammer down in this game. She played queen e4, opponent played rook b8, rook to d2, no tricks for you on the b2 square, king g7, and then rook to e2, this bishop in big trouble, and then boom, give me your pawn on f6. Thank you very much. Obviously, bishop f6 is impossible because your queen's hanging. King takes, this allows check. Get out of there, give us the bishop with check, trade down. You're gonna be down 3 pawns. That's nothing there, but what she didn't help as knight h5 check, king g8, queen g6 check, king h8. Give me this with check. Why haven't you given up yet? King g8, queen e6 check, king to h7, and now king to c2, allowing queen to a5 for the moment. She's hanging on not even by a thread, actually. Like, this is just bad. She's down 4 pawns.
Wow.
4 pawns, and she knows she's just hoping there's a trick laying somewhere hidden I don't see the trick, and Megan is trying to figure out just how to collect everything. But Nazi Pikidze going down as Megan Lee will rise up to 3 points, and this will put a major dent in Pikidze's chances to win this championship in her comeback after retirement. The leaders are just too far away, and there goes Megan making Queen F5 check. And at any moment, we could see resignation in this game because there's just no chances.
Absolutely.
King H6 has to follow up.
Only move, right?
Otherwise, you give up the G5 pawn.
Exactly.
That's it.
But I mean, there's a rook E5 and a King C1 after you check. And
right, and then Queen B1.
Queen B1 and you're finished.
Yeah, this is over.
That's precisely it.
There's just
King
no
H6
play.
on the board. We're expecting Rook takes E5.
Yeah, let's look at that. King H6, Rook takes E5. If she plays it,
and she took it,
and she has, well, then we don't need to look at variations because that might lose. Because check is the only check. King here, check is the only check. Whoop, sorry, Queen B1. We've seen that move before. Queen F5 to B1 to B1. Sabina Foiser. We'll see it again here, and that's just resignation.
And
now
let's see the resignation.
Let's see the resignation in live, real time, as she's going to look for some checks. But Rook takes E5 is saying you've got nothing, and all right, there's your first check. King C1 looks like the easiest.
In Seattle, we say we don't resign, we make spike checks.
Yeah.
And there it is.
The last great act of defiance.
You get one more check on A1, but Queen B1 shuts the door completely, and that will be resigns. She's looking at it now. She's looking for another chance maybe, but there's nothing else there, and we're just counting the seconds to a handshake.
Exactly. By the way, we're seeing a repetition. And
Queen
there it is.
Queen A1.
The spike check.
Queen B1 is forced.
B1 instantaneously, and that's resignation right now.
And we have a repetition going on in the game.
What? She did not resign.
She did not resign. Wow.
Wow. She made another move. That's pretty surprising.
We have a fighter on our hands.
She just doesn't want to accept it, as she does have Queen F1.
As a tricky?
As a chance, at least.
So we could
What if I go Knight G3?
What if I go Rook E1 and just...
Or Rook E1.
I like Knight G3. I like the knight on H5 is not ideal. F5.
Let's put it on F5.
F5.
And then on D4,
squares.
if you...
F5 is our square. But we have a special guest. It's not a repetition. Dariush decided to continue in his game with Sam Shanklin. I was just about to suggest that the players in that game were going to call it a draw. It was like a 3-time repetition. Didn't happen, but that gives us a chance to speak with Lanier.
Absolutely. We have Lanier Dominguez after a tense draw against Daniel Naroditsky. He's with Maurice.
Lanier, your opponent played a very unusual opening at this level, not seen too often. Were you surprised by it?
Yeah, I was surprised, but I more or less I knew that he will play something that will be a surprise for me. So in that sense, I was kind of expecting that situation, and then it was very interesting. I think I played B3, which is a very concrete move. I want to play Bishop B2, Rook A1, and so on, and it got complicated. I think I was better. Probably I had a big advantage at some point, or when I took on F6 and played Queen C5, but I was low on time and I couldn't find the best moves, probably.
Lanier, if I can ask you, and I draw your attention to the monitor here, at this moment you just mentioned the move B2, B3, that you played something very concrete. I think we were expecting D2, D3. When did your preparation end?
I sort of knew that this line is possible, but I didn't remember especially what's the...
Right.
Yeah,
has B3 been on your, let's say, chess table at home?
B3, it's of course a typical idea here to develop like this, but I'm not sure if in this position concretely is the best way.
We were surprised by his decision to go after your C2 pawn. Once you played the move B3, we thought that he was going to, frankly, go after your king.
Yeah, I was expecting that.
Rook E8, bishop, and something of this nature was going to be
yeah, I thought
the
Queen
game.
F2 here, no? And if also Knight C4, GF Knight C4.
I see.
And then I can take on D6, take on F4, or even take on A7. Knight A5 ideas.
This was your intention of how
Yes.
you were going to meet his
Well,
rook
after
E8.
bishop b2, I thought bishop a3 he has to play.
Ah, bishop a3.
And this was interesting because he's still a pawn down, but then he gets some play with the play c5 and tries to get some initiative, like bishop takes, rook e5, queen d3, c5, something like this.
Even sacrificing exchanges.
Yeah, because bishop b2, it's actually a nice draw. Rook g5 and bishop takes f6, rook g2, king h1, rook takes f2. I think it's a draw.
Also a puzzle rush.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And this is a draw.
Okay, probably rook g3 wins, no? Yeah, no, in any case, white cannot go for this. I was planning to go c5, f3, and it's complicated. I don't know.
Right. Bishops of opposite color games can be when it's all about who has a safer king. But in the game, he did go for the, and it was a very enterprising decision also that he made, because this game was, what's going on? What's your overall assessment at this moment?
I mean, I thought I was actually close to winning after queen c5, because there is this idea to play knight e5 after king b8, of course, was the main point. Instead of queen e4, if he goes king b8, which is the normal move,
yes,
I have knight e5.
Knight
e5, which is very strong, because then d7 falls and
I think we looked at this, and then
queen d2, rook a d1, I thought.
And then rook takes e5.
Rook e5, queen e5. I think
And
this
then
is working. Queen d1, queen f6.
You should believe in yourself, Christian. He gave it up when we showed.
Yeah.
What can I say? I was one move away from brilliancy.
One ply. Ah, so that was
Story of your life.
One ply. Okay, nice. He didn't play king b8, as you say, the normal move. Instead, he retreated, and you got a position that we were really struggling with. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that I should be much better here, but just couldn't find. Yeah, rook g8 is a very strong move, of course. It's the only move, I think.
Right, he's getting his counterplay. And you decided to trade queens?
Yes.
And you got into this position?
Yeah, maybe instead of c6, he had something more precise.
Oh, jeez, I hit the wrong key. I apologize. Instead of c6?
Yeah, but after c6...
What did you expect instead of c6?
No, I was actually expecting c6, but I knew that, I mean, basically he has few moves. Any bishop move with the same idea, play rook e2 is interesting, so I wasn't sure. I mean, I was low on time. I didn't have much time here to really to calculate, but
okay.
Yeah. But c6, knight c4, takes rook e2. Of course, I had rook g4 here.
That was
which
the
I
move.
saw, but I was again very low on time, and I thought that the way I played was also leading to a nice endgame, because I thought that I have time to consolidate with king g1, rook f2, and get my king out, but he still has, I think, good compensation for the pawn. So
concretely speaking, did you reject rook g4 just a tuition, just a feeling?
Yeah.
Or because of a certain line that dissuaded you from it?
No, I mean, I saw maybe he'll play rook e8, and I didn't see that then I can play rook d4. And rook g8, then g3, and now my pawn is protected.
Exactly.
And I suspected that rook takes g4, fg, rook d2, h4 has to be very good for me, obviously.
You have a wonderful race, whether it be h4 or h3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in your favor for sure.
So yeah, but
maybe
again,
a missed opportunity then.
Yeah, I had little time, and I was thinking that this was also good, but.
The crazy thing is, we asked Wesley his opinion. He had finished his game about this ending, and he didn't cheat. He just said the truth. I came in and I saw the engine's evaluation of 0, 0, 0 all the way through. We were kind of surprised because we thought you were pressing.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but yeah, but once I had time to calculate, I mean, I didn't see exactly what to do.
Exactly. All right. Well, tough. Wesley came in and he said it's so hard to win games here. You're
Yes.
having these championships are tough, and then we've had a round like today where you're one of the only draws. Did you realize that you were one of the only draws?
Way to kick a guy when he's down, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Lanier, this game by Fabi, your opinion about the result. We all have our opinion on this one. Do you feel this one is just a draw?
Looks like it shouldn't be enough because, I mean, there's no way to do anything unless you take on e6, and then it should be a draw. But I mean, Black is still under pressure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and get your rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, good luck, Lanier.
Wow. We do have another blockade happening right now.
What's
in the game
blockade?
between Begim Tohirjanova and Sabina Foyshore. And I'm wondering whether there's any way to break this blockade.
It's kind of interesting. It's very similar to what happened with Linderman and Sam
Precisely.
Sevian,
Right.
except this time the defender has the two bishops, while
Right.
it's the aggressor who has the bishop and the knight. And so that makes a big difference, but doesn't look as though it's that easy. The bishops really are keeping the pieces at bay, and not easy to make any kind of breakthrough. By the way,
So I have a plan.
may I just point this out quickly before you do that?
Yeah.
Raise down to 1 minute on his clock in this game.
That's good for me.
Right? 11 minutes for Fabi, 1 minute for, good for you. It's good for Fabi.
I don't care about Fabi.
What? I mean,
said it's good for him.
You gave your heart and soul to Fabi and his campaign for the World Championship, and
No,
now
he just wants to be right. He just wants to be right.
Guys,
in the predicted
I
result.
need to win the predicted result tonight. I mean,
okay.
that's
So
the important
ruthlessly
thing.
practical.
You make a good point
Incredible.
there.
Well,
Okay.
that one's just down to a minute, but it looks like it's defensible. Now get back to your game. I'm sorry. Just want to make sure we're keeping.
No, I was
look
just
at the
going to
clock.
say you
We're
were
definitely
saying,
going to be looking at that one moving forward. What? Let's
you
try to.
you were saying that it's very hard to break the blockade. I don't think so. I think I'm going
That's
to
what
play
yes,
h4.
Precisely.
I'm going to wait for a decision. I don't know. And I was going to go knight e5. If you take,
I'm not going to take. No.
I will take. And if you take, I will play king here. And this is how I break the blockade.
Correct.
I use that as a decoy.
So I don't take.
But then I will march my king triumphantly to the d4 square
That's
before
okay.
I play c5. b5.
So let's go. Bishop to f6.
Bishop f6. Bishop f6. Okay.
Bishop to d8.
Aha. You're going to stop me from this
Precisely.
square.
And I think we have the knight on d4, so it's a little bit different.
Oh, it's
Oh, that's a very nice little trick.
What's that?
What we have on the board right now.
What happened on the
So
board right now?
instead of h4, she played the move knight d4.
Okay.
Don't play h4.
Well, that would allow me to play. That would
I
allow
can
white to
take.
play g4.
No, I can take. Take.
Oh, and take
and
on
bishop takes
f5.
f5 at the end.
Oh, you dirty
So
rat
that's a
pig.
nice little trick just to test her. Because I think
Exactly.
at some point you will have to put that pawn on h4.
Okay.
So this just wins.
Yeah, and again, just to finish the thought, that takes is a fork of the king and the knight, and white wins 2 pawns in that variation. So no h4.
So no h4. Now let's go back to your
What I was
position.
suggesting.
Sure. Even though I still like the fact that she's putting the knight on d4, which just completely dominates dark square bishop.
And here you
With the
were
knight on
saying
e5, you still have that a7,
bishop f6,
g1 diagonal to attack, harass that pawn on e3.
king here,
King,
and this was
bishop
where
d8.
you were you were quick to knock me off my perch
Right.
on the d4 square.
So my plan is to put the knight on d4. Now maybe we can go to the...
We'll go back.
Yes.
So if we go here,
That's
now
fine.
you
Knight to
put your
d4.
knight on d4. Okay.
I want to get my king to a3.
Okay, and you can do that, I assume, very easily.
Then put my bishop on c2.
Okay.
Then put my bishop on a4.
Ah, and slowly, excuse me, you immediately to a4.
Sure.
And you've wrested control
And
over.
now I'm going to go bishop b5.
And then you're going to worm your way up.
I don't know if I am, though.
Okay, but actually I'm
At
running
some point,
out
I
of
think you're in
moves.
Suzman. Yeah.
I feel like I'm running out of moves.
So
Okay.
now I use triangulation. I go king b3.
Oh dear.
Bishop b6, king a4.
Oh dear. And now this
do you put the
bishop
bishop?
can't move. I can't allow king a5, so I've got to put the bishop back.
And now I can go bishop c6 because you cannot take on d4.
Wow.
And now I go king b5 next.
And that's the breakthrough.
I think once I get on b5, the game is over.
Wow.
We probably missed a lot of things on
But
the way.
nonetheless,
but
it's
this
very
looks like an interesting
insightful,
plan.
And I really, when I was growing up, I grew up as a kid, and I was playing catch up, and it was this match of Taimanov, where Bobby Fischer outdueled a knight, and he sacrificed a bishop, and it went into a 60 memorable game. Blah 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 blah. It was this is a very, very nice duel of bishop and knight versus two bishops.
How are we doing on time, Yasser?
You tell me. I can hardly
5
read,
minutes, I think, for Sabina, and 12 minutes or 11 minutes for Begim.
For Sabina.
No. 5 minutes for Sabina, 11 minutes for Begim.
Gotcha.
So Sabina has her hands full with this defense.
No question about it. And over to you, Maurice.
There's some tortures going on based on the clock. We know that players will push you when you are giving up too much on the clock. And in this one, Dariush is playing against Sam Shanklin. Sam is torturing him on the clock. This is very close. Again, bishop versus knight in the end game. Aggressive pawn on 8-6. He hasn't been able to get anywhere near 8-7 yet. But Rook d3, the last move. He has 2 minutes and 13 seconds to 12-17 for Sam. And ticking down, actually now it's at 12 and 4 seconds left for Sam. Sam is trying to figure out, how can I maintain the energy in the game and get him to blunder somehow in time pressure as the game looks very close. White has some attractive pieces there, not just because those chess pieces themselves are gorgeous. Look at those fine pieces. You want to have a set like that one at home. But because White's position is knight on d5, rook on d3, king on f5, pawn on 8-6. White's got a lot of trumps as well. King back to b7. That quick move alerts you to the fact that Sam is playing against his time, because there was no reason for Sam to rush so much with king to b7. He's got a lot of time on the clock. He could have calmly brought his king back to b7 like he would in an average situation. Right now, he wants to put the time pressure on his opponent. He's giving his opponent a chance to repeat moves, because he just played king c6, rook d3, king back to b7. The rook can leave again. I think it was rook f3 was where the rook came from. And now he's played rook d2 instead, and you can feel both of them are feeling the tension in the moment, and it's about the clock as there's nothing decisive on the board. By the way, Fabi's doing the same thing to his opponent, Ray Robson. Fabi's monkeying around with his bishop, floating around with his pieces, and as he has 10 minutes to his opponent, 127. Look at the clock. That's what it's all about, trying to get the opponent to do something while you shuffle around, something weird. Spend some time, get down to like 10 seconds where your heart starts to beat really, really fast, and then find some kind of idea that forces your opponent to blunder. But Ray is staying calm. You see, that's how you do it. You just calm. You don't rush to g6. Excuse me, I'm not losing this position. I know what to do. Bishop to g6. You figure it out. Bishop to d3. And nothing special yet. Just looking for the moment when you might find a trick somewhere. But it doesn't look as though there's anything for Fabi to do.
As we keep an eye on that game, one game that's definitely gone south, in my opinion, Tatev. I do not like the way she has played her position at all. When we left it in a position just like this, where we really liked White's position a lot. But what Tatev did is she brought her king, which was sitting rather nicely, I must say, on the f3 square, all the way back into the center. Black's rooks were doing nothing, and I mean nothing on the d file. Instead, Tatev allowed her opponent, Katya, to double her rooks on the open e file. And suddenly you go, ruh-roh, there's some problems. Maurice, I'll stop myself and jump over to you.
Sorry, we're about to see resignation in the Najee game. Finally, like total resignation. She sacrificed a rook to maybe get a prepet, but if we look at the board now, we should see resigns any second on that board as it can't possibly be her.
It's her move.
It is her move.
Megan's
She's
up
sitting
a rook
there.
and a knight?
A rook and a knight up. There is no prepet anyway. There's not even another normal check to play. There's nothing to do. You're just down a rook. a knight and count them 4 pawns. There we have the handshake.
Wow. That took a long time. Rook, knight, and 4 pawns before Nagy tossed in the towel. I want to get Tatev,
yes.
because again, for Katja, she has started with 2 wins. She drew a number of games.
Slow down a little bit.
And just look what has happened. The knight, which was beautiful on d3 a while ago, blockading everything, has gone way off sides, all the way over to this h5 square.
You never want to see this configuration with the bishop on e5 and the knight on the side.
Yeah, the bishop now giving to Suji.
Dominating that knight.
To the knight. The knight can only go to 4 squares. The bishop controls the knight, dominates the knight, really. And this rook, what the heck?
Okay, so
G4,
rook to e4.
Rook to e4.
And what did Tatev play?
Why?
King to d3 was played.
Challenging her to take the pawn?
So right now, Katja can just play rook to e3, rook to e4, and make a draw.
True. But she can also play rook takes g4.
Which she did.
And say, hey, you're my good friend. No. Don't tell me that Megan blundered.
No, Megan is over.
The game is over.
Stalemate.
But I just looked at the moves, and there was a chance
Oh,
for Nagy
no.
that she missed.
The knight on h5 is wrong.
In this position, when she took the bishop, there was a sacrifice. Rook takes b2. You cannot capture because the queen can sacrifice itself.
It's a crazy
and
queen.
And that's it. She missed a stalemate, a mutual blunder. Nagy could have drawn this game a lot earlier. Setting this up, she literally set up the stalemate, taking the bishop just at the wrong time. Nagy missed a drawing tactic and lost the game. Could have drawn the game by force with rook b2. You can't get away. You could. I mean, as soon as you see rook b2 is possible, then you know it's impossible to get away with this king. So it's like, I'm just going to start checking you forever. You can't take this. Although even this one may not be the most precise way.
No, that's good, I think.
But it looks good. King e4, rook e2, king d4. I mean, look at this. Incredible. It's a draw no matter what.
Horrifying.
It's a draw. Your queen and knight just create the stalemate, and then the queen can figure out how to sacrifice
Just
itself.
to continue with that line,
Unbelievable.
Maurice, king
Yes.
takes e4.
King takes on e4.
So how do you continue?
Queen d5
Queen
check.
d5 check. King e3, queen d2 check.
Queen d2 check.
King e4, queen d5.
Wow.
Actually, the most accurate, I think, at that point, is queen d4 check. So you don't have a
checkmate.
Your king mate. Take my queen, please. Unbelievable! What a double! That one's going to feature in our double blunder
I feel
tomorrow.
taser. This has been a remarkable round. That was
could have
horrifying.
drawn the game. They say never resign, and that was the chance.
Is Katja winning?
I have no idea. I see a bishop on h8 right now.
Because she took this pawn on g4. There was rook e8.
Bishop to h8.
She couldn't maintain the bishop on e5, so she dropped it back to h8, rook e4, and I'm thinking it's just time to play
Which
rook
she did, I think. No, she played rook g2.
Rook g2. I didn't like
Wait,
walking into this
rook
fork, so I can't
Exactly.
play the desired king g6 anymore because of knight f4. So I thought she would play rook g1 just so that she could prep
I
king
think rook
g6.
g2, rook e7 is just a draw on the spot.
Why king g8?
Rook e8.
Rook e8.
That's it.
I have to go back to h7.
And if you have to go bishop g7, how do we assess that pawn endgame? So bishop to g7, let's say you take and take and take. No, king to g8 is just rook to e8.
Excuse me, Katja is happy to get out of here.
You think so?
After being tortured?
No.
I mean, she was a pawn up. She could have made a draw with rook e3, rook e4.
No, that's the whole point, Maurice. Just right here, after the move g4, she played rook e4. If she was happy to get out of here with a draw, she would have happily played rook check and just
Rook e4,
repeated and
exactly.
said, okay, let's make a draw this way. But no, after king d3, she said, do I sense opportunity? And she took this pawn on g4.
But I mean, you take the pawn because you can take the pawn. Like what?
Absolutely,
If it's
yeah.
if you get the pawn and it's, well, I guess you have chances. That's what you would hope.
But how was that minor piece endgame? That
we will analyze that, but we do have a special
that
guest
is
in the
true.
studio right now. Megan Lee, after an incredible victory against Nazi Paikiza, is with Maurice.
Megan, congratulations. We just have to get this out the way. I guess you have found out that Rook B2 would have drawn the game here as you created a stalemate to her king.
Yeah, I actually missed this, so it was a sort of a surprise, and nice that she didn't end up seeing it.
Indeed, big win against her. Tell us about the game itself. Where did she make her errors?
I think she's not usually a D6 like G6 player, so she was a little unfamiliar with the opening setup, and I think where I had to push D5, she might have tried to trade queens, but I think, yeah, it was a pretty tough situation. I think if I didn't play D5, she would play D5, and then she would get some counterplay with C5.
It looked like she was getting play in this game, like it was equalish at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden you won. I looked over and you were up 2 pawns. How did that happen?
I think she was trying to complicate things in time trouble, so she sacrificed a few pawns on the queen side to try to get a checkmate going.
So here it's still even material. Where was the sacrifice?
I think she might have missed when I played knight b4 a few moves forward when she played rook c5 after I went rook e1, that I could play knight d3, so then I think she dropped that pawn first.
Those retreating moves, we always talk about them, nasty. So that was pawn number 1, and then you clipped pawn number 2. Okay, that's how you got the 2 pawns. And then that little hiccup in the middle of the technique. Have you ever drawn a game because of stalemate in your career?
Maybe when I was younger, yeah.
Like 6?
Yeah, I think there was one game at Nationals, someone had 2 queens against me and he stalemated me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it could have been another brutal shower in this one. Well, congratulations on your win and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Megan. Whew. If that had been a draw, I mean,
man.
Oh no, oh no.
And I think Tatev is about to draw.
I can't imagine when you see Naji's face when she finds out that she could have sacked and saved the game.
That's a tough one.
That's going to be hard to tolerate.
This ending, just humor me for just a moment.
Wait, but how did we get into that? Ah, okay, rook e4, yeah.
Yeah, this was this moment where she actually played rook g2, a move that I really didn't like. I thought she was going to play rook g1.
Precisely.
Did Katya. But here, she could have also gone into this minor piece ending.
Mm-hmm.
Could I play bishop e5?
I don't think you can. I take and then I go knight to f6.
Oh, and you stop me. Oh, pardon me.
Well, you can go king g6, knight e4, king h5, and
No, you stopped me. This was
probably
not.
I do.
This was not the. That is not the one I wanted. So, king here.
Knight f4.
Gosh, I can't get my king.
Are we seeing a repetition in that game?
Guys,
It feels like a draw, but that's an important draw for Katya. Ooh,
Guys, there's a miracle taking place in another game.
A Begum?
Yes, this game.
Another fortress?
Incredibly so. She got the trade she wanted, and she got to this position, and now king c7, bishop b5 played, and here is where she thinks she's winning the game. But in fact, all black has to do is wait. And if you ever play king a4, now bring your king to b6, and bishop d7 can be met by king back to c7. The king cannot, the bishop cannot zug the king in any way. And if bishop b5, king back, and if you bring your bishop back to this diagonal, then this bishop comes back and keeps the king out.
Remarkable.
It is incredible, but she has found it. King to b7, and she's just going to wait now, and she's saying, what do you have? How do you break through my bishop? I mean, you can't have a worse bishop than this bishop on f7, and it cannot move because of bishop to e8, but this bishop also has limited scope because of the pawn structure. If he goes back along this diagonal, the bishop is released. The king comes up, the king goes to b6. Doesn't look like there's a way to win this position.
So what if we...
Tatev has drawn too, by the way.
Tatev has drawn her game, indeed. And what if we do sacrifice the bishop?
Yeah, I was going to say, Shades,
Let's go.
mentioned Bobby Fischer. And
King a4.
And
then bishop d7.
Guess what? And I think the diff is we're supposed to start with a check. We don't allow you...
Okay.
The Zwischenzug. I understand what you're saying. If I take right away, the king can maybe prance, push the pawn, and maybe keep prancing, right?
Okay.
But I think the problem, I was looking at the very same thing.
I don't understand. How do you win that position?
I'm not sure.
I don't see how you win at all.
I understand. The problem was the Zwischenzug.
That's
I don't even get to get my king to c5 with the
Actually, that might
bishop
be winning.
e4. Yeah, turn the tables, not just, but completely. So I can't sacrifice
Probably
the
you
bishop.
cannot sacrifice. No.
What a save. Sorry, so many results just happened like that. Sam Shanklin drew.
Draw.
Tatev draw.
Drew.
Big result for, wow.
By the way, does that conclude our... No, Fabiano is still playing. Fabiano and Tohir They're still
But this looks drawn, right?
Yes.
We think that that's drawn.
That is a draw.
Which is a big
'cause
result.
We can never break through. And Ray Robson, again, he's doing the Lenderman technique of just fishing.
But
Ray, get tired. Let me wear you out.
So king e4 can always be met by bishop check and chase you back.
Right. But okay, this move e5. This was the moment where I was like thinking to myself, if Fabi can put his bishop on f5.
But how
isn't
do you win
that real? Well, we just saw the move king g8. So Fabi can play now bishop coming to f5. So what? I guess we're still going to keep the blockade.
Or maybe you might win the b7 pawn in that case.
Okay, here's the winning idea. Okay, I go bishop to d3.
It's his only chance.
Oh, it's his move. Okay.
Right now, after e5, king g8 was played, and then we have king d2.
Wow.
What? King d2.
King d2.
Okay, here, check this out, guys. I'll just make some moves for just a quick second. We get here. Go. We get here.
Yeah.
We get here. Go.
Wait a minute.
Can I take?
That's a check.
That's the idea.
Really?
Really?
What? You're saying what?
Yeah. Well, remember, king is going to gobble up a lot of pawns. So that's
What
winning.
pawns are you gobbling? I don't understand. The bishop goes to c4 eventually, no?
The bishop goes to c4.
Not right now, but
c4 eventually.
the bishop goes to b5. You move the bishop out of the way. I would move the bishop out of the way first, right? And now you have to play bishop to attack material. But I didn't like the king being this far away. You could have played king f8, king e7.
Okay. King f8, king e7. And in any case, this is the only thing I can see that may cause Ray to panic.
He might be going towards that. He might be going towards that variation.
This piece sacrifice.
We do see that bishop on f5. The king probably is going to go to c3, following king c4. We might see that.
Okay, but we do have
a guest.
long time tournament leader of the ladies section,
who is now trailing. That is Katerina Nemtsova with Maurice Ashley.
Katerina, you were pushed to the brink, it seemed, in this game, but you managed to hold the draw. Tell us how it happened.
I think I got a very nice opening. I thought maybe I have some advantage, and then I totally gave it away, and then I was just like super suffering.
And what made you come back in the game?
Well, I don't think it was that easy for Tatev to figure out how to actually push more, because the pawn is stopped, but it's unclear, I think, how to continue. So I was just trying not to do anything too serious, not to get too low on time, and just make some moves and hope for the best.
It ended up really good for you at some point. In fact, in the end game, maybe it was the rook g2 move that was a slip that prevents your king from coming out. I think we can get to this position in the game itself. We're coming up on it right here. Were you starting to get optimistic in this position, or still thinking it was close to a draw?
No, this I was very happy, because now I'm pawn up. I'm holding on to the d4 pawn. The bishop on h8 is like very passive, but doing an amazing job covering the pawn on d4 and stopping the knight from, checking me. Or I was worried about knight f6 so much. I was like, it doesn't work. There's the bishop. It's defending it. And the pawn on h4 is, is a huge weakness. So rook e4 is the only move. And I just missed that she has perpetual. But I'm not sure if there is anything else I can do.
We were thinking rook g1, Katja?
So after rook g1, she probably...
At least with the idea of king g6.
Yeah, but then, let's say she gives check and then transfers the knight to the center. Yep, knight d5.
Or even knight e2 looks a little dangerous, to be honest.
Because now, okay, b6 is hanging. The bishop, rook h7 is threat at any moment. So back, king e2, king d2, sorry.
Okay, I love your active king. I love your active rook.
But now the bishop is a problem.
Well, I think if I get, I've got ideas, you know what I mean? I think that this is the way you could have prolonged the game or continued the game.
But this is a
the problem
right?
was
Knight
rook
b6.
g2 was an immediate draw, immediate perpetual.
But Yasser, if she takes on b6 and puts the knight on c4,
that's
like how
take on b6, bishop f4.
Sure.
Keep going, bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Knight b6, check on f4.
Check on f4.
d3.
And it's in your favor. I don't know if you can win it. I'm not saying it's. I'm saying if you wanted to prolong the game, you said you're a pawn up. You're beginning to feel a little optimistic. Let's go. Then rook g1 was the way you could go.
Yeah, I miss the perpetual.
Yeah,
it's a nice resource for her.
It still looks like it's not a win, but it definitely would have kept the game going. You were leading from round one, tied for first. This is the first time now when you're actually trailing by half a point with 4 rounds to go. Your thoughts on that?
It's okay. I think I'm still kind of doing well. I mean, this was a very tough game. I think Tate was pushing, so I'm happy I survived. I had black. I was worse at some moment. So I think it's all good. Let's move on tomorrow with white.
Who do you play tomorrow?
With
white.
Lee.
I know I have white.
Megan Lee, who won today, and you have white.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let you go rest,
Perfect.
eat, prepare.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Or eat, rest, prepare, I imagine.
Repeat. Okay, back to the game of
Fabiano,
because this is huge, guys. If that trick were to work, where you sacrifice,
he's not allowing him to get that trick. So we see this check, and now we're probably going to see.
We left it when we
check.
left it. He did reroute the bishop to f5,
Precisely.
by the way, and he did. He's there. We're here. It's king
there.
c4. King c4.
King c4.
That's the position. Now we're expecting king g8. By the way, bishop. This would be incredibly embarrassing. King h6. That's just terrible.
Knight takes f8.
Oh no, it's no. I thought it was knight g7 was the only way to stop it.
No.
That would be terribly embarrassing for me. Excuse me. So no, king c4. So king h6 is a legit move.
Maybe.
No, I can't believe it. Really? Oh my gosh! If that's a legit move.
I mean, look. Let's just wait.
Through?
King g8. Let's see if your piece sacrifice actually works.
Okay. Well, I should point out, bishop g8 is also better than king g8.
Okay, just a second. Let me refresh my board so I can just make sure that I'm up to date with the play. And we are.
King g8 might be a chance, but bishop g8. And what is your plan? Bishop g8 is easy.
Why is that easy?
Okay, take on g5.
Takes.
King.
And now bishop d5. And the moment you play the move king takes b7.
I understand. I have to take on b7 with my bishop. Gotcha.
We're seeing some moves.
I mean, I'm taking a lot
Hold
of
on.
pawns. What moves are we seeing?
We are seeing the king on c4, so he's
This
getting
is
ready.
it.
He's
I
getting
mean,
ready to pounce.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Look,
But
bishop takes
this
g5
is the only
coming.
king g8 bishop. He's got the position, and Fabi's heart is ticking a little bit louder because he knows bishop g5, king c5 is his only chance of breaking through Ray's defense.
How much are you risking in that position?
You know, at this point, you're all in. I mean, you've lost 2 games. If you have any ambitions,
He took it.
Bishop takes g5, and he
He
did it
took
very
it.
quickly.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's a chance.
It's a chance. That's what I'm saying.
It's a game.
And Ray, deep breath.
King c5. All right.
Took the bishop, king to c5, and now, Maurice, your move bishop d5. Will we see bishop d5, bishop c8? And what does the engine think?
Triple zeros.
Oh no, triple zeros. I hate that one.
But I refuse to believe what it's
Triple
zeros.
Oh
but
my gosh, I hate that
It
when
cannot
the
be
engine.
easy right now.
Yeah, you got, what are the times, Christian, for the players?
I believe we have, wait, let's see. 3:20 for
Ray has
Fabi.
always been the one behind, right?
Yeah.
He's always been like a minute, minute and a half,
Yeah.
2 minutes behind. 3 minutes for Fabi. Again, what do you
1
say?
minute right now
And counting.
counting.
Because this is
For
such a
Ray.
crucial moment. I think originally Maurice's idea was to put the bishop on b5 and let the king go to b7. Now he's thinking put the bishop on d5 so that you have to go bishop c8 and bishop b7.
It's an extraordinary draw, by the way. I just checked with the engine and
Really? It's
yeah,
one of those.
It's extraordinary.
This is not going to be
Engine.
easy.
It's not going to be
Engine.
easy to find. I'll tell you that. It's
35
not easy.
seconds.
Ray.
He's got to put the bishop on d5. I don't know if he has to. I'll check. But bishop d5 and knight e4 is the key defense.
Bishop d5 and knight e4 is the
Yeah,
key
we can
defense.
bring it up on your board.
I got it right here.
Bishop
We've just
d5.
seen Bishop d5.
Yes.
And after the bishop drops in with the intention, of course,
Yep, knight
knight
e4.
e4.
That's okay. King
King.
b6.
Where?
Ah, you don't want to, no, b6, right?
Boy 6. Okay.
I thought so.
And he found it. Bishop d5, played by Ray. First step, correct. And now this check. And now this move is the next one. c5.
c5.
Yeah,
All
that's
right. We
good luck.
take that
Fine.
pawn.
Oh dear.
And the bishop is on
for
c8.
bishop to c8.
Bishop
And
on
now-
c8.
now we're
This is-
waiting.
this is the money move right
He
here.
finds this. Kudos.
That was why I didn't like king b6. c5,
No, you can't stop what's going to happen.
because, okay, if I had gone king to
If you back up, he plays knight e6 and knight c7, and you get nothing on that side. Look, knight e4 check. Look, he's got to find. He's got to
he's
find
got to
knight
play
e4
knight
check.
e4 check. I agree.
So he needs
And
to
then
hurry
after
up, by
king-
the way, because he's down
10
now.
seconds.
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
4 seconds.
Knight
And he
Knight
plays
e6.
e6 check.
That is losing.
That has to be. Now he can take the
No,
knight. No, wait, what? No, then the bishop will get to b5. Wait a minute.
No,
Knight
king d6 now is the disruptor. King d6 is the money move. His knight doesn't belong here because it's going to be targeted. Knight e4
And king
check
d6 is
was
an
the king
easy-
was the key move, and in time pressure, that's why you make him waste time on the clock to get him down to situations where he only has 5 seconds and he has 2 choices and he blunders because he can't calculate everything.
Doesn't have the time.
Give credit to Fabiano Caruana for doing the professional approach. It might be a draw, but chess is a hard game. The more pressure you put on your opponent, the more likely they blunder. And time pressure is part of the game. King D6 now is the move.
Knight to
Fabi has to
D8.
find.
And by the
E6.
way, what is Fabi? And that's the only winning move, right? He has to find king
Well,
d6.
I think king b6,
Yes.
also knight to d8, king to c7, and then just reroute the king to. Let's
Okay.
see. King
King
d6
D6.
is on the board.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
This is, I mean, this
Amazing.
is why we love the game. We love the game.
This is why you hate the game.
It depends on your perspective.
If you are Ray
Maurice.
Robson trying to win the U.S. championship
for the first time,
and don't let say to Ray, by the way, you know you could have played 94.
Oh no.
Idea. You know,
No,
he's gonna
nobody.
say I was in time pressure. Why you telling? That one ended in a draw. Beautiful technique to save the game, by the way. But
King
to F7. We're going to see Bishop takes B7 instantaneously played by Fabiano Caruana.
That one is easy.
So many pawns.
Scooping up the pawns now. And again, shades of Bobby Fischer and sacrificing a bishop to get an active king and win.
How are
material.
those predicted result looking again?
Oh!
Yeah, sir. Do we have a graphic for that right now?
Wesley is saying, guys, why did you ever doubt me? Bishop C4. Bishop C4.
It just goes to show it is hard to defend in chess.
It sure is.
It's so hard.
Bishop
to defend.
takes. I mean, we've got the chess engine, and the chess engine says 94 triple zeros, but that
He
wasn't
doesn't have an
easy.
engine. That was not easy at all. And I can even show you the line, and you'll say, "Really, get out of here! Stop it."
You're upset that you made me miss that. And I'm thinking the A pawn is simply ghosting. It's just whoosh, B5.
Yeah.
And
knight does not want to fight an A pawn at all. And plus, this
and
G pawn will distract you as well.
Another 10-second alert.
He can have as much time as he wants right about now.
And we've had knight D4 on the board.
And now Bishop to D5. Is that the winning?
That
Bishop
should.
D5.
Bishop to D5?
Sure.
Exchange the bishops.
How do you defend the queen side?
Exactly.
How do you defend the queen side?
I
You just
love
don't.
that move. No, you don't. And you use the G pawn as a decoy too. when you need
Exactly.
it.
Exactly.
Bishop.
You just can't defend that side with the threats on the other side. Your king is frozen over there.
3 pawns.
Knight cannot
That's a lot
fight.
of pawns and very separated as well.
Yep. Bishop D5 check. That's the
Fabi's
next part of the winning program.
Looking at that for sure. No question about it. Just making
And-
sure the knight can't cause any tricks. The only way you would draw that is if your knight can guard A7 with itself. If you trade off the B pawn for the A pawn, for example, after you play B5.
Right.
But even there, it's not a draw because the pawn on E5 stops the cycle of the
circle,
knight, the circle
yeah,
of the knight.
right.
There's some drawing endgames that we're talking about. Simple
Exactly.
defenses, knight against A pawn. And there's just too many other pawns on the board, and that pawn on E5 guards one of the key squares in the defense.
The D6
The
square.
D6 square. So that's it.
Man,
Fabi knows all that we just said, and the trade is on, and king takes. And B5 is a major threat. Knight B5 doesn't help because king C6, king B6 comes
Goes
very
over and
quickly,
clips the pawn.
and you're just going to drop your A pawn.
Boris Spassky, when he was talking about his match with Fischer, he explained that at one moment in one of the games, Bobby was losing. And it was almost like the psychic thing that was going on. Bobby was desperately searching for a way of drawing the game. And Boris felt that he had to leave the board because it was like this was like this mental anguish of where's the draw, I don't want to lose. And I just feel Ray.
You bet Ray still believes this is a draw. Still hopes he's a draw.
I don't think he believes that.
I think he's aware.
I don't think he believes that. No
I
way.
think he's aware
You got
that
a lone knight that's
fighting against 3 pawns. Ooh,
come on.
I'm even fearful. I mean, I think king c6 is a great move, don't get me wrong, but I'm even fearful g5 with the idea of e6 check and then, using one of the pawns as a decoy to keep the king way out of...
Leave right now, though. So king to c5, knight to c3. King to b6, knight to d5.
Yeah, but we're going to go king c6, and you're going to go knight c3. Mm-hmm. We're going to go king b7, you're going to go knight d5. Then we're going to go b5.
That's a problem.
And that's the simple truth. And that's the problem.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Well, let's point it out to the audience, please, because we're
was
talking.
Very beautiful. Beautifully said, eloquently done. Knight
Fabi is now
By the way, he played g5.
He did.
He played G5.
Yeah, that would have been my instinct as well. I mean, but the point that you wanted to, that we were making was that we're going here and here and here and here and here.
And takes his forest.
And takes his forest.
And it's
then
that A pawn that is just impossible to deal with.
With this knight is just can't do it. But Fabi said, hey, look, I've got 3 pass pawns. Let's use them. G5, King E7 on the board?
It is on the board.
Okay, well, if you're going to let me push my pawns, let me push my pawns. G6 is what I would expect him to continue with. And again, this king is about to make a beeline for that ace.
Too many threats.
Too many threats.
It's so difficult.
For Ray, this will be a painful,
it's
painful
a
game.
blow. Yeah.
This is one of his best U.S. championships, his best starts, and Maurice, that's just oof. What was the drawing technique?
First, we see
G6
he has played
was played on the board.
Absolutely.
And poor Ray. Let's stay with Ray because he has so few seconds left. He may resign, although I doubt it. He can always toss in a knight check. But he did have a draw. He did have a draw, according to the engines. Let's just say it clearly. It's not an easy one.
No.
He had to play some high-class trickery to get the draw, to really understand what should have been done. But we will illustrate that momentarily. As
4 seconds on the clock
to check
with 2
on
seconds
the board
left.
with 2 seconds
on
left
the clock.
Oof.
Now go king to c6.
That's right. King to c6, and if knight a2, maybe then just king c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knight is really corralled over there.
Too many threats. Way
Too
too
many
many
pawns.
threats. It feels like there are multiple moves here.
That should win, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I think so too, Maurice. I think White's just materially speaking is overwhelming.
The thing is, what White has established on the other side is these 2 pawns, the one on e5 as he plays king c6, the one on e5 and g6, those 2 pawns protect themselves.
Freeze the king.
The king cannot take a pawn.
No.
And that's why he plays the pawn on
Right?
g6.
So the pawn on g6,
Right.
the pawn on e5, you cannot approach those guys. And if you play king f8, he's going to play e6. And then you cannot move towards any pawn because one of the pawns goes. So those 2 pawns, the way they're set right now, say to the king, don't move a muscle. You sit still. So we've frozen the king.
5 seconds.
Right? Where it can only play king e6 and king e7, and only your knight can move, but your knight is useless.
And he's just played the move knight a2, and we expect king c5, but maybe just simply b5 is also. I think now we're talking about multiple ways of winning.
b5 definitely feels also winning. b5, a takes b5, and king takes b5.
Of course, yeah. Just and you say
And
to
that
the
knight
black
is
knight,
simply done.
yeah. You say to the black knight, you're not on a7, Maurice.
No, but
That
actually,
knight-
even if your knight gets the pawn, you're lost.
Exactly.
We can let you take the pawn. Just go
Right.
right ahead because your king cannot deal with the other 2 pawns. The white king will just march back over. So he's just going to trade everything off on the queen side at the worst case,
Yeah.
and it's an easy win.
Right. For Ray Robson, who started this tournament so well, and he came into this round as tied for the lead.
Look,
he just feels
no. But look, the thing is, he's only half a point out of the lead right now, right? He's only half a point out. So
that's what you've got to say to yourself and put this game
Carissa
behind you.
lost.
That's right.
Carissa lost. Irina lost. And look where they're sitting right now. So to lose a game, you lose a game.
Right.
It happens. Now you just need to bounce back. You're doing well. You could lose to Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces.
Yeah.
It happens. Maybe you had a draw. So you got to get your mind right and get this game behind you. It was a very difficult defense. Sorry, by the way, Sam Sevian lost. Remember when he lost? 140 mover heartbreak?
Heartbreak.
And where is he now?
Tied for first.
Tied for first. So you've got to have the right attitude. You can lose to Fabiano Caruana. You're half a point out of first, 7 rounds into the U.S. Championship. Pick yourself up and play your last 4 rounds like a boss.
a6 is also winning right now.
Yeah. I'm playing king b5.
King
It's
b5.
just because when I play king b5, you know what Bent Larson said? I can never lose the game.
Exactly.
Once I play king takes b5, I can never lose.
No more pawns for you.
Right, no more.
So now knight c3 check, king c6, knight back to a2, then you can play a6. Go ahead, fork my king and pawn, and that's the end of the game. He doesn't have to think right now as resignation is imminent.
Wow. Guys, we've called some U.S. championship rounds that had a high degree of decisive games, but I can't recall one that was so dramatic and also had this high scoring number of victories. We have been treated by the players. Something special is going on.
So much drama on this one.
Yeah, so much has happened today.
And Fabiano Caruana, only 1 point behind the leaders.
How is that possible? He just castled.
He castled.
Short.
He came back with a win.
He didn't.
Crucial win.
Wow.
If you don't win this game, and he was so close to not winning this game.
Exactly. He really was.
Then you're completely out of contention.
So, Ray has played knight a4 with the idea that he will have to give up his knight, or happily so.
King to b4, and now we're going to see resignation.
Yeah, I think king b4 is the cleanest way.
Knight to b2, a6.
Oh man, knight d3, king b5 is nasty.
b5, and that knight is not getting anywhere close to that pawn.
No.
Or the king, by the way. Or the king. That's the nasty part. King b5 is an ideal spot to hide from a knight.
Exactly.
2 squares away on the diagonal, and you never come close to checking that king for many a move. Knight d3, and now that we're waiting for the prime move, king b5, and that is a geometry you should know, a geometric trick. Straightforward, 2 squares away from the knight.
Diagonal.
It takes the knight 3 moves to check the king, just to check it. It takes 3 moves. Meantime, it only takes 2 moves to promote your pawn to a queen. So good luck.
He's going to play knight f4.
Might as well.
Knight f4.
Knight f4, last chance, last hope.
Okay.
a7, knight d5, or knight e6.
I like it.
I
like it.
Not going to help. King c6.
Right.
And you can resign.
I like it, though.
Who said this was going to be a draw? Yes, sir.
I did. I was backed up by some of the best and brightest people on the planet.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. Poor Ray. You know, we're finding that draws are not easy. Is what we're finding.
Whoa! What was that?
What a
G7.
Stop it.
No way.
That's cruel.
That's just playing with your food.
What?
Come on.
Is that one of those?
Oh, no, it's the correct way to play. Because now after a7, knight d5, hoping for your fork, if I queen, then you queen with check, g8 queens.
Correct.
Yes, this is the way to do it. It's accurate. Not only
a7.
Now you play knight d5, hoping for the little fork.
I've got it on my board.
And he wins
right here.
everybody.
So after a7, knight d5, now we can't queen right away. That's the blunder.
He's played it.
We're going to see it.
We're going to see it.
Because
G8 queens check.
But we got G8 equals queen check right here, right now. That's pretty.
Maybe he might play G8 and hit the clock first. What do you think?
You mean a Rexing field blunder?
No. He put the bishop. Stop it. Stop it, Bobby. That's not cool. That's not cool. That's not nice. Oh, come on.
What a guy. What a guy.
That's mean. We've seen him make people resign different ways, right? We saw him against John Burke.
He was thinking of the under promotion is already
Bishop.
That's evil. There's the protesters outside the club. We want Ray. We want Ray. No.
That's saying.
By the way, I think that's the first time in my career I've seen a bishop. I've seen knights under promote. I've seen rooks under promote. And what
style
a finish.
Points. Wow. That give him to that one. What a win by Fabi. We said he had to get like 4.5 out of 5.
I think we did.
Still a long way away. He only got 1 out of 1.
Step 1.
But step 1, win a game and beat a co-leader as well. Knocking him backwards. The result we predicted, we'll see it here.
Let's see predict the result, guys. Come on.
We lost.
You know what? It's important.
What is that?
It looks like you and Wesley did agree, and Fabi did win the game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll give that to you. Even a blind squirrel can find a nut every once in a while, but you guys got it. It shows how difficult it is to defend. What was the defense?
Yes, that's what I wanted to
Take a
ask.
look at what he had to find. Knight to e4 check.
90 instead of the move he
Instead
played
of 96.
96.
A mistake allowing the king into d6. King to b6. You ready for it? c5.
Right.
c5.
Gotta
Pawn
take
takes on
that.
c5. And then just relax. Just relax. Why? Because if you take this, we trade down. Bishop takes, king takes, knight takes. Yes, you're right. King to b6. Knight check. And now it's a different position. King
King
a6.
takes 6.
King to e6.
Wow.
And he picks off this pawn. He's too dynamic. I'm going to give you a different move, a better move right here.
Wow.
No, before I take on b7, I go g5.
Yes, I wanted to get back to that. Where am I? I'm here. Here. Nope, that's too late. Right here.
Right?
I'm going further back. Right here. G5 instead. G5. Now look at this. Knight D2.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck finding this.
move.
Yeah.
What?
Knight D2. Now you take. Now check. Now you. Now you take. Now take. And take this one.
I've got
And you have to
3
assess that
pawns.
you're lost, right? But you can't stop him attacking this one and taking this one. This C pawn is not going anywhere, and that's the
This
problem.
is a study you spend
It's a study.
at least
It's a
15
study.
minutes
Exactly.
on. This is a
Exactly. You
study.
can't do it with a lot of time on the
No,
clock.
this is a study.
I mean,
It's
if this is
beautiful.
the
This will go into
only
the
way-
study books.
If this is the only way for Ray to draw,
Good
hey,
luck.
man,
You're not fine. That's why you force him to get into time pressure so that he has no time to think, and then you end up winning the game.
92 is a movie you find in the study books.
Beautiful.
That's remarkable.
Beautiful.
Truly remarkable.
What a game.
What a game. As we get Fabi set up for, let's just take a look at our current standings,
Well,
Christian.
We
Wow.
have Wesley So, Sam Sevian, Alex Lenderman, all three sharing the lead with 4.5 points, closely following behind Lanier Dominguez and Ray Robson. And then we have the man of the hour, Fabiano Caruana, 1 point behind the leaders. And Fabiano Caruana is with Maurice Ashley.
Fabi, needless to say, you've had a very tough tournament so far. You must have been pretty devastated after the 2 losses in a row. What was your mindset coming into today?
Yeah, I mean, those were really bad games. I mean, most of my games in the tournament were bad. So I thought maybe just to play one normal game would be nice. And I'm not sure if it was a good game, but at least it was a very big step up from the previous rounds.
You seemed to be torturing him at some point. It looked like you had, like he had a draw. You're thinking it could be a draw, but let's torture him a little bit and get him down on the clock. Did you see this idea that you eventually played coming far off?
I don't remember exactly when I spotted this sack. At some point I realized that it's a fortress, and then, yeah, it was probably like 10 moves back that I was trying to find the most accurate way to do this. And I thought it can't be winning, but there was no risk. And I was actually really surprised because when I, like way back, I thought that, you know, I put my bishop on f6, bishop on h7. Like, I think we were both looking at this sort of fortress like 20 moves prior and just moving around waiting to get it. And I thought that, you know, I'll play, yeah, like e5, bishop f7, or at any moment, yeah, like we had in the game.
So a lot of dancing around before we finally get this position. All right.
Well, here his king is on, I think if it's on e8, then I'd have no ideas. But it's on this side, so suddenly sacrifices become viable because his king is so far away from everything.
And by now you've seen the idea.
Yeah, I had seen it a bit in advance. I just wanted to calculate it because once we get here, he'll start to calculate it, and I wanted him to be low on time and to not have time really to look at the position after king c5.
So that was intentional on your part to get him down on the clock.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's winning, so the best chance is that he's in time trouble and that I have a bit more time.
So I just want to direct answer the question. You did want him to get into time pressure before you went for it.
I mean, I can answer this for this game and for all other games. I'm happy when my opponents are in time pressure, yeah.
Well, it wasn't quite the question, but I'll leave you alone on that one. So now he's in time pressure and you start to look at it. Did you see did you still think it had to be a draw?
I assumed it's a draw. I mean, I have one pawn for the piece. It's actually surprising that it's as difficult for him as it is. But I didn't see a clear way to draw, which was, I figured that was already a good sign. at least he has to find some tough moves. His king is very bad. His pawns are all falling. I assume there's a draw, but I don't know exactly where.
Right here, the engine gives a study-like draw after knight e4 and c5.
Yeah, c5 I thought, so bc?
And then here it gives king f7 as the drawing move.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at knight d2, but that looked winning. Yeah, king f7 I didn't consider. But e6? King e7, yeah?
I think g5 was the main move, and now knight d2.
Yeah, it's really difficult for black.
Yeah, to find those moves is like good luck.
Exactly. That was what we felt too, Fabi. I mean, practically speaking, you take no risk, right?
Right, no risk.
Yeah, there's no risk.
There's no risk. And
at the end, you under-promoted to a bishop. Usually the computers give that as the best move because it gives up the least amount of material. Is that why you did it?
No, I've just never done that before.
Right.
So I might as well take
First time in your life under-promoting to a bishop?
I don't remember having ever under-promoted to a bishop, no. Knight is common, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even in middle games, right? There's some famous famous combinations, like with queen h6, queen h8, things like that, and the fork of the queens. But bishop is really
it's pretty rare.
I mean, usually you only see it in studies when there's a stalemate, things like that. But in a practical game, you almost never have any reason to promote to a bishop.
So it felt good to do, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we thought you needed to score maybe 4.5, maybe more like 4.5 out of 5 to finish if you want to have a realistic chance of fighting for the championship. Were you thinking about that at all, or you're just thinking this game and the rest?
No, I stopped looking at the scores even. I mean, I don't know. When you're -1 and you're playing really horribly, you shouldn't be thinking about the winning the tournament. Maybe if I get some momentum and things start to go my way, then I can start to think about it again. But it's still tough, and at least I'm happy that I got on the scoreboard.
All right. Well, congratulations on a fighting win. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
fantastic victory, Fabi. On behalf of Christian and I, it was really, really amazing. Well done. Well done.
Well done.
Yeah.
What a day, Yasser.
It really has been great. It's fantastic.
A fantastic day.
Let's take a look at the standings with all of the results of this very eventful round 7 now behind us. Christian?
Well, in the women's section, we have a sole leader, Carissa Yip, after her loss 2 rounds ago. Well, she won 2 games in a row, and now it's leading the pack with 5 out of 6 points.
Arena and Katja right behind her, nipping on her heels.
And Ashrita Eswaran, after a difficult loss today, only 4 points.
And
in the open section,
in the open, yeah,
of course, we have Wesley So, Sam Sevian, and Alex Landerman all tied at the top. 4.5 points, closely behind Lenier Dominguez and Ray Robson. And we only have one more day before our second and final rest day.
And then it's a sprint to the finish with our championship rounds coming up on Sunday and Monday. Plan your schedules accordingly with the closing ceremony inducting new people into
or the playoffs, if necessary.
And the playoffs. Wow.
I think
Maurice.
those closing ceremonies are by invitation only, by the way. But we will be streaming it, so you can watch that and watch that Hall of Fame, the Hall of Fame induction by some great names. I think Judith Polgar is in there. Miguel Najdorf.
Yes.
Who was the last?
There was 3 that were being inducted.
Third one. Well, anyway, Eugene Torrey is the other one.
First Grandmaster from Asia.
Indeed, great names will be inducted, but the players want to know before that happens who wins this championship. And right now, it's amazing. It is building into a real dramatic story. We love this. Will it be a cliffhanger in the end? We're still far away, but we've got some great names at the top. Wesley So finally entered into that tie for first at the top. Not a lot of people want to see that happen. He's the defending champion. And Carissa Yip, will she or won't she, as the young player tries to prove that she is now ready to hold the mantle of the best female player in these United States. But a lot of rounds to go. One before the rest day, usually a fighting round. Looking forward to it tomorrow, guys. It's getting to be really good.
It's been good from the get-go, and it's getting better, Christian. That's the way I feel about these U.S. championships.
4 more rounds to go. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.